One more time. One more time.
Will take Contender Season 0.
London Spitfire have done it. They will fly high.
San Francisco shot like a champion.
Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco's shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel take their place amongst the stars.
Florida Mayhem like a dreams for all time.
Welcome to the last day of groups. I am Zoe and I'm back with Jaws and Necra. It's Elimination Sunday, friends. Can you smell the blood in the air?
Blood is in the air. Although I thought I don't know how you'd smell blood. Although you can, it has a smell, right? But
Of course you smell blood.
Definitely has a smell.
blood in the water.
Have you never bled?
Have I never?
I thought you were
bled?
supposed to be a shark. Well, I feel.
Yeah, what? You want me to breathe the air? You want me to get out of the ocean and breathe the air? No, I'm
That's
not going to.
Extremely unsuccessful
You're
shark
supposed to
right
be really
here.
good.
Although some sharks do, they don't breathe the air, but they can scuttle from rock pool to rock pool. Yeah, just
That's actually
on the
so-
2
But I'm-
feet.
But I'm
Epaulet sharks,
pretty
they're very
sure
cool.
they all know how to identify blood.
Yes.
Most, I would imagine.
Feels like a trick of the trade of being a shark.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm excited. I'm very excited today because everything's on the line for our teams, but also for you, dear viewer. Okay, that's a bit dramatic, but today is your last chance to secure drops, so make sure to link your Battle.net
was
account
very dramatic.
before the game starts. That was way over dramatic. I will waffle a bit to buy you guys some time. How about that? Let's talk about social media, right? Like we have that. We have tons of social media accounts that you can follow for all the news, for all the updates, for all the content. We put it out, and this is where you can find us. Again, connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch or to your YouTube. I'm still buying time for you. Another great way to fill time or maybe break the ice at an awkward dinner table is talk about formats.
Yeah, that's definitely how I break the ice. I'm pretty sure that's how Johnny breaks the ice at dinner time.
Honestly, that sounds like the most Johnny things. Like,
Yeah.
have you guys heard of 600
Talk
teams
about
competing in
Swedish
Swiss
players
stages?
and also the format for different esports and NBA. Oh, wait,
I love that. Anyway, yeah, we started with the Swiss format where everyone is matched against people of equal strength. Of course, your opponents get more difficult as you go through that Swiss format. After that, 16 teams that remained, they moved into the group stage, which is where we are currently at. Their mission is very simple. We divided them in 4 groups. The teams must secure 2 victories to move forward into, drumroll, the main event.
Oh, yeah.
There's no drum roll.
But I did it in post.
Thank
It's
you.
okay.
I don't know how to do that
I
without
didn't-
breaking my microphone, so I'm not gonna touch my desk. The last few times
you was as close to a drum roll as we get. So it's main event, of course, for stage 1 is a double elimination bracket with the top 8 teams in each region. They will fight it out over the course of 4 days. That's right, not 1, not 2, not 3. It's 4 days of action with money and circuit points on the line. We got plenty of those. Here is the breakdown. Lots of numbers. Take it all in. Beautiful.
Prize money.
I'm taking in that
first place.
$30,000. Wow.
Same. I'd love to take that in. Now, money is of
Pretty
course
awesome.
great, but the points are actually maybe even greater because the points is what you need to ultimately punch your ticket to the majors. Tickets for those are actually on sale right now. So grab yours right now or not.
By this
And do it later. You know, I'm not your mom. Do whatever you want. But I highly encourage, we're going to be there. It's going to be a hoot. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be great. Our first LAN event in the OWCS era. I can't wait to see the teams in person, in action on a stage. All right, I think that was enough time for you to link your Battle.net accounts. You're welcome. Let's get into the weeds of today, starting with the EMEA group standings. Of course, we are not quite done with the groups just yet. We still have to figure out who is going to join our top squads in the main event.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there's a lot of clinch matches here, and there's a couple of rematches as well. It's going to be really fun to watch. I think Group A, obviously being kind of sorted now. Group D, that I would say that's pretty sorted now. Like, even though there's a match still yet to play, that group is just disgusting in terms of talent. But Group B, that's where a lot of people are keeping their eyes on today, I feel.
I think you're right about that one. I think like it's so tough because all these teams, all of these matches we have ahead of us, like the event continues for one of them and the event ends for another. And this is after they'd already fought through having that loss to start off their group. So it's gonna be tough going, I think, for all these teams, and I'm excited to see how they adapt to the new meta that we have in front of us.
Yeah, quite a big shakeup, obviously, when the meta changes just a few days before your do or die matches. Let's kick things off with our first match of the EMEA region. Quick Esports will go up against LeftRight Good night. Let's talk about quick esports first here. Of course, quite some notable names. Shax and Dan, we know them, we love them from their time in the Overwatch League. Also, we've seen some good stuff from them in their previous matches.
Yeah, they ended up 3-0ing their last match, but they're against LeftRight Goodnight today, and that's a rematch. And LeftRight Goodnight kind of dominated them. 3-0. It was kind of close. Like, Esperanza was extremely close. There was only a couple of meters in that actual game. But still, a 3-0, and you're expecting people like Shax, Danet, who's obviously been around a long time, Dan, like you mentioned, Zoe Twelves, like, there's a lot of EU vets on the team. I'd expect them to do a little bit better. LeftRight Goodnight have got a lot of, like, star power on their team too, but I would have put down, if I had to do power rankings, it would be hard for me to put Quick Esports and LeftRight Goodnight above one another going into the OWCS in this stage number 1, but it's tipping way in the favor of LeftRight Goodnight, at least on that first match, that 3-0.
This is exciting here, though. If you're looking at the screen, these are some highlights from the previous matches. You're seeing Dan on that Orisa Necro. Orisa is something that we saw some teams try out against that Maga comp yesterday, and while it didn't necessarily always lead to a W, it did look good. Question mark?
It did. Yeah, it did, but I think the power of Mauga right now makes it really difficult to try to run anything else into it, because while we did see the Orisa, we also saw that Doomfist dive, and it was not able to break through that Mauga composition once it was up and running, and we really felt like we saw Team Peps get off the ground with that one. So I think that there's still a lot of merit to just running the Mauga comp and running it down, because it works, and you kind of feel forced to have to run it, right, Jaws?
Yeah, it's just too good. Mauga comp, like sustain comp, zombie comp, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it is just too good right now. And with Mauga, you could maybe play the Orisa. Word on the street, maybe Orisa is kind of good. I know some of the other regions are kind of playing it into Mauga, but Mauga is just like, that Reaper and Moira, they're very simple heroes to kind of pilot, so like executing on the comp isn't as complicated as like a dive, a more sophisticated composition, I would say, in dive. So yeah, it makes sense for a lot of teams and people just to revert back to Mauga, knowing that it's super strong.
It's just like, if you're in a position where the comfort pick or like the initial composition that you cooked up was a Orisa-based composition, looking at down here, maybe this is the way to go. I personally would very much appreciate that look. Let's see what they have in store for us. Of course, a lot of it will always be map dependent. Speaking of which, map sets are ready. Let's take a look at where those teams are taking us.
LeftRight Goodnight.
Thank you so much, Zoe.
Lijiang, King's Row, there we go. And Colosseo picked by LeftRight Goodnight, which is quite funny. I did mention before, Rose, but their match previous versus Quick, it was a very, very close Esperanza game, so maybe LeftRight were like, we'll just go to Colosseo, go to a different map. Maybe we don't want it as close this time.
Yeah,
Lijiang Tower.
Try again.
Exactly, right? And then LeftRight Goodnight, they picked Lijiang Tower. They 2-0'd Quick Esports in the opening week on Lijiang Tower. King's Row, they didn't. They did play King's Row as well, but that was a little bit closer. So LeftRight Goodnight clearly very happy with their picks, knowing that they kind of demolished them on Lijiang, and then Colosseo is a new one being Quick Esports.
I want to go back to the point that Zoe was making though about the Orisa though, right? Because like I think there is a ton of merit there, but one of the other things I wanted to call out in conjunction to what you said, Jaws, is that while the Mauga has pieces of it that I think are easier to execute, I think the Orisa takes a little bit more team synergy, and that might just be why we are not necessarily seeing these teams go for it right away, even if the word on the street is that the Orisa comp is better than the Mauga right now. I think it just takes too much time to potentially get those pieces working in conjunction with each other.
Yeah, it's also not like a guarantee either. It's just like a theory right now with, like I said, a couple of other regions playing the Orisa into the Mauga, so it's not like a surefire fact. And I think you're right. I think you just kind of go back to the Mauga because, you know, that's what works right now, and it's good to see. We're playing a little bit more Sombra too. We saw how effective Sombra was yesterday, Rose. Like the amount of charge that Sombra can get. Okay, Shax dies mid-air to a random Cheerio from Admiral. Okay, not the best start for Quick Esports. And with the Reaper shifting into the back line, although there's a lot of life still, Ariel should be able to take down the Reaper, although I tell a lie. Maybe not. Apparently Fight is immortal right now in this front line.
That was a Suzu and an exorbitant amount of healing if I have ever seen it, and that is also LeftRight Goodnight scattering.
Yeah, everybody's super low. Points been unlocked too. Well, they bought enough time for Shax to come back, of course, charging 50% towards that EMP. First cap, no touches for LeftRight Goodnight, so Quick Esports, we're getting some percentage now.
Yeah, but watch the EMP from Lethal. It's like outpacing Shocks just a little bit, but that might be from some of the first ultimates we really see here as soon as it gets up.
I really like that. Really early Coalescence. Going to get a match with the road on the point, though, so care and attention needed for Aerial right now. He's just in the middle of the road. Death Blossom on the point from Fi. No one falling just yet as the EMPs are close around the corner. Aerial does end up falling over as Lethal unleashes a giant 5-man EMP, but the fight was already done. It was already over. LeftRight Goodnight going straight back to spawn.
It happened as I said it would. You hit the EMP as soon as it comes online, but I don't think that was quite what I meant. Because you're right, like, Aerial's already down. You also saw just, like, not enough support. People were too low. So it was very difficult to actually capitalize on that. On the flip side of things, though, Quick Esports, they still have control at this point, and Shax is waiting in the rafters.
That's a cheeky spot. Call him Ezio. EMP, boom, straight on the backline too. Scar did end up dodging out of the way, but April afflicted by that hack. Death Blossom from Mimone clears 2 off of the points, but more importantly, Abik stayed alive. That Kiriko making sure they heal up Dan and Fi in the front line as Aerial was just taking the brunt of the damage, but no healing can sustain it through the damage. That DPS passive working in favor of LeftRight Goodnight there, just burning Dan down, forcing them to rotate, and LeftRight Goodnight putting themselves on the spawn. A few tricklers here, Dollar Shacks earning themselves a few more percent as LeftRight Goodnight find a flip.
I think you're really happy about that, though, because you have Apik that actually has the Kitsune Rush online again, and we've seen that be such a successful initiation tool for a lot of these teams, just even to be able to push people back. So I could totally see that happening here. Lethal gets another shot at redemption with the EMP. So who's actually going to hit the queue first?
Well, there's the rush, and Admiral's already dead. Does Lethal try and turn this one? The cage has come out from Aerial, but look at that damage. My word, yeah. Aerial was locked in there with with basically 5 people looking at him. And that's the big thing with the Malga. I think when Malga first got released, everybody was like, that's really cool that you can lock someone down. But the problem is, everybody will then just kind of look at you and you will instantly die. I mean, 15% for Quick Esports now before they end up taking round number 1. LeftRight Goodnight, though, hanging around. They got EMP and they're looking at maybe the courtyard. Nice little Wraithform there by Fi just to get out of that manual hack.
There's the EMP, though, right after this sound barrier.
Yeah, sound barrier coming in. Shaq's already dead. I mean, LeftRight Goodnight, they're up 1 already, and they still have ults to burn. Lethal taking care of 2. Quick flip. I'd imagine Aerial falling, though, is not a good look for LeftRight Goodnight. They haven't got a front line, whereas Quick Esports does. But it looks like Dana and their gang want to back off just for the time being. Don't want to waste any more time. Just regroup as 5, and then go again.
All right, so that's great, though, right? Like, recognizing that they already won the fight, they can keep this EMP for this next one, which they will definitely want to shut down this front line for. Quick Esports are going to have 3 ultimates online here.
Wow. Random flip there from Quick. EMPs come out, or both, in fact. Hammer in a little bit of trouble. Same with Lethal, who manages to teleport out of the point in time. Quick Esports in amongst this. Managed to cap the point for free. LeftRight Goodnight just refusing to kind of step on it. Maybe trying to bait Quick Esports in, but completely not in their favor. Quick, just say, fine, we'll take the point, and then EMP you as soon as you have to then bundle on, because we're an OT. Quick Esports, take round number 1.
Well, let's take a look at, like, the biggest difference maker there, the Kiriko versus the Moira. Now, not only have we seen the Kitsune Rush just be super impactful on top of points, to be able to help make sure that the Reaper's firing faster, the Sombra as well, even the Mauga, like, it just pumping out damage. But there was a cleanse that came through after Lethal had hit the EMP. And one of the things about the Suzu that's been really nice about that is, like, then who falls? All of that work from the EMP just gets negated. And with the Kiriko on Quick Esports side, it's just something that LeftRight Goodnight just doesn't have. And I'm wondering why they, like, will they want to switch off of the Moira? Do they feel like that is just enough healing output for the team?
Yeah, it definitely has its pros and cons. Oh, rest in peace. Yeah, even with that tank passive, sometimes if you stand a little bit too close to the edge, you get Spartan kicked over the top. And Dollar, let's have a little bit of extra ult charge there. Nice little extra 10% or something. So yeah, good start from Quick.
They may be living up to their namesake there, maybe a little bit, but
yeah, a little quick on that fight.
Maybe a little bit, but this is another quick capture for them. And like with this positioning that they have, like White Room, that feels like such a nasty place to want to try to take a fight.
Yeah, they're gonna want to be able to build up that coal as they do juggle on this point, but the problem is Quick. They can just peek in and out, in and out, in and out. It's hard for LeftRight Goodnight to really clear everybody off because of that central column. Does take a little bit of damage there. Virus and a couple extra bullets being thrown his way by Lethal. Lethal and Shaxx building up. Freddy goes to that EMP, but Shaxx instantly earning that 100%. And here comes the dive. Well, pseudo dive, I suppose. Dan just stomping on the ground in front of LeftRight Goodnight. They've lost Admiral. So it looks like they're going to try and back off as quick as they can. Of course, not quite as quick as they'd like to, but they're sitting there. And, well, Quick Esports, they got Lucio. And they're going to make good use of it. Speed forwards, LeftRight Goodnight staggered a little bit more, and Quick now up to almost 50%.
You'd love to wait for your Lucio to come back, but they just made themselves targets by sitting there. You have a team that is so fast with the Lucio that you feel comfortable going in. You have the beat as well in case you just really want to finish off the fight. But they're going to need that beat now as Lethal gets ready.
Sneaky, sneaky. Nice little Virus. Sound barrier perfectly timed there by Dollar, who didn't get affected by that EMP. Kitsune Rush near the point too, covering a little bit of it. And I don't think there's any way you fight into this, but Mimone comes up with 2 regardless. Nice little double kill, but not enough at all. And Quick Esports, they're going to take this map. They have Cage, they have EMP, they have Death Blossom. LeftRight Goodnight almost have nothing. This sound barrier from Admiral has to hit a new level we've never seen in Overwatch Esports before, or Quick Esports with all their ultimates. I mean, one of the two.
Yeah, a cage fight on both sides. And you have got the EMP from Shaxx. I think Quick Esports, they win this one 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, even the Cage, right? It's like, okay, you Cage, we EMP,
Yeah.
you Cage, we Death Blossom. Like, what can you do if you're Malga? It's really tough. Shaxx looking for an entrance. There's the Cage fight. Easiest EMP of your life. Admiral's sound barrier just getting stripped away just by the sheer damage. It's not overshields anymore, but it definitely looked like it there after Shaxx annihilated them with the EMP. Quick Esports with a 99-0 are going to take map number 1. LeftRight Goodnight left a little bit surprised, I would imagine. Remember, this series in the opening week went 3-0 in favor of LeftRight Goodnight. Lijiang Tower, they went 2-0 on that first map. And it's a completely different story. You might as well flip the name cards, replay map, game number 1, you know, from week 1. But Quick Esports, you know, learning from their mistakes, and LeftRight Goodnight had no say in that fight.
There was just so much synergy on Quick Esports side. Like, I don't even think that you can chalk it up to like LeftRight Goodnight not doing well. I think Quick Esports, they just showed up with this Malga composition with so much synergy in tow. They always had something for the cage fight. They always knew when to use those Suzus. I think Kiriko is just such a big difference maker when you're looking down to the mirror, because you have the Suzu, the utility, which is so nice to cleanse, but then you also just have the Kitsune rushes that come up like so fast as every other team fight.
Exactly, yeah. The amount of healing you're doing in this comp is quite extraordinary, honestly. And the Cole into the rush, you lose that if you Cole. If it's just a 1-for-1 trade, double Moira, okay, Cole versus Cole, it's whatever. But that's a winning fight if you're using Kitsune Rush. Normally, the Moira is going to earn more ult charge over the course of a fight, just in general with how much healing she does. But Kiri, like you mentioned, Rose, is kind of just keeping up with that. Because everybody's surviving so long, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, the Kiriko seems a little bit better in these compositions so far. And with the meta kind of developing over the next couple of weeks, I guess we will see how that does end up shaping out. A lot of teams maybe just preferring Moira, just on how fast they want to go, because Moira you can play a little bit quicker too, just damage orb, healing orb forward, more often than not healing orb, and then run people down. Kiriko's a little bit more paced with how she heals, rather than just like an AoE spread in front of her. So yeah, definitely pros and cons, but I think you hit the nail on the head. The Kiriko is just a little bit better right now, I think. As we go into King's Road though, what do you think about this map? Quick Esports is their pick. How do you feel going into this? I can imagine we're going to see the same comp.
I think like Moira could work here. I think like thing I really wanted to call out though is that like we talked to Hot Babe yesterday about playing Moira and just playing support in these Malga compositions. I think one thing that Moira really struggles with is you can run out of healing really fast. And I think it becomes tougher to make sure that you always have healing online versus the Kiriko, where you're not just running out of tags. Like, that doesn't happen, right? So I think that you always have more consistent healing rather than what the Moira can provide, especially after you use Fate. You're so vulnerable. It doesn't go as far as something like a Swift Step can. But, you know, when it comes to King's Row, like, I do think that the Moira can be even more successful. You have those straightaways now on the Streets phase that makes it a little bit easier to go for something like the Coalescence. But I don't know, like, I still think that this is something we're going to have to keep an eye on when it comes to Moira versus Kiriko. Also, what DPS do we see? Because while we've seen the Sombras now, we've also seen that take on a couple of different forms, even between EMEA and NA yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I think it's probably just going to be Sombra Reaper if I had to put money on it, honestly. I think with how other regions are looking, I know I was talking to Avril this morning and he was saying, well, you know, Korea at the moment, they are running mainly Soj. Because you can like insta pick people, and like Proper is obviously kind of dominating on Soja, and a lot of Korean hit scans will. But in EU, it's a very different taste on like how they want to like take these engagements. So it feels like Reaper, Sombra. It's more consistent, I think, than the Sojourn too. It's just way more consistent utility, more consistent damage in the Reaper as well. We are going to jump to a quick break, just making sure everybody's good and ready to go in the lobby. Just give the players one more minute as well. So we're back in just a moment. We'll see King's Row.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play.
What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Enough waiting around. We're back in it. King's Row up next. Quick Esports choice after they banned Midtown and banned for Hollywood for LeftRight. Good night. Who are currently sleeping, it feels like. Quick Esports with a nice little 100-0 on a round number 2 on Lijiang Tower. Just secured them the win, if you've only just joined us, as we go on to the next map, Hybrid. Now, yeah, it's going to be the same kind of thing. Just the Maga kind of compositions. Maybe Kiriko, maybe Moira, but I mean, will we see anything crazy from DPS? We'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't mind seeing some Sojourn. I mean, if it's working in Korea right now, maybe that's the play. But it does feel like this is just the default currently. It's just Reaper, it's just Sombra.
Maybe
EMPs.
Colosseo?
Yeah, that could definitely work. A lot more straightaways, a lot of places where you can kind of play at a distance with the Soj. So yeah, I think that's very possible.
For now, though, it does not look like we are gonna see the Sojourn. It's fine. It's fine. It's understandable. I get it. Have a nice day to both of our teams. But yeah, like it's working, and it's just these ultimates are coming online so fast that we're all just gonna have to keep an eye out for like who gets those ults first, who uses them. I think it's still very powerful to combo these ultimates together, especially for the amount of layering we saw for maybe like a cage fight and a DPS ultimate. Just any of those has been true fight winners. But right now, I think you have to look too at just can you find enough value from something like Sound Barrier.
Oh my god,
Dola!
Dola just skated around the statue and went from one side to the other side. Both
and died.
Ways. Very unfortunate from the Lucio player. It happens to the best of us, where you just kind of you skate a little bit too close to the sun. That's sun being the line of fire of the enemy team. That's the first point, by the way.
That's yeah, I think that sun was lethal, actually. Yeah, the Sombra, oh my god.
He was just going too fast. He wants to play fast and furious. Dude thought he was Vin Diesel, and unfortunately died.
You just can't, it's too fast and too furious right there. That's also, I think, one of the titles. But
Too Fast, Too Furious, second film. Don't question my knowledge on Fast and Furious.
I can't. There's like 8 movies, maybe 12,
10.
and I don't know.
I saw the 10th in the cinema. You could buy a popcorn bucket that was Vin Diesel's Charger. It's wicked, but it was also $60.
Oh my god.
So I said no. EMP available, by the way.
They're scattering.
We'll talk about Fast and Furious in the break. For you Fast and Furious heads in chat.
What can of worms have I opened here?
The can's too big. Well, there's the Cole, there's the road. Instantly you can see LeftRight good night, like we were mentioning before. Easily backing up with the Coalescence, but not something they want to do, as they want to fight with the Cole, but that rush is too strong, too powerful to walk into. And now it's up to the Lucios. It's just the Lucio, the classic like Lucio Zen Transcendent Sound Barrier dance versus the EMP. Like, this is the classic dance now. Both Dollar and Admiral trying not to get caught so they can save the rest of the squad. But Shax, I love his positioning actually. Higher up in the rafters again.
You gotta be worried about that if you're on King's Row, whether it's a Reaper ultimate or an EMP.
Well, there's Admiral, only just got that Sound Barrier online. Didn't want to Ajax either, so didn't end up using it. Is gonna get chased. Death Blossom from Fire though. There's a little push there from LeftRight good night, trying to settle the score, but as soon as they enter that archway, Fire was just ready and waiting with the Death Blossom.
Great disengage from Quick Esports to come back in and get this close defensive hold, and this is such a nice position to be in around this archway. And you can just see that Dawn is like ready, trying to get that cage fight online, and they're still kiting away. Like, they know that they can't lose anybody here before they get an ultimate online.
Well, Fire was so close to going down there, managed to teleport away. And yeah, like you said, both cage fights up. But it's Lethal's EMP. That's going to be the difference maker. Spotted the Lucio. Manual hack. There's the cage fight. EMP still available. Lethal trying to chunk people beforehand as the cage fight from both teams. What is happening on my screen right now? Well, all I know is Admiral is just popping off with the boops. The rush also came in a little bit too late there for Quick Esports. Couldn't make full utilization of it. I'd imagine they wanted to use that when the cage fight came down. They don't. And with 3 minutes to go, LeftRight good night move towards second point. That looks ridiculous in the small street space, by the way, double cage.
There's so much happening there. It's like you just create tiny Overwatch in the middle of the streets of London. It's great.
Yep. Oh, there's the Coalescence. They know they got that advantage as Abik did use their rush earlier on. Coalescence plus the damage, an overwhelming amount of damage, I should say, on the point. No chance you survive that quick. And they'll meet a swift and steady death. Point 2.
Right, well, so, yeah, point captured. Pushing up a little bit to see if they can get any extra kills. That is so close. Could you imagine if they'd gotten away with that?
Yeah, it would have been rather cheeky.
Well, there's
Nice
no
little
way
stagger
pushing the
too.
cart, actually, so...
It's all good. I mean, you can still hold this front corner, so it worked out pretty neutral at the end of it.
Hey, but it just would have been better if you get some card progress. So,
Yeah, that is
on
true.
top of that, but, you know, it's okay.
All good. Oh, Shax has been spotted. EMP, use the EMP to escape, almost. Transicate only hit one, by the way. Mimone, unfortunately, was the only victim of that. But Lethal with a little bit of a better one. That's a 5-man EMP. And with the Lethal using that Transicate to make sure they stay alive, that cart will get swiftly moving.
Both EMPs are off the board. You got the other ultimates though from both teams. Like Cage Fight's gonna be coming back online soon, but I'm looking at double support ults. You've got the Death Blossoms. Fight is so crazy for just like going up to the box.
There's no Suzu. Hello, Lucio, where are you? Mimone just honing in on Dollar to make sure they cannot get the sound barrier off. Good target prioritization there from Mimone as they try and chase Dan into spawn. Oh, 1 HP manages to survive. 2.5 minutes to go now for LeftRight. Good night. They have a sound barrier, but Quick Esports have got a little bit more juice in the tank with a Death Blossom from Fi. Sound barrier out of the spawn. Cage Fight comes in. Later beat from Admiral there, and Aerial's the main focus. Still the Death Blossom not doing a whole lot in terms of kill feed and in terms of actual kills, but the damage was more than enough to win them this fight. 2 minutes to go as LeftRight good night all the way back to spawn with a couple more attempts.
I mean, they're okay with that though because they have EMP. As long as they kind of let Quick Esports set the pace, maybe they are able to sustain through that and they're able to just sort of go in with their own EMP afterwards.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
That was very close. Lethal knowing full well now that Shax had to back off. But you go in there with the Translocator EMP, you're probably going to get EMP yourself. Good, decent high ground control too. 3-man EMP, Dan, Fi, and Dollar in trouble. Little Suzu there onto Dan to keep them alive and well. Mimone, the first casualty, as that cage gets laid down on the point. Didn't catch anybody, but it's the thought that counts.
That was an awesome recognition though by Abpeak. Like what I saw happen in real time is Lethal goes in, tries to pop the EMP, and Abpeak immediately swift steps away out of that line of fire, and now is able to go in with something like the Suzu has the rush here too.
Okay, you still can't fight into the rush. Not when there's a Reaper on the field, so that wound is going to get sort of like made up for as Dan comes back from the spawn in just a moment. But Mimone looking to make his entrance. Oh no! He instantly gets killed. You know Mimone was spamming the Q button there in that corner, trying to get that off. A quick reset. Oh, and a nice kill from Dan. Okay, that actually counted. He managed to get the little knock up on Aerial before they went over the edge. A little bit of extra ult charge. 40 seconds to go, Rose. One more fight left, and then walking into this EMP Death Blossom.
Yeah, EMP Death Blossom just goes so hard in this case when like Admiral does not have that sound barrier online just yet. It's still very close though, so I think both of those can come online well within the time you're actually going to be able to get into this fight. But just go now. Oh, Lethal's actually dead.
Wow. He's like butter on bread now. Lethal's spread across the floor. They're trying to chase Aerial. I mean, you might as well. They are completely alone. Big stagger kill. 15 seconds to go now. There's still a chance to touch as the payload's moving back. But people are just so out of position right now. Someone has got to touch. Mimone does end up getting there, and they are going to be able to rotate back. Surely there's no C9. Dollar is going to make it back to the point. You match up, but no, Mimone! Mimone stops them from getting back. A triple kill with a Death Blossom, and they're completely just C9ing them. What a play from Mimone. It looked almost inevitable that Quick Esports were going to be able to get back with an EMP and a Death Blossom, but Mimone, not one, but two, but three nails in that coffin, as Quick Esports just left bewildered at what just happened.
I am bewildered. What is it about these teams that are allergic to the objective?
Overextension. I mean, to be fair, I think that's a really good play.
I understand why they did that though, right? Because like you see everybody else that is so far away, but you're like, there's three such squishy targets here. And even though you're gonna get the stun out of the Death Blossom, like the damage has already been done. Dawn can't get back to the point to actually contest it and buy time for their own Reaper to come out and just bully everybody off of the payload. So that's a full cap right there. No time left, but it's still a full cap.
the Welsh's gift to esports in my moan. That was that was ridiculous. Extreme heads-up play. Noticing everybody coming back to the little X-ray vision they received. And it was like, okay, well, you're going to come back and touch. And I mentioned it. Like, I thought maybe you're out of position there. If you're trying to belt on forwards, Admiral obviously trying to get that touch. Same with my moan. They know they had to touch there, but it felt like an out of position, an overextension from them, not grouping up as 5 or maybe 3 to try and push that payload. But yeah, wow. Quick Esports got completely off guard. Same compositions as we rotate into round 2.
Yeah, all right. We're just, let's see. It works out if like they finish with more than a minute left. So here is the first step of that journey, is to just push in as a fast 5 and
what?
There you go. Moira's dead.
Wow, Moira died. That felt like spam. All the assist in the kill feed there. Whoops, a daisy. That's not good. I don't think you're going to be able to retouch either. This is just Fire of the Arch. I mean, Skyle, they do have the shift to get there quick, but yeah, it's not going to happen. That's first point.
Up there.
Whoa, that was fast.
I like that. That's respect, though, coming out from LeftRight Goodnight. Like, they know that with esports, they're going to be the type of team to capitalize on people out of position. That could literally just happened on that final point of King's Row on their attack push. So, like, you just have to try to take this close hold. But almost with this Kitsune rush.
Yeah, a couple of nice little headies there. And because Skyle died so early on that fight, nobody near that coalescence. So Beak is very, very confident in the fact that they don't have the coal. And even if they did, to be fair, you lay down the rush and there's not much you can do about it. Beautiful charge in, the stun onto Aerial too. Nice, okay. That was a very easy archway take.
There you go. I like... what do you do against the rush? You even know it's coming, and then there's nothing that you can do except to try to get away from it. And by the time that you've cut it away, like your own team has so much movement at that point.
In off-season, Shax has only been playing Assassin's Creed. I'm gonna say it. The amount of POV, first-person POV of Shax hiding we've had is incredible. But I mean, saying that, they always seem to find out where he is. So. Good spy check it. EMP hits lethal. There's the sound barrier from LeftRight Goodnight, but Aerial still falls. Target focus a little bit too good. Beat from Quick. Are they going to be able to just end this fight? They don't want lethal with a chance to maybe get back into this one, but because Quick have just been moving this payload the whole time, LeftRight Goodnight have not had a clean 5-on-5, and this is second point captured in almost record time.
Yeah, as soon as they lost Aerial, like this was going to be a gone point. Once the Maga falls, everything else feels like it falls very quickly behind it. And no ultimates being used there either. You don't have to use very much now on this final point, potentially. Kind of want to save all of your firepower for the final stretch.
Oh, good EMP.
You just take the L here.
But look at that, the focus on Dan is good, but it's not good enough. Yep, nobody dies. In fact, your team is going to succumb to the inevitable. Cardiac overdrive on the point ain't gonna be enough. That was just Dan. Just the amount of healing Dan received there was ridiculous. I'd imagine Dollar had the amp too. A ton of off-uder. And that's all she wrote. Now, 4 minutes, almost 5, basically, as they make their way in. And I like how far they're pushing up as well.
Yeah, you can at this point. Fight has the Death Blossom, just go for it. Oh, the Rush too on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, is there any place to hide at this point? Absolutely not. Shax might know of a location, but he's not going to tell you. Death Blossom from my moan, but he cannot be the hero this time around. A little boop onto Lucio, sound barrier. Nope, Admiral. That's an Ajax. Quick Esports pushing that point home. 4 minutes and 18 seconds, making their week 1 game against LeftRight Goodnight look like an absolute fluke. A 4+ minute time bank going into a free attack. This is going to be a 2-0 in quick, like, what's it, schedule check real quick? Yeah, this is one of the fastest matches we've seen so far.
It's so tough. Like, if you're LeftRight Goodnight, you're looking at your attack push and you're like, yeah, like we did it. But wow, like 4.5 minutes for like a single.
That's disgusting. You just need one fight. You need. Oh, you used all your ultimates. Oh, that's so. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry. We're just going to use 5 ults and we're just going to win because you had to defend. It feels like little to no hope for LeftRight Ignite. I mean, they're trying to come up with answers here, Rose. Switching over to the Sojourn, maybe scouring the proper VODs in the break. Calling Avril, maybe. Make him get on the line. Get him on the blower. Hey, Avril, what's the best career's got to offer right now? Oh, Sojourn? Okay, we'll play that.
Not a bad idea. We were talking about how Sojourn could potentially be the difference maker in a fight. Just the ability to charge up a full railgun charge, hit a headshot, feels good. Maybe delete somebody in the process. But look at the teleporter usage though to just get this early rotation.
High ground control. They're gonna have to take it away from Lethal here. That's gonna be the name of the game. Everybody just I love the AoE damage, by the way, when Soj plays that down. It just sounds so funny. Oh, that was a big charge from Ariel.
Ariel stuck. Ooh,
not quite.
Stuck.
Sub 50 HP, and there is the focus from around the corner. Darnos are pretty low though, so they've actually evened this one up. Fi taking the aggressive route of just teleporting in front of the enemy, but it looks like there was no one there to actually shoot at. Everybody's going to descend to the ground, knowing that Mauga's not available for them to cower behind. All right, Lethal taking names and numbers here with Shaxx dying.
Yeah, but you're still waiting for your tank. Like Dawn is gonna be quick to get back here to rotate through Hotel.
Yeah.
And you're still waiting for reinforcements if you're LeftRight Ignite, but you want this EMP to hit.
Yeah, EMP, looking at the Lucio. Dollar is the focus, but doesn't end up going down. Nice cleanse timing there by a beak. And that will be a sound barrier to end it all. Quick Esports with 3 minutes left in the time bank. Managed to take Kings Row. A 2-0. A 2-0. That quick. Quick Esports, living true to their namesake, of course. Easiest layup of all time. But week one, you're coming into the series like, okay, wow, LeftRight Ignite looking really great. But it's also important to remember this meta is completely different from week number 1. And Quick Esports seeming to adapt a little bit quicker to this new patch.
Mauga meta.
What it does to a lobby of Overwatch.
Yep. We're gonna see a lot of this over the next today and potentially even just next weekend as we look towards the main event.
Yeah.
Unless we see a patch come through, I think it's gonna be all Mauga all the way. Maybe if it goes on long enough, I think we do start to see teams start to differentiate themselves from the Mauga meta, but it's just so good right now. And very, very ultimate dependent, very much is your Mauga alive or not dependent.
Yeah. It's just like a general flowchart. Mauga alive, yes or no? He is alive. Oh, do you have Rush or Cole? Maybe use that, yes or no? You know, I think you're not far wrong there, Rose, at all. I think you hit it smack bang, because it is just about the ultimate cycle and the ultimate economy. That's what this meta really is about. EMPs, less so, I would say less so on the Death Blossom. They can come out really massive. Obviously, we saw Maimon get a massive 3k, save the game for them, or save the round for them at the very least. But it's just about cycling the EMPs and then also managing to get your support ultimates off better than the other team. And sometimes if you're a Kiriko versus the Moira, it's pretty easy to do that because Rush feels just way better right now. We are going to jump to a quick break. Again, give the players a couple of minutes to get situated. Colosseo up next. Quick Esports looking for a quick revenge story here against LeftRight Ignite. A little bit of revenge for week number 1. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, Quick Esports. Oh man, new meta, new Quick Esports. Yeah, that was a little bit too long for that, I think. But Colosseo's up next. A clean 3-0 on the horizon. Left, right, good night. 0 answers. They're trying to parry, they're trying to block, but right now, Quick, they're just hitting him with a kidney shot over and over again. It's rough out here. A almost, what, 3 minute left, capping for 33% on King's Row, point A with a free attack.
It was a lot of time.
They had so much time.
Yeah, it was a lot of time.
They had 3 minutes to spare, Rose, on their free attack. Like, it's crazy from Quick. A complete turnaround from what we saw week 1. Left, right, good night need to come up with some answers. And we mentioned at the top of this series as well, Quick, Left, Right, Good Night, sorry, they chose to commit. The last time they did end up playing, Esperanza was an incredibly close series, came within a couple of meters of each other, so they decided Esperanza, not our map, clearly. We feel more comfortable going to Colosseo. That's what they've chosen. And honestly, have they got answers for anything that Quick Esports are throwing at them right now? I'm not sure they do. Maybe my bone comes up even bigger on the Reaper, but it looks like they're hovering the Sombra instead, so they swap roles there, as Lethal is now on the
I like that because we saw Lethal switch over to the Sojourn on King's Row. So maybe if Colosseo starts to get a little bit rough, maybe we are looking at something like a Sojourn swap. This is the first time, though, that we have seen a fight.
An honorable mid-fight? Rose, am I seeing this correct?
Actual midpoint.
An honorable mid-fight in Colosseo by Colosseo? There's no way. Oh my.
All right, maybe the Mago meta has some hope yet.
Yeah, wow, so real for that. Oh no, we're back to normal. Don't worry. False alarm, everybody. We're back to the regular Colosseo mid.
Okay, but had that worked out, right? Like cool. The principle's there. You saw the quick TP from the sim. Try to meet them a little bit closer to their spawn, and if you just insta-kill them, this bot is yours for so long.
Just juggling backwards and forwards now, both teams. Yeah, that fight would have worked out. If they actually managed to pick off the Reaper there, I think Lethal was pretty low in that fight. Speaking of being pretty low, yeah, damn. That's rather rough, as they say in the biz. Look at Bimone too, just kind of decimating people from behind. That's kind of rough, especially when you have an EMP already. Although Shaq's not too far behind there. A little bit of meterage gain from Quick, but Left, Right, Good Night, and they're now in control. Going to get a lot more than just 9 meters, I'd imagine.
Well, not only that, but they've got the EMP. So much momentum potential when you look at like the EMP, the cage fight. Aerial's charged up just a little bit more than Dawn, so that could be coming online as a really great tool too.
Oh, I love that tempo. Beautiful Suzu though by a beak, saving 5 from end up going down. A return EMP, soundbite from Apple just in time. Aerial still the focus though. Look at everybody from Quick looking at Aerial. Please leave my mans alone. He ends up falling over to Fi. Lethal trying to catch people unawares with a Death Blossom from behind. End up working out. No supports from Quick Esports right now. Still a lot of sustain with the Reaper and the Cardiac Overdrive. Is Dawn making good use of that with the cage. Admiral dead. Lethal in a 1v1. Make that a 1v3 and still manages to come out on top. Dawn trying to reload those giant weapons with a support at your back. Dawn, maybe you survive, but he chooses the opposite. It's actually just going to fall before he manages to get out of there. Left, right, good night. They're going to push the bots. 30 plus meters now as Quick not finding an answer to it.
Look at a huge difference that gets made when you decide to go Kiriko instead. Like, the Suzus have been so clutch here from Sile. You had the Kitsune Rush as well. Like, if you can't beat him, join him, I think. It's paying off in dividends right now for Left, Right, Good Night.
Okay, well.
Okay,
well. Anyway, Quick Esports retreat. That was just a lot of spam, unfortunately. Spam in a can. Left, right, good night. Now taking the bridge, but I mean, Quick Esports, they can just do a bridge tech and just kind of infinite stall, but a bit more difficult when you haven't got a shield. There is the cage fight. Aerial in a little bit of trouble, needs to just weave his way in and out of that building to make sure they can get healed, but that EMP from Mimone devastating the front line. Left, right, good night. Different tempo I feel like we're seeing them at right now. A team kill too. Quick Esports, they might be able to get back just before this checkpoint, but it's looking increasingly unlikely.
Now, Left, Right, Good Night, like, what a turnaround from what we saw on King's Row so far. That was such a one-sided map for Quick Esports, but that's going to be a checkpoint capture and a huge fight being taken here.
EMP from Shax hits 3. The boop is good though. Shax, nobody actually. I take that back. 3 people off. Don't worry, all got moving abilities. We're going to get back on right away. 66 meters there for LeftRight. Good night as they get swindled. The bot stolen as Quick now take control of it. That was
oh my god.
unbelievable.
I saw
boop.
3 bodies. I saw 3 bodies leave the map, and I thought one of them would have been able to recover.
Translocator, Reaper TP, and Lucio wall riding. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Absolutely scammed. Quick Esports now trying to shift the tempo in their favor as they use that rush. Darn, it's way too deep though. Completely out of LOS, it looked like they're from Habik. That's rough. LeftRight, good night. Take that one in their stride. Darn was just delivered to them on a silver platter.
All right, they gotta like take some deep breaths or something. There's still half of this map left. Like I'm not convinced like it's fully over, but like LeftRight Ignite, they found their groove. They have looked at the tea leaves or something and figured out different play to make. Kiriko, great choice.
Yeah.
They've got Kitsune Rush up and running, and that's going to be perfect for this mid-fight.
I mean, you were bigging it up earlier, and I think you were very right to do so. I feel like the rush is just so much better, Rose. They've got the advantage too. EMP hits 5. Fi in trouble. Fi insta-killed. Good stuff. I mean, that's really all you need, especially when the Reaper's down, Rose. You just lose so much damage. There's not really much point to even try and fight or try and sustain this fight. Plus, because the bot is moving towards your spawn, slowly but surely, you can just play the bridge like this, and you can just wait for your Reaper to come back. So really, LeftRight Ignite aren't going to really make any headway here. A lot of damage coming out on Aerial. A Suzu just in time, but actually Skyle, no Suzu for themselves, unfortunately. Haven't got 2 charges of that yet. Oh, please, Devs, don't listen to that sentence. Ignore that one. Don't give us 2 Suzus. But LeftRight Ignite losing their main support of healing. Quick Esports now taking control, and with the amount of ults they have, it might be an overwhelming advantage at that.
Just Cage, EMP, Cage, Death Blossom, like any of those things. You could even start things out here with like just the EMP straight up. Like so many options here for Quick Esports to work with. They're even gonna have the rush too. Like pick your poison, if you will.
They're all on the platform too. There's the rush, double rush, in fact, basically on top of each other. EMP is good, but no, not good enough. A Suzu from Skyle again, saving most of LeftRight Ignite, who are stacked on top of each other. Fi does unleash the Death Blossom, but here comes the Cage. Darn locking the Reaper in place, but still Lethal finding a little bit of purchase there, killing off the Cage, but not enough. Another great Suzu saving the Reaper as they are just spinning to win. Bot being juggled backwards and forwards, both teams not really wanting to push the issue here is they're not full their teammates aren't back yet, so they're not at full strength.
Yeah, but the EMP, like, you just used 5 ultimates on Quick Esports for no progress. And now Maimon gets to come in here with an EMP.
Oh, it's so good too. Fi's the target, and they will take him home. There we go. That's a very quick and clean fight. And Quick Esports, their target prioritization and their target execution really is fantastic. They know they want to catch Fi because that's the majority of their damage. Although, to be fair, Malgar also punches out a ton too, but Reaper in the up close and personal like that. Yeah, exactly. Reaper in the up close and personal like that is definitely being a little bit more of a thorn in the side with the DPS passive.
Oh, well, they're back.
Oh, they're
with a vengeance. But
epic. Permastall in action. Oh, Lethal just chased down there. Wow, that was change of plan. LeftRight Ignite reset.
Oh, don't get staggered here either, challenge. Maybe a little difficult. All right, they're all right. They're all right. Now we're looking at the Kitsune Rushes again, and Shax this timer has the EMP coming up shortly as well, so maybe this is another chance for them to turn the tides back. We still have 2 minutes left. It's not over for Quick Esports. They have a chance to just shut out the match here, but LeftRight Ignite, they have given themselves a really good advantage so far in this game. They're gonna have the EMP too. Now this fight has stalled.
A somber jump scare right in front of a beak there. All good, Lucio at your back. Speaking of which, both Lucios dropping their sound barriers, as well as both Kitsune Rushes being used at the same point as well. Lethal from the rafters, got the Death Blossom straight on top of Fi's skull, but all good. Wraith form available, so he does manage to get away, and there is the Cage fight. An offer you cannot refuse as Darn takes him to the cleaners, and checkpoint very firmly in Quick Esports' sight now.
All right. You still have a minute left, though. You have an opportunity here to reach the checkpoint, and that's exactly where we need to go. The bot hasn't actually moved too far, though, past that point.
Hello, Ariel. It's good to see you again. Good to see you, Traveler. Checkpoints taken. Okay, both tying teams right now. It is possible to tie a push map, but very unlikely. Bot has been stolen, mind you. LeftRight, good night. They're in a good spot. Fire jumping in. A lot of damage on top of Ariel. An insta-kill, in fact, with 50 seconds to go. Quick Esports may have won this fight, but they now need to push the bot a little bit more. They got to make sure LeftRight, good night are not in a position they can steal this back and instantly claim a victory. That's a good spot, too. Bimone does manage to get away by the skin of their teeth. And with an EMP and a cage fight, Rose, this is looking pretty scary.
I mean, this is enough distance, though, that, like, even if LeftRight Good Night wins here, they gotta win another one after this, but the EMP looks good.
They don't want to use this EMP, but I think they're going to force to have to. There you go. Dan and Ariel end up trading, so a bit more honest Overwatch, you could say. A nice little boop. There is the Translocator straight on top of the high ground, but Wymo does end up going down. A very scrappy fight to potentially end it all, but it is LeftRight Good Night contesting the bots. 4 seconds before OT triggers as Fi's in the front line, just attempting to stay alive. That health regain from the passive plus a bit healing them up was enough for them to get out alive, but now in OT, LeftRight Good Night are going to have to be perfect here to take this map and take us to a map number 4.
It's got to be one more team fight at least, but one of them's going to have to be in the neutral, which means that these Kitsune rushes, especially from Sile, could be really good here.
Positioning really good from the Lucio, and Admiral gets hit with the EMP. A sound barrier is still available. He's going to have to use it. A 5-man beat across the board for LeftRight Good Night as Dan faces the wrath of Lethal. And here we go, OT continuing now as Quick Esports are wiped again.
One more team fight, though, stands between LeftRight Good Night and potentially taking the victory here, bringing us to a map number 4. But they have nothing left in the tank right now. It's going to be on Mimone to try to get this EMP online. But Don's got this cage fight, and Apik's got this Kitsune rush. So Quick Esports, they get to initiate this fight really early here with ults.
If I can just jump on their heads. Oh, hello. Lethal, really low. What the hell? A Malga jump scare. I'm not sure where Ariel came from, but Ariel is in a big bit of trouble. Dense Blossom was just too easy for Fi there. Picks up one, helps secure the kill onto Ariel as LeftRight Good Night are Good Night. Quick Esports with a 3-0 over LeftRight Good Night. A complete reverse of what happened in week number 1. They take the W, they keep themselves in the tournament and proceed to the main event, Rose. LeftRight Good Night. I mean, what? The difference in meta, maybe that was the thing that shifted them, but Quick Esports, this is looking like a brand new team.
It is really looking like a brand new team, but I'm looking at that Kiriko right now and how much instant value she's providing to the team. We even saw LeftRight Good Night finally bring that out on Colosseo, and so it felt like that was just such a huge tool for them to have to even have a lead in the first place.
It really was. I mean, I'm just so impressed. I did not see this coming. In fact, quite the opposite. I actually thought that LeftRight Good Night might be considered the favorite heading into it, despite the star power we're seeing on Quick Esports, but their cohesion, honestly, they looked so cohesive on that Maga comp, and while some people out there might not be big fans of that composition, you know,
it works.
just
it's
dying.
All good. Wait, no,
it works.
Hey,
and they made it look really dominant, and I can respect that. Let's take a look once again at some of the highlights from this series, which, I mean, this was a quick one.
Yeah, it really was. Map 1 and 2 just went past like that. Like, I clicked my fingers, you can't hear it, but it was quick. Like, it was a little ridiculous. King's Row especially dominant from Quick Esports. And maybe it just was this meta shift. You can kind of expect that. We talked about it yesterday in the fact that we are playing on live now. We're not behind a patch or 2 like we were in the Overwatch League. We are on live. So rapid adaptation is what is important for teams, and Quick Esports seem to have taken that in their stride.
They really, this is just all coming up for Quick Esports right now. They had so much synergy when it came down to the usage of the Susus, just the call-outs for targets, and when to use the ultimates. I think that they also did a great job of like playing a lot of those ultimates reactively as well, whether it was like the later sound barrier or even just the later EMP. They kind of knew exactly what was needed in those fights in order to get the wins.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation.
It's an incredible showing.
I really like the adaptation of the Suzu, not the Suzu, sorry, just the Kiri swap. It was really nice. I do think Kiri's getting more stronger in my book. Oh, there's the triple boop. Man, that was tragic. If you're Admiral there, you feel so scammed. Like, you're like, I got him, guys. Don't worry. Sickest move in history. Oh wait, wall ride, TP, and Transgate. Okay, great. Like, man, that sucks for Admiral right there. Could have been a sick Twitter clip, but not to be. It makes it a good Twitter clip for us because that was cool to see in third person.
Indeed. I mean, the big question now is, of course, how will they stack up to the competition? Out of all the teams we've seen thus far on this very patch, how do you feel like they did?
I think they did well, right? I think that you can look at a player like Fi is a really big difference maker in that matchup. I remember casting over Fi in Contenders like a couple of years ago and thinking that this was a DPS player that really had so much potential, especially as somebody who wasn't, I think, like fully invested into Overwatch at the time. Like, was still had a job, like wasn't like a full-time streamer or player or anything like that. Like, imagine what you can do though, knowing that like this open ecosystem is kind of built for you. So I think like overall this team like has so much potential, and especially working together like this, there were so many amazing pop-off moments for Fi.
Indeed. I mean, this is definitely a team to watch out for. One of those teams which have benefited from this most recent patch. And I think a lot of that can be said for a lot of the teams that we have in the competition, where others might, you know, get the shorter end of the stick. Let's take a look at our Group B brackets to see where we're currently at. This was an elimination match, so we just had to say goodbye to one of the teams, which is obviously heartbreaking because there was a lot of talent on the other side of the things here too. LeftRight Ignite, they had some incredible performances through the Swift stage and also early in the group stages.
Yeah, it sucks. It always sucks to see a lot of well-known players gone. My own, of course, I've mentioned him a few times during the stream, but Lethal, like Cuffer's on the roster, Admiral, a lot of stacked roster on paper, right? They're going to come back. They're going to do really well again. There's no real surprise, to be very honest with you. They are going to make it to maybe not the main events because the competition's so tough like this time, but they're going to be making it into the group stages. There's no shot they don't. Here's the groups, of course, what we just witnessed and what's like what Zoe teed up. We do have two advanced teams, Boba Spray Check, and then we have Quick Esports. LeftRight Ignite unfortunately end up going down there, but a lot of 3-0s across the board in this group. In fact, a full slate of them, in fact.
I mean, to be fair, I don't quite remember each and every single match of those, but some of the 3-0s we've seen for sure in the group stage, the score is misleading. A lot of the matches actually came down to the wire, so while it may look like it was a very one-sided affair, that's not really true for some of those matches. Not saying that that applies to this particular bracket, but just as a general thing, you know, don't be too harsh on the people who took the L there. I'm sure most of those teams and plays we will be seeing again. This was just stage 1, right? So there is still many more stages, of course, in this season of OWCS. Many more opportunities for those teams to collect their circuit points, make it to not just the main event, but also, of course, to the important major. Now, we do have another elimination match on our hands. Sheer Cold will go up against Oh Yeah next. Both teams trying to punch their ticket to the OWCS main event of stage 1. So stick around.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
What's up, family? We're back here with another elimination match in our EMEA region as we determine which teams are going to make it to the main event. Let's dive straight in. Sheer Cold will be going up against let's look at Sheer Cold here first. I mean, this is rematch time, right? 3-2 was the score in the last bout against Sheer Cold coming out on top. The match they lost against Rock was basically just, I mean, that was just checkmate rolling them, right? So how much can you really take away from that?
It's a little difficult, I think, to take away a learning moment from a match like that. But you're like, I'm so excited about seeing these two teams go for the rematch, as you called out, Zoe, because that was such a close 5-map series, and there's so much to take away from just like how close both of these teams were contesting each other. But I still wonder, like, how does the manga meta change that?
Yeah, but we got to see them yesterday against Bingus, right? Jack, and their performance was actually really on point. Kaiser's May was a huge playmaker there for them and really helped them out a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they dominated. That's just what it was. It was a 3-0. It was really good to see, Kaiser on the May. Definitely one of the better heroes. And I think with this, with most teams going Sombra, Reaper, it might be a little bit tough. I still think the Sombra's just better, but I mean, we'll see if it works. Any kind of like small difference here in meta across the EU and NA regions, Korea regions, etc. is going to be felt massively, especially if a lot of teams are just sticking to this one comp as we go in from day to day to day to day. So, you know, maybe a lot of teams not used to playing against the mate, so it could be a trump card in a way. We'll have to wait and see. But oh my god, that stick was so sick. That was one of my favorite clips, actually, the last couple of weeks. But, I mean, here's the map types, or sorry, the map set even. Legion Tower, King's Row, and Esperanza. Sheer Cold making the selection first.
I don't know what this has in store for us. So, do you have a crystal ball? Can you tell us? What
I have a cat, and he walked on the side of the logo, so Nori has spoken.
Oh, perfect.
Is going to take it easy.
Yep. Nori has spoken. You heard it here, chat.
I mean, honestly,
Nori has such a big hand in Overwatch. Like,
I was going to say, that cat has done a lot of things for the Overwatch esports community, including banning Mei in some of the most ridiculous metas of all time. So, yeah, it's a little insane, but Mei can't be banned here.
We all love Nori.
Not at least when Kaiser's in the lobby. Yeah, big rematch here, Rose, like you said. Elimination match too. So all on the line. Meta changed, and we've only seen one small hint of how well Arya can do, and it was a 3-0 against Team Bingus, like you rightfully pointed out. Lijiang Tower is the first map. No shot. Sheer Cold runs Arya. There's no way.
Where's
I'm just
Barbie?
clueless.
Hello? Like, Wait, nobody took our suggestion.
Oh yeah, Ken and Barbie. Yeah.
Oh, like come on now, Kaiser should have like changed his name or something. Because we've got Cool Boy and Hot Babe here.
Man, I do love Cool Boy and Hot Babe.
Dynamic backline though.
This is an interesting look. Okay, Zarya against the Mauga. So you're going to get a fair amount of charge here, but the problem is you just get shot a bunch. And Zarya is very weak to just getting shot a bunch. You know, you don't really care if Zarya has 100 charge, because if she has 100 charge, it means she's used bubbles and she will instantly die. Although Darkside Phil oversteps a little bit there, and Will and Yoham managed to take them out. Will also going down to a straight icicle of Kaiser. Is going to help too much. That EMP charged super fast, but still, I mean, KZ is just kind of 1v5ing currently. The Zarya is back, but for how long? I'll tell you how long. Not very. And KZ goes down yet again as the point was flipped one way and now back the other. Zarya remain in control now.
Okay, I mean, like, we were just talking to Jake, and he was saying that Mauga just has the opportunity and the potential to nuke tanks super hard, and we just saw that in real time. Zarya puts up a bubble, and it gets deleted, and she dies. I just don't know how much you're actually able to take advantage of the charge you're getting from having that bubble, because you just pop it and she bursts.
Exactly, and a lot of time in the skirmishes as well, you're like using a bubble there, you're not really worried about not shooting it, but when you're in the 1v1 or like, you know, you're kind of all grouped up like this, you shoot bubbles, who cares if Zarya's 100 energy, you just have more damage. The Zarya just can't survive. The old adage of don't shoot Zarya bubbles doesn't really work out, especially at this level. Will end up going down there, trying to use that Death Blossom to even this fight. And this overclock should just end it all. Ken, still no Barbie, but still living large on the front line. 50% of building now for Oh Yeah.
He's just Ken. I get it.
I get it.
He's just a Ken.
I respect it.
But yeah, like take a look at how easily these fights are being won here by Oh Yeah. They have not really had to use very much investment. They get away with even just being able to keep this Coalescence as another tool, and it's a perfect response mechanism to this Graviton that's online. But it's so difficult to build that up.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Grav is available. At least in 5% it will be. There's one key target. That will be the backline. Maybe the Soj, but it's going to be so hard because how spread out Oh Yeah playing right now. Super far back. They don't want to give too much. Well, they don't mind giving a little bit of real estate here, but they don't want to give too much time to the Zarya to get into a good position where they can use the grab. Speaking of which, oh, they got the Mauga.
He's just dead.
That's really just about it. That Coalescence is going to help heal the Mauga through all the damage. And like you mentioned, Rose, Zarya just falls over. EMP decent, but not enough. Blizzard on the point. I mean, that's really just about it. Oh yeah, with a, you might as well call that 100-0 because sheer cold, they only managed to flip at the very beginning and then it was all Oh Yeah's game. We'll see if they do flip it up going into round number 2, but that was very one-sided.
Zarya just doesn't have enough self-sustain to withstand the damage output of a Mauga. Those guns are so deadly accurate. You're doing so much damage when you're just even auto-firing. And on top of that too, like your whole team can just rush onto the Zarya and kill her. Like the one, I guess, good thing is that you don't actually you didn't have a Reaper that you're contending with, so maybe you stay up a little bit longer and you're given just a little bit more grace time with the Zarya. But otherwise, like, she just got rolled over, and I need to see a little bit more out of this Zarya to feel confident that this is a pick that Sheer Cold should have.
Wow, seeing Hanzo. Okay.
Interesting.
All right, we'll see how this ends up working out. So you're just going to want to play poke here rather than just getting in people's faces like with the Reaper. Or, I mean, the Sojourn does a similar kind of thing, just staying all the way at the back. But, all right, Ken, see what you've got up your sleeve or in your quiver. There's one bubble used already. Help Will get onto the other side. They just back off, so he does negative damage to them at range. Wraithform 2 to try and escape. 2 bubbles available from NKZ, as they do end up moving forwards and helping Will to get into a position again. But with Hot Babe going down, where is the healing? Their Cardiac Overdrive isn't going to last all too long there. Darkside Phil as they end up falling too. Sheer Cold with a better first fight. And they add on round number 1 as they do take the point, although Ken still doing a hefty amount of damage with those random arrows as they kill the Lucio.
Yeah, I think, like, too, one thing that Zarya can actually get away with a little bit more is having more time. And I think the Hanzo is something that you called out, like you're going for poke, you're not really going in for an explosive kill, and we're actually going to see Ken switch off of the Hanzo, give up that charge, and go over to the Cassidy here.
I think it's pretty reasonable. That Dragons is probably not finding all too much. EMP is good. 4-person EMP. Can they follow up? Yes, of course they can. No question about that. Darkside Phil a little bit too deep, in with 2 very powerful healers in the Kiriko and the Moira. Not enough to keep the Mauga alive. Not going to play at the doors either, which is a little bit strange, but you are against the Mei, so you don't really want to get caught out. Another big weakness to the Zarya too. If you get walled, you have to use a bump for yourself, and you're just going to get bursted rather quickly. So imperative right now for NKZ not to walk into that. Graviton Surge straight on top of the backline. It's Hot Babe and Cool Boy. The dynamic duo end up falling over. A beautiful sound barrier there from Sturbor as they managed to save NKZ, even though they got frozen at the very end. Oh yeah, with it's a complete opposite of what happened in round number 1. Now they're getting the ones, now they're getting shut out, and with Darkside Field dying quite late here, there's no kill, surely? No kill. With Darkside Field dying so late, this is 1-fight territory now.
It is, yeah. Like, and you've got the kind of wombo combo of ultimates of the EMP and the Death Blossom online too. Rush can help you get past that to a certain point, but you gotta be on point with the Suzu.
Oh!
And you get caught.
Oh boy, not being able to hit that Suzu, and that will be it. The Moira is there, going for the cap, but the rest of the team is dead. Hot Babe, 35, pushed off the point. Unfortunately, back to the depths of ranked. Well, not quite yet. Sheer Cold end up tying the score up, 1 apiece.
Keep in mind, I think it was Hot Babe that we talked to yesterday that said, like, the team doesn't scrim. They just play ranked. That actually legendary. But I know for a fact Sheer Cold is the type of team that does. Just something I think I want to keep in mind as we head through the rest of the series is how much practice does Sheer Cold have with a composition like this to play against a bunch of different Maga teams. And this one's going to be totally different, right? Like, oh yeah, is the only team that we've seen so far that is willing to play the Mei. The Sojourn as well gives you range that you don't necessarily always have in another type of composition. But it's kind of like the Mei is taking the slot of the Reaper in that way, if you're going to look at Exodial on the other side now playing the Sojourn too.
I do really enjoy watching the Mei. Especially with the walls, they can get quite innovative. God. That's a lot of damage. NKZ and the gang have to end up backing off. Sheer Cold unable to find the small room against the Mei, of course. There's the slam, small little crack on that wall though, so a couple of them were able to escape. But Case is actually in the back line, just shooting the Zarya in the back. I mean, sure, why not? First kill though. Darkside Phil ends up going down in the front line. Just too much damage. They can't focus down this Zarya. And the longer the Zarya stays up, the more value she gets. And with their rotating bubbles like that, NKZ were able to save the team and just enable Will too to kind of push on forward and dominate people on the Reaper. Switch up here from yeah, go to the Orisa instead now. No more Mauga.
Wow, okay, so like just giving up this Mauga completely. That's the power of what NKZ is like bringing to the table right now with the Zarya. She's been 80% charged basically this entire map. And that is exactly where she finds her power, is just having all of that extra beam damage. Oh, Reaper, you're so lucky.
Yeah, Wraith form, all good. Graviton Surge in the back. There's the beat to surge them on. Nice boop onto Will. Got Suzu too to help make sure the Reaper stays alive, at least somewhat. Teleport, no, not quick enough. Cool Boy picking up Will with a little boop. But, yeah, still not in control of that point. And the Railgun just ripping through, yeah. 45% and counting now. Ooh, nice little jump shot there.
Really good jump shot, but
I like it. I like
you don't have any damage on the on your opponent. You actually only do like 190 with a headshot.
Yeah, no more insta kills.
Can't insta kill somebody anymore.
Only the OGs will remember original Sojourn when she used to insta kill with a rail.
I sure remember. Those are the good old days.
Good old day. I don't know about that. You're a support player, you fear for your life every day of the week. All right, Darkside Phil ends up going down again. They are just going to lob the Blizzard into the backline, and Ken takes one with them. 80% of building now, but without a tank, this could be a bit of a problem. Yeah, just lack the capabilities to really fight on this point against this Zarya. The burst is almost impossible. Darkside Phil is going to come back, so over time you'd imagine gets triggered here, considering how close they are. A block for Kaiser, and here comes the Orisa. Okay, a flanking one at that. A little flank maxing with Orisa, taking care of the Sojourn, and with Darkside Phil static on the point now, there should be a cap. And the Terror Surge in hand to Sheer Cold. End up losing that one, 4v5 with a tank up. They're still not able to close that one out.
Well, it feels good too if you're, because you reset the Zarya charge. I know she's gonna get it back pretty quickly, just the number of bubbles that she has, but still gives you like a little bit of a sigh of relief there. Phil also has the Terror Surge, and so I'm interested to see the interplay between like the Terror Surge and the grab here.
Hello wall, goodbye wall, everybody just moves around it. There is the rush. Kaiser jumped into the enemy team, almost like they had Blizzard. Graviton Surge right on the block. That was personal. Kaiser ends up falling over. There is the spin to win, but it is not. Not today. No jackpot, poor Darkside Phil. That was a little bit unfortunate. A sound barrier there from Sturbor, able to save the rest of Sheer Cold, and that is map. A 2-1 in the end. Sheer Cold. A little bit of a fumble on round one, but coming back with a back-to-back round win, as there were some small change-ups. Honestly, I'm quite surprised to see Zarya here. I am, but if it's working for you, then great. The meta is new and it's continually evolving, so hey, if you can catch some people off guard that expect you're playing Mauga, then all the better, all the more power to you.
It worked out great, and I think, again, like, the amount of times Zarya was able to stay up obviously helped. Like of course, like 5-head, like if the hero's alive, they're going to be doing damage. But like Zarya in particular, right? Like we called out at the very beginning there, like if she isn't able to get charged up, she isn't helping. Right. And if you also don't have your bubbles to help the team, I think like bubble timing did shift up in that second round. So it got better and it took over the game.
Yeah, Zarya is a big enabler hero, like you said, Rose. Like, making sure you can help the rest of the team with the bubbles, and more specifically, Will, on the Reaper, or just any Reaper player for that matter. Being able to bubble the Reaper as they go for Death Blossom, as they go for an aggressive move, gives the Reaper a little bit more time where they don't have to use their shift to get away, to fade away, right? So, NKZ just doing wonders for their team, and the Zarya, more often than not, like I mentioned before, is going to be 100% energy, or, you know, close to, because it's easier just to shoot the bubbles and kill Zarya than kind of wait, you know, oh, we won't shoot him, you know, it's fine, like, we have to wait now, whether she's got bubble up. No, just shoot him and kill the Zarya, like, that's just how it goes. But NKZ, like you mentioned as well, just being able to stay alive for so long. Definitely big props to the backline. Johan just keeping the Zarya up, the Suzus have to be clutch too, and they end up taking the first map 2-1, Rose, as we move on to King's Row next.
I wonder how the matchup changes, if any, if we do actually see try to go for something like a Reaper instead of the Sojourn. Ken has had a tendency over the past few days to go for a long-range hit scan hero versus actually something that can help out in like the Death Ball. And so does that actually change anything when you can play with the team a little bit more rather than having to play from range? Because the Hanzo just didn't feel like it was it.
Yeah, the Hanzo, I'm not sure about the Hanzo either, to be honest with you. You can land some decent damage, especially with like Storm Arrow and stuff, but Sojourn just feels more consistent. It will always be more consistent because you're just doing damage in the interim of you charging up the rail, and then you get the rail gun, and maybe you find a cheeky little, not one shot, but like, you know, basically a one shot if they're chunked out a little bit.
A good amount of damage.
Yeah, a decent amount of damage, boom, headshot, right? You've seen Proper do it in, well, since forever. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think sticking with the Soldier's pretty important. Maybe see some Ashe as well. We've seen a little bit of Ashe here and there across regions, so there's a lot of choices, and especially in this game, which can definitely go to a 5 map. We'll have to wait and see, and I'm glad a lot of the teams are now kind of either finding their own flavor of the meta or just saying, okay, Mauga right now, not for us, not something we really feel comfortable playing, so we're just going to stick with something that we're more familiar with, and we'll just run it from there.
Well, we saw Nuage yesterday playing the Doomfist dive, and that actually forced Team Peps to play the Winston dive in a couple of situations. Team Peps eventually went back to actually playing the Mauga, but sometimes it's sort of like figuring out, okay, maybe we just need a warm-up map. That's it. Like, maybe we didn't actually scrim before the match, as we've heard from a couple of teams.
Yeah, Dante. We didn't scrim, so on that one sucked. We didn't warm up scrim, so on that one sucked. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, that happens, to be fair.
It happens. And so maybe it's just kind of getting a feel out for like what Sheer Cold's going to do. We didn't get a chance to see them play yesterday, so this is news to everybody, what they might want to actually rock up with when looking at a more public arena, like an official streamed match. Though I hear we actually have a substitution coming through here for so let's check it out.
Let's check it out. Kaya in. Junkrats? Probably not. But
oh, no
never
way.
know. And Ken is taking a backseat. I'm still waiting to see Chasm, UK British
Chasm.
ball extraordinaire.
Yes.
I'm not sure we're seeing ball in this meta. There's a no shot, but you never know. Chasm could come in mad clutch later in the season. Well, we're saying that, you know, if they make it and then patch changes and ball meta, hey, they got the perfect tool in their arsenal for that. No change for Sheer Cold though, Rose. Sticking with the same 5, even though they've got quite an extensive support lineup, or substitution lineup, I should say.
They do. They have a really, but like I wish I knew a little bit more about sort of the contingencies of when we would see a player get subbed in. But this 5 is working for now, so I don't think that you change anything up here. Going back to the change that we're actually going to see on, I wonder if that's exactly what we were thinking of, Jack. Like, is it more for close range damage? I wonder.
I'm curious in how the timing works, or not the timing, the pacing works for King's Row. A bit different to Control, of course. So, yeah, I imagine we're going to see a little bit of Sojourn here, a little bit of Ash. We'll see. Esperanza is going to play a little bit more like Control, just kind of rush style, but looks like, unfortunately, we're just remaking the lobby. We will take a quick break, though. King's Row up next. Don't go anywhere. Versus Sheer Cold. It's going to be a banger. Map 5 guaranteed. Maybe not. We'll see, though. Sheer Cold looking good. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. To ashes. Die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play.
What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
welcome back. Sorry for the brief delay there. We were just remaking the lobby, making sure everything is all good to go. King's Row is map number 2. Sheer Cold versus yeah. And with Sheer Cold taking that first map, playing a little unconventionally, I should say, Rose. A little bit of Zarya action we're seeing here. And then it was Sheer Cold, or sorry, yeah, switching to Orisa of all things to try and counter out the Zarya, but it was too little too late.
One of the things that Zarya provides now with the minor changes that she ended up getting to the projectile is that beam hits more. It hits more area of effect because it's just a little bit larger. And so if you're able to get that charged up, she's dishing out a ton of damage, not to mention like that damage did get increased just a little bit too. So if she's able to stay alive and you can charge her up, she can do a ton. But in that very first round that we saw, like, it wasn't really kind of hitting the way that you might have wanted it to. But they really turned things around in order to be able to get that first map win. But now that we're heading over to defense on King's Row, you know what?
Yeah.
We are seeing Junkrat. That's out of the defensive spawn. And
if I remember correctly, yeah, Kaya is a Junk OTP. So, makes sense. Don't mind it at all. Little Jake Rat on King's Row. Never going to say no to a little bit of silliness. EXO jumping over to Sojourn now. Emerald Weapon. Man, the Emerald Weapon on the charge skin looks kind of clean, I will say.
Oh, it looks so good.
All right, Kaya, what you got for us? Oh, I mean, I'm just waiting for a random left-click mine one-shots, and then my day will be made. What a roll charge already. 30% onto a tire.
I am so here for this.
Sigma for Sheer Cold 2, Rose. So no Zarya. I saw they were hovering Diva, but Sheer Cold just more than happy. Small rotations here. It looks like we're playing the last meta that we had. And Kaya trying to still find the one-shots, but against the Soj, a little bit more difficult as she can zop in the air. Sojourn quite easily dispatching with the Junkrat there. EXO can now just focus on the front line. Not have to worry about a random flank Junkrat one-shot. Oh, what a headshot. Wow, poor boy did not see that coming.
I mean, this is the power of the Sojourn. You get a little bit of damage, you can still delete a target with a 190 headshot. But like overall, I think this composition from Sheer Cold, what a perfect pick of the Sigma in order to even just have a shield. EXO doesn't have to get too close in order to actually snipe out that Junkrat. And you see the idea of this Maga composition. Being able to work together as a team. You can have the Mei and the Maga working in tandem with each other, but what if you can't follow up that damage? Like, this Junkrat's not the most, what would I say? Accurate of the heroes?
No, well, Junk mains will tell you otherwise.
Yeah, but I guess I mean it's like
very different. I like this adaptation
of the accuracy.
with the Zen too. I really like the Zen to see just perma pressure that shield, make sure Kaya's got a little bit extra room. Oh, those moves in the air from Kaya there, making sure they get out of the way of EXO's Railgun. Although with Will dead, it's going to be a bit of a tougher time now for Sheer Cold to make their way through this streets phase. With the Sigma obviously very good at making space here, but against the wall and the Mei, this is so tough. Charge straight into the front line, just avoid the rock if you can. Blizzard yeeted into the back, and now the Sigma is caught all alone. A slam into the ground, straight into the Blizzard, nowhere to run for NKZ, and they end up falling.
I'm enjoying this Junkrat play a lot. I cannot wait to see this Riptire.
It's going to get insta-killed. If it doesn't, I'm not going to eat a hat, but I will say sorry.
Like a pick, my day will be made.
Oh my, look at the perimeter defenses from Kaya here. A mine and a trap. And the school of Jake Rat by the looks of it. There's no way. There's no way. They've got to know. Good lap, but no, not quite enough. I apologize. There you go. I said I would. EXO ends up going down to the tire, and Kaya takes to the skies to rejoin their team. Taking a fair bit too much damage, though. They've got the Zen Orb on them. Oh, no hot on the Tracer.
No way.
1 HP. Will Dyson with death. Not sure if they got recall or not, but they will end up backing away. Kaya almost hitting the nasty air shot there, but the Tracer a little bit too slippery.
Oh my god. Okay, listen. This is great. I like, even though I don't think it's the most accurate, I love this.
Nice beat.
Cage fight Maga.
Yeah, cage fight on the Maga. Kaya still trying to contend with the Tracer. Will just keeping their distance. Then no chance for the Junkrat to come back into this one. Cage fight on the point layer, like you said, Rose, but there's just no kills, no follow-up there. The sound barrier is perfectly timed. Sheer cold, just march on forwards, slowly but surely. The May and the Junkrat. A real, this does feel like a solo queue game, that is for sure. Or looks like one, doesn't feel like one.
This is the team you're about to run into playing.
I love it.
Just want everybody to know that.
Hot babe. Damn. I mean, all good. We survive. We survive those. Can't move forward because there's a trap in front of you. Nope. All right, you're dead. Rest in peace.
Oh no.
I mean, if you're the Junkrat player, you get one. I got my one. I got my one, guys. I got my one. She died to trap. Don't worry.
She did a trap. She died to Riptire.
She died to trap. I got my one, guys. We win now.
I love it.
I was just saying that there's a trap up there. You can't push forward. Kaya may just be the GOAT with trap placement.
Kaya is the GOAT.
What is happening?
This is great.
Riptire available soon.
Junkrat
There's a Blizzard.
time.
Phil switched to Diva. We're living in a new meta here. It's a true EU experience. No, watching them, I love every single minute of it. Blizzard under the payload. A quick freeze onto the Sigma. The wall too, just to prevent a lot of that healing. Nice window response there from Johan to make sure they could break the wall instantly and also heal up the front line. A Flux is in the near future there as NKZ manages to hit the Junk, but that tire is still rip-roaring, but taken out by Johan, who stood quite a considerable distance away. Nice couple of kills from Yes DPS though, as they do end up working out how to take a W in this fight. NKZ using the lamp to try and escape, but looking quite unlikely now. Callboy with a kill onto the Tracer as 2 minutes and 20 remain.
You know what? I'm gonna give the Junkrat some credit right now. How easy is it to actually walk into the Junkrat grenades? It's not. That's spoiler. Like, it's really not easy. Like, look at that. Will got killed. It wasn't even a trap. I saw the trap.
No one is keeping an eye on the traps or the mines, but we are. All right, I'll let you pick. I will say, just making sure you eat those railguns can be a little bit difficult. Of course, the Sojourn doesn't really give you the biggest timing window when the railguns get fired. But when she's glowing, you sure know that she is going to be firing a railgun in a moment's notice. Ah, a rarity in this meta. A little Ana player. I will never say no. And one of my favorite spots, I will say, to play Ana. Kaiser trying to make work with this Blizzard too. They're just holding this corner.
Amplification Matrix, though.
Good Matrix. Good Matrix.
Here.
Sound barrier is decent, but not good enough to save Will from that self-destruct. I mean, Blizzard self-destruct, what is more terrifying and ominous than that? You get frozen, then you're just looking at your death approaching and a giant sun like coming towards you. Pretty tough spot to be in. 1 minute to go, sheer cold, just unable to crack this third point wide open.
Well, they've got to change up here. It's going to be the Zarya now as the tank of choice. So you're able to soak up those Junkrat grenades just a little bit better. Now you also have a bubble there for your Tracer to get in, but look at how much damage she just took. Like, Will jumps in there, gets like one nade to the face and has to immediately back out. The Junkrat's putting a lot of pressure, especially on the high ground. Where do you go from there? And you're disrupting that backline so much.
Wow, Kaya almost hit the sickest air shot there on the BAP. Luckily, air straight.
It's gonna happen.
I'm waiting. Nano boost on the Diva. Sights firmly focused on the Zarya right now. Here's the Riptire. Straight to the back line. He's trying to trace the Tracer. Riptire has 1 HP. Ends up going down. Straight bullet. Sure. High ground control now for Xdol. And, well, the Junkrat is going to make their way out of there as NKZ managed to push on forward. And there is the kill finally. It wasn't the Riptire, but it was a random stray left click. Xdal trying to move on forward now. That lamp being utilized by Johan. He's going to provide a little bit of support for this self-destruct. NKZ's going to have to contend with that. There's the Blizzard, there's the grab, is straight on top of the Diva. But a frozen Zarya is not really where you want to be, but there's no follow-up. The healing coming through the window is just too great. Johan saving almost the entire team there with window healing, and they're going to have to push on in OT.
Okay, like it looks like it could be just a full capture here. There's still Baby Diva that was to the back, but nobody else can actually touch the point. That was so chaotic.
Yeah.
For the end of that round, that was so chaotic.
Just
you're like,
throw all your
okay.
ults in and try and find a kill. That's what that was. I love it.
Good response, good call and response from both teams. Like you saw the Graviton go out there, the Blizzard to keep the team safe. Wasn't enough when the Blizzard actually expired, but like wow, Diva Bomb into Grab, into Bubble, into Blizzard, like
yeah, it's just like one domino after the other. It's like one big ult, one big ult, one big ult, right? I mean, that's just how those fights end up panning out. And hey, if you could randomly kill the Tracer with a stray left click, I'm assuming it wasn't stray, but it's funny to think that
I don't.
You're against the Junkrat, but you can take out the Tracer, which is great, but yeah, the main focus there was just trying to kill that Diva. That frontline pressure is just evaporating in front of you as the Zarya is just burning you out with just the laser beam, right? So, yeah, still finishing on OT. Not the worst thing in the world. Oh yeah, pretty happy with that defense, I'd imagine, despite the circumstances.
Yeah. It was a good defense. And had those ultimates turned out to be a little bit different, that could have also been 2 points captured instead of 3. Sad on the timing there, but it is what it is. The Tracer chased down with the Riptire. Maybe like that's the pick you needed. I don't know. A pipe dream to see a Riptire get another pick. I think in this match.
Man, imagine if you could eat rock. I just thought of that, like the rock coming towards you. That would be insane if you could eat rock.
That would be crazy. That's not a defense matrix anymore. That's like a black hole.
Yeah, actually. And Sigma's already got one of those,
Wait,
so yeah, it's kind of
Sigma?
used to dealing with that stuff. But...
Sigma pause champ?
Oh,
no way.
Oh, nice kill. There's the mines, there's the trap too. Oh, Kaya dispatching with the Sojourn. It is a trade 1-for-1 though.
That is awesome.
They do end up losing their May, but now Kaya is in your backline at 3 AM. Jake's got a Riptide in my house.
Yeah, maybe a Riptire in your backyard too if you're not too careful. I saw a reset. There's Baby Diva.
Okay, just randomly die.
I don't know how Will died there.
That's right. I mean, they're 25 HP, no Mega Pack, kind of sucks, but yeah, that's a rough spot to find yourself in. But yeah, it's what is happening? There's like half. Oh yeah, a split going through Hotel. The Bab, okay, the Bab's finally pushing people out. Kaya gets another kill with a trap. How?
I take back everything that I said. I had so much skepticism seeing the Junkrat on the defense, just knowing that we are watching like some of the highest level Overwatch play we could have in EMEA. And you know what? Kaya is delivering. This Junkrat has been so fun. It has been so chaotic. These traps are getting picks. The right clicks are getting picks. Like, this is awesome.
Kaya's in the backline again. They're gonna get chased down shortly. Yeah, there you go. And no random I'm waiting for Total Mayhem actually. The Total Mayhem kill, that's the next on the docket for Kaya. And then the circle of Junkrat will be complete, the true summoning circle.
Okay. In nano time, maybe?
Nade only hits Will though, although what a clean 3 shots through the window. That Baptiste is regretting his decisions right now. Johan dying behind that window. A rather chaotic game put to rest quite quickly. Oh yeah, only use the Blizzard and they move on with 4 ults.
Actually, I thought we would see maybe like a nano Junkrat there. I was like, if there's anything that we're going to be seeing today, I would put that on a bingo card that doesn't exist.
We'll make one, don't worry.
Okay,
make
great.
It in post.
That's how make it in post. For the main event, we'll have to put that together.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, make it.
Why not? All right, what can NKZ do here with this flux? That is going to be the true question. Kaya, they know Kaya's coming. Oh yes, here comes the Riptire. Just 1 kill is all that they require. Ooh, tanking most of it there as the sound barrier comes out just in time. Strebor, unfortunately, meeting their demise rather swiftly at the hands of those icicles. Nano Diva in the front line too, just so much overwhelming damage. Johan does end up taking down the Diva mech, but Darkside Field just chasing the BAP down is enough space creation that you should just be able to take the point. With all the spam, with all the bodies, yeah, gonna sink that one in. 4 minutes, almost 5. We'll call it 4:45 as yeah, move towards that 3rd point.
It's so winnable. Like, you have so much potential right now to be able to just finish this out with over a minute remaining, and then, oh yeah, the only team that get a chance to attack again. And it's going to be off the back of a new tank pickup. It's going to be Junker Queen now coming out here for Phil. So potential here to work up to a Rampage, but I think they got to take a reset here first as Kaya gets taken out. Or force out ults here.
Nice positioning from Will. Just up on that high ground, knowing exactly where the junk wants to be. Yeah, the JQ's interesting. I guess the problem with JQ here is that you're going to be able to shout forward, but you're just so susceptible just to the wall of damage, basically. Uh-oh, I was in trouble! Oh, that was close. I saw those mines coming in. I think Will had his life flashing before his eyes and kind of illustrating my point from before. It's hard to get really any space with the JQ. You're playing into just so much damage, and high ground control is in favor of Sheer Cold. They just hold height with the Soj, with the BAP. And when Sojin just charges rail, which is pretty easy against the Junker Queen, she's just either sniping you or she's sniping one of your backliners. So, yeah, it's very tough for JQ. And Kaya, you legend. You absolute legend.
Torbjorn.
Over to Torb.
Oh my god. No.
I've seen it all. Well, there's the grab.
You really have.
The Torb's got E. I've been trying to convince people for years that Torb is good. Blizzard thrown into the backline. Can NKZ make it out? Not quite. And Blizzard thrown miles ahead of Kaiser, but it worked out, splitting the team. Kaya will end up getting taken down by Will. Will comes up crazy clutch. Some of the clutchest tracer play we've seen thus far in the map. As Will takes care of two, and yeah, struggling to get the payload going, and Darkside Phil on the Junker Queen again is just poked out.
It's starting to slip away from them a little bit here. Like the Junker Queen, you still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Like, you still have a ton of time in the bank, but like, you're really looking for this Rampage to get a job done here. Otherwise, it could just be the end of the map right now. Sheer Cold making match point. But there is going to be a switch up. Hot Babes is actually going to go over to the Lucio, so going to go with a little bit more speed to connect with this commanding shout.
You are halfway around the corner and you're already at half HP after using the shout. I mean, it's a rough spot for the JQ to be in. 2 minutes to go, that almost 5 minute time bank just whittled away quite considerably. Pulse on the turret, double kill. We'll count that as a double, Will, don't worry. Pulse bomb kill on the Queen and the turret. So, yeah, just struggling to get things done. And yeah, Rose, you're right. I mean, the Rampage is going to open things up here. But NKZ swapped over to the Sig and is now almost got a Flux. So if the JQ wants to go in, Sig just hits the Flux, goes into the skies, and just punishes the backline for merely existing.
Another switch up here in the support line of two. Oh, yeah, it's actually going to have the Kiriko now in that Baptiste slot, so it's... I think you have a lot of healing output here that you're really happy with, and you can play together just a bit more as a team, but it's now or never.
Oh, Rampage available. There's the Blizzard. Almost the perfect liner here for Darkside Phil. Eyes in the sights of NKZ. That Sigma down as the supports from Sheer Cold trying to make the difference, but it is the turret, the AI, to one day overtake us all. Manages to take down the Lucio. And there you go, saving ultimates. Name of the game here for yeah, they need to round this one out with 60 seconds to go. That is slowly slipping between their fingers.
At this point too, even if they finish it, we're gonna have another chance here for Sheer Cold as well with that sub-minute. But still, the Flux can be just a game finisher here. Just if you're able to time it correctly, get that Joker Queen out of position.
They're all grouped up too. You got to use the Flux eventually. Well, from the skies, Will lays down that pulse bomb. Molten on the point. Sound barriers coming out. Sheer Cold. They're going to be safe, at least for the time. That's a two-man Rampage onto the Sig and onto the Lucio. And here comes the... I was going to say Carnage, but unfortunately just torn asunder. It's actually Kaya and Hot Babe that are really doing the damage here. Make that Cool Boy 2. Kitsune Rush on the point. 9 seconds to go. And it is the Kiriko that was the difference maker in the end. Yeah, finished with 5 seconds in the time bank, making it an attack for both sides. What? I mean, you can't make this up. You can't just make this up.
I'm here for it.
It's an absurd final round of Overwatch, but it's looking great. Attack for yeah, with the extra 5 seconds. What? Oh, defense, sorry. And then Sheercold, of course, attacking first with only the minutes. Are we going to see Torb again? Go back to the Junkrat? At this point, anything's possible.
Junkrat.
It's got to be.
I want to see more Junkrat.
Surely.
Torb is great, but like I'm here for the Junkrat flank behind the team.
On the silly
top one
hero
in the
tier
head.
list, Junkrat is higher on that list, so I don't blame you, Rose.
Well, especially when you're on defense too. This is like actually not an unfamiliar sight to see a Junkrat on the defense of Kings Row. Like I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to like 4 years ago.
Right.
I love it. Like not in Overwatch League, but like, you know, just
yeah. We got to see
my
it somewhere. Everybody has to get their Junkrat fix and Torb fix, you know, and this is been my Torb fix at least for at least a little while. See what
I'm here for more Junkrat though. I'm not satisfied yet. So we got more Junkrat. We've got the Zarya this time from Bill. Sheercold, they're gonna try to get an opening pick here with the Widowmaker, but I think you just continue to go back over to what was working for you. The Sigma was making up so much space for the team, and you've got Exo that's gonna be on the Sojourn once again. Get that snipe.
I want to point that out. That was quite cheeky, going over to the Farah to maybe get a boop on the doorway. So
it was nice.
Out. Obviously, no one was there, so it didn't matter. And the boop is a very slow-moving, well, slow-ish moving projectile. High ground control, though, like you said, is going to be the most important thing that Sheercold can add to their resume right now. But against the Junkrat, that's pretty tough. Wow, even the Mei tanking the rock there for the Junkrat. That's so much value they're putting in that pick. Definitely wasn't by mistake.
Tussle over point. We're actually getting down to the wire here. 10 seconds left for Sheercold to make a move.
Yeah, Kaya eventually forced off. Okay. That's exactly what Sheercold wanted. They do have to still touch, of course. Does look like it will be the Lucio, and Kaya just trying to contend with the BAP in the backline. Cool Boy keeping themselves alive with the lamp across the map, but maybe that lamp was better off used for Kaya, who ends up dying to just a random disruptor shot. I say random, perfectly targeted. Well, with a pulse onto the bubble, drops to the floor, and so does Kaiser. Overtime is here with Darkside Phil. I don't think they're going to get a grab, and they haven't got any energy or bubbles to fight with any more. The spawn advantage in Sheercold's favor as the Doomfist comes back to contest and group up as 5. Sheercold unlock the points.
Wow, Will and Exo have been like popping off. What really nice timing there to identify like the bubble's gonna expire. Just hit it with the pulse anyway, get the pick, and we're even gonna see some swaps. And KZ is gonna go back over to the Sigma after the quick panic Doomfist to get back, and Will now gonna bring out the Mei. So we've got Mei versus Mei here, just bully everybody off the point.
Yeah, especially in the archway, it's actually a really smart pick. Because if you do end up trapping the Zarya, it's pretty much death for you, unfortunately. Okay, it's super low in that window, not getting any heals right now. I think Cool Boy was trying to call out maybe they can get some heals in the window. All good. I see a couple of healing orbs thrown their way. There's the Kitsune rush, but here comes Oxaville, and honestly, this tire might just be the end of it all. Will's already dead. Kaya trying to find a target, Lamb goes down, and there's the double kill. Kaya perfectly planting the tire into the backline, patiently waiting with it at 10 seconds, used to full effect. Sheercold, their progress halted. That payload getting under the arch, but that's about it. Still very winnable.
That payload went pretty far. Like
yeah,
you already
got a minute. You're not happy.
Yeah.
You're not mad about that. You're not mad.
It's actually like a pretty good distance. Oh man. Torb or Junkrat though from Kaya on the attack.
I mean, it's going to be one of the two. It's probably Junk. I mean,
give us the J silly, please.
Yeah. Honestly, if you do end up in a fight, especially in 1 minute, you should just be able to get tired, and that can just be point ending or fight ending. Obviously, we saw there big double kill into the back line. Pretty easy to kind of clean up after that, especially as resources get strained towards the end of a fight. Junkrat can really just tip the balance of the scales in your favor, even if you don't have a tire. I mean, just random stray nades, mines, whatever, and just trying to hit some air shots is sometimes enough for the team to kind of fall over against the almighty power of the Junkrat. So very possible to win if they kind of extend this fight. And I do enjoy the Zarya pick. Sheer Cold opting for the Sigma on defense. Again, just control that high ground. But I think, they are going to struggle a little bit if they don't try and wrap onto height. But even wrapping with the Zarya could be quite difficult because the bubbles are going to get used so quickly, and Sigma just has so much more damage output when he's sitting behind that shield versus Zarya, who's just kind of shooting into it.
I mean, that was a good amount of damage, though. You saw, like, the bubble come out for the accretion that hit the doorway, so you're at least starting up with just a little bit. And Kaya is about to keep this DPS line quite busy. But you can't fall here, and you can't get trapped in Hotel.
Yeah, getting trapped in Hotel, not the best. Rotation from looking like they're on defense, but it's actually the other way around. No high ground control, at least for the Sigma. Of course, Exadil can do that whenever they so please with that slide. 100% energy on Darkside Field 2, a force to be reckoned with, that is for sure. And same with Kaze, though, sniping Will out with an Icicle, as Sigma's pretty low, forced to Lamb. Sigma alone. Lucio there to save them, does move the Zarya away for the brief moment, but those bombs, no hit markers, no problem. Sigma's going to be able to back off, take the mega health pack, go up into that high ground, but the point is being capped quite rapidly.
Oh, look at that too. You got the Junkrat just to be able to block down that window, so there aren't too many ways that you can actually get a recontest in here if you're sheer cold.
Yeah, no recontest at all, in fact. That's 3 ticks. The point's going to get going. They can't engage on this fight because the Mei just exists, basically. The Mei can just put up the wall on the choke and, well, whoever managed to tumble past it just gets obliterated. So with OT, have got one chance here to push the payload just after this giant archway to that golden box of victory.
But look at that amplification matrix. Just lay it down on the cart now and push everybody back. NKZ does have the flux, so that is a way to be able to CC everybody off, but hit the hamp first.
There's the flux, hits at least one. Kaya in trouble, gets sniped out of mid-air. Rob goes straight towards the front line. Kaiser taking a quick seat, but it doesn't matter. Kaiser picks up 2, and with the blizzard, it's surely done. Sheer cold. Not true to their namesake. Just get frozen out of King's Row as tie up the series.
Junkrat.
It works.
Won a map in OWCS.
Hey,
in a Mauga meta.
If we're not seeing Mauga, I'm not complaining that much. I'm gonna.
No, it's great. I love the variety. I'm definitely not gonna just sit here and complain about like not seeing Mauga, but like wow, it's just after how Mauga has been an insta pick by a lot of these teams, both of Sheer Cold and opting to not play it. I am so happy for this.
It's always nice to see random off-meta picks. I think a lot of people that maybe they're tuning into Overwatch Esports for the first time, like wonder why a lot of teams end up just mirroring. And that's because normally there's just a prevailing comp that is just better than everything else. We get a lot of variety, especially in the first couple of weeks where we had first week, I should say, sorry, because this is week number 2, where we had a lot of variation in terms of comps, and that's because the balance patch just allowed for that. But now we're in a meta where Mauga does look like the strongest tank in the game currently, and everything just kind of slots into place around him because the meta is kind of just warped around this one character. So when we do see these random sparks of brilliance, I should say, from Kaya on the Junkrat, right?
Genius.
Or the Mei from Kaiser, it's nice to see. It really is. But yeah, normally you do end up just playing the strongest comp possible because you want to win, right? You want to get as many points as you can to go to the events. You want to get as much money as you can. But when we see these sparks of brilliance here with random compositions and seemingly random picks, right? Of course, Kaya is a Junk OTP or close to, right? Playing a little bit of top there, which is quite nice. But a Junk main, maybe I should say. I don't want to offend any Junk players out there. And Kaiser playing the Mei too. It's just something that we're not used to seeing. So yeah, it is a sight to see, and it's a good time casting over it as well. And here you go.
Yeah.
It was going to be a series, Rose. We knew it was going to be. Last time these teams played against each other, it went to a map number 5. It just looks like it's going to be the same thing.
I'm so happy to see this though, because even when we look at our very first map of Lijiang, like NKZ was like not actually playing the Mauga at all. Said, I'm gonna play Zarya, so you can figure it out. So I've had to adapt over the course of this series, and I low-key think that being able to play ranked as a team kind of helps out with that. Like, you're bringing your own flavor, you're bringing your own style. When you're playing a comp game, you have to adapt in real time to what the enemy team is doing. And this worked. I know part of it was just the old fiesta that we had on round 4, where we had the blizzard on top of the double support ultimate, but if it works, it works, and there's a reason why Kaiser was even able to build up to that ult to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. Blizzard, Cage, 2 sound barriers, Sim Wall. They're a dog now. Like, yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, it is ridiculous. Esperanza up next. Sheer Cold. There's Choice, and it looks like it was a ban of New Queen Street by oh yeah, so good stuff. Good stuff all around. Esperanza again just being definitely a map where you can just kind of run meta, right? You can run the Malga, but I don't think we're gonna see that. Not sure we're getting any substitutions either. We'll have to wait and see, but I haven't got the call for it. And yeah, no substitutions. We're just jumping straight in. So a little bit more Kaya on
Junkrat.
On the Jake Rat, and yeah, maybe some more May as well. Can't imagine Kaiser is going to change anytime soon. So I'm happy for it.
I'm so happy for it. I'm just so happy for it. Like, I wonder though too, what does Sheer Cold do against it? Like, they tried the Sigma. It did work out for a little while on King's Row, but NKZ just seems to have the preference to run the Zarya, one of their best heroes. So if that is your bread and butter, then I think you may as well play it. But I think this Junkrat does throw a bit of a spanner into the works when you have to deal with all of this incoming explosive damage. The grenades do chunk you down quite a bit, and with the healing passive as well, where like if you are doing damage, then you're gonna have your healing reduced by 15%. That is enough for someone else to go in and just pick them off.
All right, there it is. Kaiser, May, Kaya,
Junkrat.
Perfect stuff.
More Malga.
Yep, more Malga though. Not the worst thing in the world, especially in this mid fight as well. Malga's pretty decent at just helping the team sustain. Shooting the Zarya too. Like I mentioned before, Zarya pretty weak to heroes that just kind of shoot her, and Malga's pretty damn good at that. You can already see NK said a little bit fearful to step up to the plate.
You gotta wait for those bubbles to come back online, and that's just valuable time you are losing now to a Junkrat potentially being able to pick off your backline.
Oh my god. Just getting flung around too is kind of annoying, right? With the concussion mines, you're just permanently in the air, it feels like. It's quite cool. Maybe you get some nice air shots, but it is funny seeing Zarya hop around like a bunny rabbit.
Or just the Lucio just going flying.
Yeah, the Lucio, exactly, yeah. Becoming the true space prince he really is. God, this damage is ridiculous. Oh, this is something you don't really want to contend with. Junkrat through window? Yeah, if you thought Sojourn was scary with the one-shots, how about some random mines that career towards your face out of nowhere that are damage boosted? That's a wall there from Kaiser, who's on the wrong side of the map currently. Might be in a little bit of trouble. Will trying to find the perfect place to put a pulse bomb. Lamp helping out Cool Boy, but unfortunately that pulse bomb still does the damage, reduces their health near to the execution point, and there we go. Sheer Cold with a rush to claim the box.
Right. You do lose NKZ in the process. I don't think you're too upset about that, though, if you're Sheer Cold, because you get car progress. You also have NKZ that's going to be coming back with the Lucio taxi. You love to see that there. But also with the Graviton Surge. There isn't a great supportive defensive ultimate here from Oh Yeah. You have the Immortality Field, which can definitely help you out, but with the immo changes that actually went through, now you're only able to survive on 20% of your HP, not 25%. So it still leaves you quite vulnerable.
Graviton Surge, good wall. Don't need a sound barrier now, don't need any thought of defensive. Oh, we just got that wall. Uh-oh, well, Kaiser. Oh, running out just in time there, Deadeye, but unfortunately, Kaiser was just booped into the team there by the Lucio and those Zarya right clicks. And now, the sound of death. Yep, the Riptide heading straight towards that Zarya as lock in place with the cage. And the strafing Malga is just so funny. You don't really need to strafe. Your hitbox is so big anyway, you can just stand there, but makes it a bit more difficult to hit headshots, I suppose. And as the payload now moves, Rose, that should just be the lead far, yeah.
It should. We need another name convention for Cage Fight and Riptire. Someone someone else come up with that. I immediately thought of ribcage, and I'm like, that's too close to like anatomy, but it's fine.
I mean, that's not bad. I got
Ribcage. Ooh, Sombra picked out here from EXO. So one way that you can certainly shut down this Mauga.
Ooh, saying that though, look at those mines being thrown out by Kea. Just randomly hitting this Sombra in stealth. Just slowly but surely they are just moving on. Sheercold didn't really have a fight there at all. It was just random picks. And that's what you can kind of expect from the Mei, right? Kaiser and Kaya on the Mei and the Chung Rat, you're just permanently spamming the icicles, the mines through small choke points, and eventually you will come up with a big kill. Nice little hack onto Hot Babe though. Instantly taking care of the Kiriko. Checkpoint is in favor of yeah. So Sheercold do kind of need to win this fight right now. They cannot let them get any more free real estate, but they even the tides up with a window.
Oh, the Reaper though too on that rush. Everybody's gonna go down here.
Yeah, Will with really good positioning there on that high ground, just leaping into battle. That rush working out well for Sheercold. That cool boy window, I mean, they didn't end up winning half of that fight, but it was Will just at the very end jumping down. EMP available now from EXO.
The EMP here is nice because it does allow Sheercold to just get the win, but I think one of the ways we've really seen EMP find success is when it's used to shut down something else on the enemy team, but they don't really have that right now. So I think, like, if you're you just fall to the EMP here, and I think you're okay just saving ultimates like that cage fight and Riptire again for later.
Cheeky stuff there from the Sombra, just going for the hack of the virus. There is the EMP straight on top of the grab. How do you survive this? Well, I'll tell you how. An instant Suzu from the Kiriko. Death from above, though, as Will drops onto the fight, into the cage fight with his ultimate. Death Blossom doing a fair amount, but looks like yeah had the damage and the healing to contend with the close range Reaper. NKZ in a little bit of trouble too, just trying to dance with this Mei. Healing coming out in a moment, the Lucio's getting back. But somehow, some way, that sound barrier reached NKZ just in time. They go sub 20 HP and Sheercold win the fight.
The Blizzard! It was so greedy. It would have worked out though without that sound barrier, so like I guess you feel really good about being able to get the defensive ultimate out, but wow.
Early Riptile. You got 10 seconds. Good shot.
Yeah.
Straight up the clock tower. Surely you know it's coming. There it is. Easy kill. No,
and Kai's dead too. Like EXO found them.
Yeah, it's got to be the worst feeling as a Jungrat. Ripping the tire and then, well, you just get found. But they end up trading, so actually not the worst.
Not too bad. No ults though. I just kind of has to like bide their time. I mean, the good thing tier 2 is like Sheercold actually hasn't got the lead yet. Aya's just holding them hostage.
Oh, speaking about getting held hostage.
Ouch.
Wall behind the Zarya, that's what I'm saying. It's rough playing the Zarya into the main. That wall is just it's just a one ability kill almost. Just like wall Zarya. Well, you got no bubble. You see one bubble get used by Zarya. Whoop, wall behind you, goodbye. You have to use the bubble yourself. You can't use it on someone else. You need it.
We saw that from Aya yesterday though with the Mei. It just helps to create that terrain in your favor, and so like even if it's not like a Mauga punch into you, like the overrun, yeah, the Mei wall, like you just get slowed and deleted. Like NKZ evaporated.
Oh, speaking of which, where did Will go?
Ooh, so did Will.
EMP for EXO. They're in the front line, but that Translocator used quite an inopportune moment there to try and get some space, or at least maybe set up for an EMP, but yeah, just marching on forward, just running it down pretty much with 3 minutes to go. 100 meters on the board for yeah.
That's a lot of meterage here, and it's gonna be a lot that Sheercold's gonna have to make up for it. Like the EMP though is a great initiator tool or response to the cage that's coming back online for Phil, but you gotta start making the magic happen now. And NKC also has this grab. I guess you could throw grab EMP too. That got no one!
Yikes. That is a missed grab. There's the cage fight instantly destroyed by that EMP. That Blizzard doing a lot of work. There's Sound Barrier though coming in clutch. NKZ looking at the ground, making sure that head hitbox isn't truly revealed or fully revealed. Kai with the Riptire, they can still even this one, but I mean, with Hot Babe dead, you have got a lot of healing in the Batiste, but I think they're just going to want to reset. No ultimates used, 2 minutes to go, 128 meters. You're happy just falling over there, happy just to save ults for the next fight. Now a whiffed grab turned into a winning fight for Sheer Cold, so sure, call it zoning, call it worth, call it what you like, they still won the fight.
Well, you saw the EMP too, but I think you used way more there if you're Sheer Cold than you would have wanted to. That Sound Barrier had to come in clutch in response to that Blizzard coming through from Kaiser. And you still, if you're have tons of tools to work with. A minute and a half remaining is not much time left in this map. And have the ult advantage.
Good window. NKZ having to run for the hills, but now they're caught in a small room against a Junkrat. Not happening. No healers to bail you out of that one, sadly. Now moving on. I mean, a quick team kill here is great, but a couple of staggers would be even better as they get this bot moving again. They're going to have forward spawns too, worth keeping in mind. It's going to be quite impactful with 1 minute remaining on the clock.
It's good for now, but if you're Sheer Cold, you need to win 4 team fights here in order to actually take the lead.
Maybe
and in
more,
overtime.
And Johan dying as well, just snapped out of existence. Frantically searching for an answer as Sheer Cold. They end up ripping the overclock. It does buy them space, even though that wall was dissuading enough for Will to not peek around it instantly. Now backing up towards that checkpoint, and now they can just play Arch. They can just play time here. They don't need to press the issue, but they're going to do it anyway. A rush for Sheer Cold can match them here. A later rush, but an EMP is good for 1. Kaya ends up falling over with the Riptire. How much does Sheer Cold want to invest? Ideally not much as overtime approaches, and they need to get just under 100 meters in order to take this game back.
That's 1 team fight down, still about 3 more to go. With the Grav and the Sound Barrier, you're very happy having that combo online, but they're working up to yet another full slate of ultimates here outside of that Kitsune rush. So throw the Riptire, get a random kill, it could even be the Lucio.
Classic Junkrat spot. Did you just rip the tire here? Just scare the Zarya? I don't think so. Doesn't matter though, apparently. Hot Babe ends up going down. Railgun from Will is now making this a 5v4. They're trying to push on forward here and forcing Case's block. That's disastrous. NKZ coming out with 2 clutch kills, and Sheer Cold, even though they've lost their Zarya, they do kind of cleanly win this fight.
They're all good. They're all good. I think you send the Lucio back to try to get that taxi if you can. Otherwise, maybe you just hope that you're able to get this just absolutely huge clutch for the... I think you get the checkpoint here. Yeah, perfect. So you get the clutch at the checkpoint. There's going to be a big switch up here, though, as we take a look at Sheer Cold coming back instead on the D.Va versus the Zarya. But it's overtime, and this is now the second to last team fight you need to win.
That is an unbelievably early beat. All that overhealth is going to fade away by the time this hire actually hits the front line. There it is! Lucio dead, cage fight on the point. I mean, NKZ only just joined the lobby again, it feels like. Swap back to the D.Va, ain't happening. Just too many ults from They're going to close out Esperanza, take match point, as Sheer Cold just cannot withstand the power of the J Silly.
It was so close too, though, because Sheer Cold just needed to win 2 more fights. They win that one there, and then they win 1 more, and they're able to take the lead. But the J Silly coming at you. You've got the Blizzard. I think there's just so much CC on the team that it makes it difficult to actually play together as a unit. And so that's sad. I think the Zarya was working out really, really nicely there for Sheer Cold, but you can't get back fast enough if you're on the Zarya.
If you
with
can't
the far
beat 'em,
spawns.
join them. It's time for a Junkrat versus Junkrat.
It's time.
It's all I'm saying. Kaya might just have you beat, hit rank 1 as well, at one point on DPS, mind you. Pretty good at Junkrat, I should say.
Very good at Junkrat.
Match point, Rose. Elimination game, of course. One of these teams will be going out. A rematch to end all rematches. The 5 maps they went to on our broadcast last week. And right now, are taking the lead. A interesting map to go to next. New Junk City. For Junkrat, I don't think it's too bad. Home field advantage, maybe. I don't know. We're not getting those map passives just yet, thank goodness. But with the Junkrat, with the Mei, there's lots of opportunities here for the Mei to get a lot of value. And I think Kaze has kind of proven that they're able to just get mad value regardless of the map. A lot more choke points on push and on hybrid. Not so much on control, and kind of the same can be said for Flashpoint, but they've been making it work, and especially if Sheer Cold are happy picking the Zarya into what are running, you're just going to be at a detriment, especially if you let the Mei get any free kind of movement. So we'll see what Sheer Cold have to come up with here, what they have to answer with, because right now they're not in the driving seat. It's very much, with control of the game, it feels like.
I think like the Zarya has worked though, and I think one of the biggest downfalls we've seen for the Zarya is those close quarter fights, which New Junk City is a lot of. I'm looking at Ducks, I'm looking at the Refinery, and on all of these sort of smaller spaces where you're battling under the point, that would make it very easy for something like a Mei to take over. So if you're playing the Zarya, you have to be very conscious of where are you actually taking those fights? Is there a good escape route so you don't have one of those Esperanza moments where the wall's going up behind you and then you get hit by Maga, the Mei, and also a Junkrat nade to the face, because that is definitely how the Zarya gets deleted.
Yeah, and I also don't think they're going to swap off this Junk either. Don't think we're getting any substitution, so we're just going to roll.
If Kaya's not coming out of the roster, it's Junkrat time all the way.
Exactly that. Looks like there's a roster update though, but this time for Sheer Cold. Okay,
it's a tank sub
coming in for the tank role.
Okay, so maybe no more Zarya. Or if we do, maybe it's just a different flavor of being able to play with the team. Because I think like at this point, you're really looking at just having to make literally any type of change here. SkyTour is known for playing the Winston, and might even be able to bring that dive flavor into a more immobile backline, as we've seen so far from Kaya on the Junkrat. You can totally chase that down with something like a Winston jump and a Tesla cannon. And those bubbles, it fully protects your team, even if for a short while.
Hey, I'm down. I'm here for a little bit of dive on this glorious Sunday. Oh yeah, with no substitutions. New Junk City, the next map. Oh yeah, it's picked too, so you know they got something cooking, something up their sleeve. Shambali Monastery, if we need to go to it as well for our 5th map. Now, New Junk City. Dive, very possible. Malga, very possible. A lot of comps are very good on this map. Even Poke too. Some of the maps are, or at least some of the points, sorry, quite nice for the Sigma Poke. Not sure we're going to see any of that. It's going to be fast. Everybody plays this map fast. If you're seeing Sigma, it's very much because Sigma's like perma-meta at that point. So don't think we'll see Sigma here. And honestly, just keep doing you. Oh yeah, just keep doing you. If it's working out, all the more power to you. But Sheer Cold need an answer, Rose. They need an answer desperately.
Maybe it's gonna be this tank sub. I think like there's a certain choice in being able to kind of do some mental thematic damage of bringing the Junkrat on New Junk City, but I like what we're seeing so far, actually being hovered over from Sheer Cold. It looks like they might want to commit to a Malka comp, and this would be the more meta of the Malka comps that we have seen so far in EMEA, with Johan bringing the Kiriko, the way to cleanse off any of those sort of big AoE suppressive moments. But then you also have the Sombra and the Reaper, and in fact SkyTour is going to leave spawn with the Malga.
Yep.
This is it, Malga versus Malga, but like
straight
different
meta.
TPS.
EU meta Malga comp versus RYE's version of that comp, basically. With double main healer too in the BAP and the Kiriko.
So much healing output.
And utility too. 2 invuns. Yeah. What's better than 1 invulnerability? 2. Oh my god. Okay, certified Junkrat moment number 1 on New Junk City. Clip it, ship it. Put it on Reddit.
Okay, I mean, it's...
A Total Mayhem. I almost killed somebody. I'm waiting for it. A Total Mayhem kill one of these days, please. I mean, the benefit of Sheer Cold's comp heroes is that they can just WM1, right? Like, you can have all the healing in the world, but we have speed. Sometimes speed is better than healing. We just kind of run in there and get Will into a position where they can just do just unbelievable amount of damage with the Reaper getting up close, and then if you add a hack and a virus, your life is cut short pretty quickly.
Right, that's why we've seen this composition be so impactful, is because the Reaper gets to play up close and personal with your Mauga on the front lines, and that is something that OWCS is going to struggle with. That Junkrat does not want to be seeing the enemy team. You don't want to be that close to something like that Reaper, because it's tough to win that one when you've got something like the Wraith form to be able to get you out of the way, but maybe you can steal the objective away now.
Well, they're going to try and change the tempo here. A relentless assault with that sound barrier into the back line, but no initial kills. In fact, RYE's health bars are looking way healthier than Sheer Cold, and they just use a sound barrier. Blizzard on the point. Oh, whoa, Kaya with a 5k tire. Are you serious? Are you serious, Kaya? A 5k Junkrat tire? Holy. If I was allowed to swear, I would.
We have officially seen everything from this Junkrat. Outside of a total mayhem kill, we actually saw a 5k. I don't think you could even be mad if you're Sheer Cold. That's just like an awesome moment for this Junkrat to have. But like, wow. Like Sheer Cold, they've walked away with 72%. They are still in one fight territory. They have a ton to work with, like the Kitsune rush, but like, oh my god, Kaya.
Give it to us again. Just keep the Junkrat POV rolling. Cage on the point. Will's got the Death Blossom. Needs a little bit more healing though before they can rip it. They send it anyway, and Kaya takes them to spawn. Darkside Field 2 just cleaning up Sheer Cold. The sheer amount of psychic damage that RYE has done to Sheer Cold, and more specifically their Junkrat pick, is unreal.
I have to watch this again.
I mean, hey. Load up that replay. Watch that tire rip into the back line.
You're just behind on the point. Everybody's
trying to escape. Trying to get away from that Blizzard, Rose.
Oh my god, just perfectly lined up. That's wild. Oh yeah, earned that first flashpoint. Yeah, this is awesome. I don't really have any other words for that, except that this has been really fun to watch. Maybe not if you're Sheer Cold, but next flashpoint's going to unlock soon. There's so much terrain for this Junkrat to play around. Gotta be so careful if you're the Sombra too. You can get insta-popped. She's so low.
Ooh, those stray icicles and stray mines of the Junkrat really paying dividends right now. Sound barrier to make sure they save the Reaper's life, but they can't really push with it. They're getting on the point, yes, but they're not getting in RYE's face. Blizzard available. Here's the tire. Oh, instantly killed. Rest in peace. Junkrat down. Blizzard's still working wonders though for them on the point. Sheer Cold scattering away from the Blizzard. Kaiser manages to get a block off just in time. And there are the kills. Oh yeah, capping the point and coming up clutch.
I see. Look at that though, Moira gameplay moment. Like you've run out of healing. You have nothing because of how much healing you have to pump into your team. And we talked to Coolboy about that yesterday. What that actually looks like, but it doesn't matter. Like you have control of this flashpoint. Hopefully you're able to get some of that resource back before Sheer Cold come in and try to hit you again. They have the rush. That is a really nice way to open up this point, but Hape has been too, so...
Oh, double rush, double voice line, love hearing that. Cardiac Overdrive 2 from both Maugas, but look at how much damage is getting flung towards Skytor. Oh, Skill Orb almost taking the kill there. They're doing a trading, Junkrat down. Oh yeah, in a 4v4. Without a tank though, Sheer Cold needs some comeuppance. They need something in the bank needs to be used. EMP does eradicate the Mauga ultimate, and in fact that was the turnaround that they needed. Coalescence used at the very end of this fight. I mean, getting instantly hacked out of it is a bit of an issue, but as long as you're firing out the Sombra, you should be all good. OT is here for RYE, but Sheer Cold end up finding the flip as then Mauga rejoins the fray.
I don't think you're upset about that though if you're RYE, because now Kaiser has the Mei ult. Like, you just throw that Blizzard on top of the point. You don't necessarily have the same setup with something like that Riptire, but who knows? In like 5 seconds, that could be the case. The Blizzard first for sure, just to try to get this point back, and you win if you win this splash point if you hit it.
Ooh, Blizzard, yep, from Kaiser. EMP quite far away here, so no chance to eliminate that snowball. Oh, I mean, Will is just... yeah, I was going to say dominating in the back line, just playing Sentry Gun on top of that little mound of rubble. Just buying time here. Sheer Cold. Finding the late staggers will be nice. There's one more fight in this. But with no Lucio, REA might struggle a little bit to get back to this point.
You actually have a lot of mobility on the team, though. I think like Fade, Swift Step, Overrun from the Mauga. I think like the Blizzard's gonna be a little late to the party, but who knows?
Okay.
Overrun.
There's their Overrun onto the point. They just lay the road down though. That rush, doing a lot of work. Taya. Oh, Mauga, didn't see that one coming. Almost eliminated. There's the Suzu. Healing offered her, being thrown Skytor's way to make sure they keep themselves up. That is a good Blizzard. Magically catching that Lucio, just shooting at his feet was Kaiser there. I mean, the Blizzard's good, but this cage might be a little bit better. Skytor firmly planting themselves on the point as yeah, just fade away into the darkness. And there you go, tied up. New Junk City, one apiece right now, as yeah now have to make the long rotation. Same with Shakehold, to be fair. The point is quite far away.
Yeah, that point's really far. But you got EMP to open up the 6th fight. Hot Baby's actually going to make a transition over to the Lucio just for a little bit more mobility on the team. I think it's going to help out a lot. We had called out that they're okay. Well, never mind. They decided against it. They're just going to go ahead and give this defensive positioning up to Sheer Cold first. But I really thought the Lucio would be a better fit here.
Yeah, maybe just opting for more healing. Yeah, Lucio does seem to be one of the best right now in terms of supports. Speaking of which, nice kill onto Hot Babe. Nice little hack, and you just collapse on the Kiriko. I mean, the problem with the Kiriko there, especially just with a hack, like you need to swift step almost instantly to get out of that. And it just wasn't to be. Sheer Cold with the cap. Pretty easy. Especially when you lose one of your main sources of healing from yeah. They do have Moira as well, but
Is Exo gonna...
still rough.
No way. I was like, do you just hit like the solo EMP onto the Junkrat?
No. I mean, that would be insane. I mean,
that would be so funny.
Like I said, the psychic damage that they've done to the mental, pretty extraordinary, but I mean, maybe that would be insane. But nice EMP. No Coalescence used there from Coolboy, so they might be able to re-enter this fight. The EMP was good, but wasn't good enough for any kills. There's the Cole, healing orb out, and Coalescence to push them all forwards, trying to rip the front line apart, but it's actually Darkside Phil again going down. This Coalescence just not aiding them in any kills whatsoever. It's actually just a railgun from Will. That'll be the fight winner. Sheer Cold putting themselves on a flashpoint point, if you want to put it that way. A 2-1, only 10% to go, and yeah, they do not make it back to this point to contest.
No, they can't. This is going to be another flashpoint that yeah have to give over to Sheer Cold. But Sheer Cold, like they've really started to find their momentum with this Mauga composition. The first flashpoint was a little bit of a struggle after we saw just a full like slurry of ultimates come out from yeah. But Skytor has slotted into this roster really nicely with this Mauga to be able to lead the charge on a lot of these initiations. And cage fight being up as well, I think you have a really good way to be able to lock down some of these other members. But I think yeah have a couple more of those DPS ultimates that really make that cage fight powerful. Ooh,
seeing the truth once again in the Junkrat, and seeing the Sombra apparently too. Not sure if she was mid-stealth, but she might as well have been. There's the overrun from Darkside Phil. They just try and push on the point. Dude, double cage is so ridiculous. Sound barrier, Blizzard, everybody press Q right now. There we go, it worked. Skytor ends up falling over. I mean, the Blizzard is just too much. Cage, Blizzard, you literally cannot move. The cage is locking you in place somewhat, and then the Blizzard is just a cherry on top. Yeah, end up capping that point first. I mean, playing up here I think is actually quite smart. Gives the Junkrat a little bit more space too, to unleash the Riptire. We'll see how they want to play this. Not playing on the point, but not too much of a surprise. Playing around the Mega Health Bag a little bit more smart, I think.
I think you almost want Sheer Cold to get a little bit of space on you because you have the Coalescence, you have the Riptire, so you're right, it was like Kaya just gets a little bit more mobility here.
Uh-oh, fire in the hole. They spotted the tire, surely. Oh, the Suzu, perfectly timed from Johan.
So good.
Saving their own life, but they cost him a kill. No healing, no Suzu for Will as they bite the dust to just a random stray right click from Coolboy. Then with Skytor dead, Sheer Cold. I mean, late deaths here, it's going to cost them the point. And yeah, that's exactly what they are. Late deaths, 80% and counting now.
It's so hard because like the flashpoint scenario here, like you really want to be able to have a recontest here, but that was last fight territory. Even like, oh yeah, just gonna give it up. They know that it's gonna tick over in their favor. So the final flashpoint is upon us for this map. And the winner here, it could be all yeah taking the whole series, or it could be Sheer Cold bringing us to a map number 5. EXO up first here with the EMP.
Just waiting for Arya to barrel out of that choke point first, I'd imagine. Yeah, just chilling, vibing, waiting.
They have to be ready for this though.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Callboy's playing on this pillar, but as soon as they peek their head out, yep, see the supports. Oh, they don't get him. It's actually, they only get the front line. Suzu onto 2 members of Arya is going to save them from the EMP effects, and this Coalescence is going to help them heal up. 2 roads on the point 2. Rush is good, fighting in the neutral. There's just the overwhelming damage of Sheer Cold, though, as they march on, and yeah, as soon as that coal went away, they know that was their time to shine. They've lost their Junkrat, the main hero of this composition, as the point comes unlocked, and Sheer Cold take control. Good stagger, too. On yeah. Very nice.
That's too bad. Like, that's just such a big difference maker when you can guarantee yourself an extra 10-15% on the point before you can get that recontest in. And Sheer Cold didn't have to use a whole lot to be able to walk away with that victory either. But once again, we're sitting in this really awkward scenario of Skytor has the cage fight, but Alya actually has DPS ultimates to combo with their own. And that has been just such a big deciding factor for a lot of how these cage fights end up going.
Yeah, perfect point also to have a cage fight, right? Just up on this big platform, it looks kind of nice. Speaking of which, there's one, and there's the Blizzard. Oh, you are caught, and you are sent to eternal damnation, I think, after that Blizzard. There's just no hope for you. You're just staring death in the eyes, trapped in the cage. Oh, what a clean shot from Kaiser, too. Beautiful stuff. Sheer Cold just trying to extend this point out as much as they can. I mean, it's one fight for, oh yeah, here. Realistically on this map now, with 92% and 2 points on the board. This point will be the decider, of course.
Skytor didn't even use the cage fight there either. Like, a great recognition from Sheer Cold to know that Alya had a bit more to combo. And so now you actually have your own when you can use the cage fight alongside like the EMP. That's so powerful. And so that's what Sheer Cold's going to set up for here, getting that EMP ready to go.
Oh, here we go. Do they know? Surely they do. They can hear the sound cue. Oh, that rhymed. Over the top, straight into the backline. Suzu used. Oh, faked out. Johan completely fakey there by the tire. Hey, I'm going to go in once. Nope. Oh, you Suzu? Too bad. Instant kill. Good stuff from Arya is now with 66% and counting. This is last fight for Sheer Cold.
Last fight, double support ultimates for Alya. That worked out wonders for them the last time that we ended up seeing the EMP get popped here by EXO. So it's going to be a very explosive fight here, especially when they still have those powerful ults online.
There's the rush. The EMP is going to be devastating right over the top, but he cancels the Cole too. Perfect target prioritization there, straight onto the Moira. Everybody's got a kick queue. Someone's going to have to come out victor here. A 2v4 as Will goes low. Make that a 2v3. Darkside Phil trying to keep his team in. This is Kaiser so close to that Blizzard. They are 1 pixel away. They throw the Blizzard on the point, but they end up going down. Sheer Cold find the flip. Darkside Phil finds 1 kill, but it doesn't matter. The supports end up winning it out in the end. Sheer Cold, by the skin of their teeth, managed to keep themselves in the map. 2-2, a map number 5 on the horizon now, as Flashpoint is theirs. The Junkrat can't come out on top this time. They say no more silliness. We play the meta and we shall win.
History is repeating itself. There was a 3-2 score line when we saw both of these teams go head-to-head in our very first day of the group stage, and now it is all coming back to form here. This is so exciting too, because while we had mug compositions on both sides, very, very different flavors and takes on it from either team.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
So cool.
Shambali Monastery, maybe they keep the same subs in. Clearly it's working out for Sheer Cold, of course. They did end up subbing their tank player out. And a new... Hey, not very good at Malga right now. Not feeling it right now. Hey, it's all good. We got another Malga on the bench. We got another one. And with Sheer Cold making the sub, can't imagine they're going to make any changes here. And honestly, with yeah, same. Well, I mean, you definitely don't sub Kaiser out, because May is definitely just too good on Shambali Monastery for the way they want to play. Oh, this is... If you didn't see the 5K Riptire, boom, there it is on your screen again. It was so sick too. I'll just cut off my own point. Wall behind them. Everybody's trying to run away from the blizzard, all going up on the stairs. Dude, we're never going to see that again. That is a once-in-a-lifetime Riptire, I think. Oh, well,
that was so gross.
Maybe don't speak that into existence. Maybe we see another one, but...
I was gonna say, hey, got a second. What if we do see All Yeah win this match? Then we might get a chance to see a little bit more of that Junkrat in the main event, because that is what's on the line here for both of our teams.
I will be down. And honestly, it will feel it will feel like you're getting robbed a little bit. Maybe they were a little robbed of that map as well with the Junkrat 5K, and then you still end up losing. That does kind of suck. Stings a little bit, but this is another good tire too, just faking out the Kiri. Complete 360. Boom. You use Suzu, all good. I've got the answers for you. Ooh,
yeah, like you can't shoot it out of the sky there too, with just the positioning of the tire. Wait for the Suzu to go down, get that insta kill, and it did buy them enough time to make this the final fight of the map. And sadly, it did not go their way. There's a little bit too much firepower on the side of sheer cold, but things are starting to heat up a little bit. Shambali Monastery. I could totally see Junkrat being brought back out here.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have subs.
Especially on that second point defense.
Yeah. Second point, the Mei is good. The Junkrat's decent, right? You can just fire down into the corridor. Like, yeah, I don't think there's any substitutions coming here for either side, to be honest with you. I don't think Sheer Cold are also going to make subs. Yeah, Shambali Monastery was picked by Sheer Cold, mind you, at the start of the series, or at the top of the series. Yeah, Mount number 5, like you said, Rose. Exactly the same thing that happened on week number 1, but this time we got more Junkrat and we get more 5Ks. And with in terms of sheer Cold's comp too, probably going to run the same thing. The Reaper, the Sombra, it is just the comp, the go-to right now. So sticking with that and preparing in a way. Obviously, this is an elimination match. This is a decider match to go to the main event. So you don't really want to be like practicing, but like actually just running the comp over and over again is going to drill it into you, and I think this is the kind of comp that will going forward will be the more prevailing meta comp, at least in EU. Things can change in NA. We are going to jump to a quick break though, give the teams just a couple of minutes just to prepare themselves for map number 5, but we're going to go into it just after this. Shambali Monastery up next.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back. Map number 5, Shambali Monastery. We're about to load in. We're just getting the substitutions coming in into the lobby, so we're just making sure everybody's set up and ready to go. Apparently Sheer Cold are making some swaps going into this, so we'll have to wait and see what they want to pull out. I mean, get someone fresh in there, fresh new face for a map number 5. Maybe not warmed up, but maybe new ideas logging into the server. Shambali Monastery, of course, pretty narrow map. Pretty good map for the main junk, so there's no changes for yet. Only Sheer Cold are making the substitutions.
Wonder if it's going to be NKZ. It is. Okay, NKZ is going to be coming back into the roster, and we also have a support sub coming in as well.
Leapy and NKZ coming in for Sheer Cold. Okie dokie. So quite a big swap up there. So I would assume they're probably not going to run the Lucio. We'll have to wait and see. Could just be a small change-up. Oh yeah, like I said before, not making any substitutions. Happy with Cool Boy and Hot Babe. I would be too if I had them on my team. And Kaya, Kaiser, and Darkside Phil. I mean, you just keep them in, man. I'm waiting for Darkside Phil maybe to pick up the Hog, but that ain't going to happen. Need one sane member of the team, and, well, that's in the tank role, apparently, for this team.
I kind of wonder if with the substitute, we actually do see maybe a bit of a difference in that backline, as you mentioned. No Lucio, but maybe something a bit more static. We have seen some like Baptiste, some Zen. I think both of those choices can be really impactful versus something like a Junkrat. And especially if you know that Cool Boy and Hot Babe do not have the tendency to lean towards either of those heroes, then I think you're really safe just not running one yourself.
Zen it is. For sheer cold.
I love it.
Okay, yeah, I really like it too. And the Widowmaker too. Let's go. Okay, this is my jam. A little Zen, a little Widow. I am here for it. A very slow comp though, Rose, with the Sigma instead of the Mauga here.
I think the Sigma makes so much sense though, because Aya hasn't really wanted to play the Mauga anyway, and if you want to be able to help enable something like the Widowmaker, then you have the shield to be able to just pop that in front of her, and hopefully she just gets a headshot, right? Also helps you against the Junkrat, to be quite fair.
W skin game. Should do a segment about skins at some point. Nice headshot onto the Junkrat though. I just really like the default, the new default. I think it's sick. The colorways from the Overwatch League ones are also really cool. Big fan, is all I'm saying. God, you do not want to peek that, but no headshots found just yet. You have charged a little bit longer now with the Widowmaker to get the guaranteed. This Darkside Phil makes his way up onto the second corner, sorry.
Ooh, look at the Junkrat though in the tiny room. I would get out of there if I were you.
Nice wall. Wall's going to be a big problem here for the Widowmaker, because they can just use the wall as cover. Not too many people are just going to be randomly spamming that wall. I mean, will be sure, but Will's probably off on an off angle, trying to just take to the skies to put pressure on the DPS. Speaking of which, there goes the Junk, and KZ picking up a nice little kill on the sidelines, and KZ just donates themselves to the ultimate bank.
Still gonna be a standstill at this final little stretch of that first checkpoint, and this is where we see a lot of teams get flustered. You have some much better Widow sight lines there towards the back of that point, especially in that window, and it's gonna be much harder for the Zarya to also break through too. Yeah, look at these sight lines here for the Widow. You're feeling really good right now.
Especially when they're creeping around that corner. Oh, keeping an eye on the window too, but there you go, another wall. Lamp, bubble, everything thrown in to try and help Darkside Phil survive, but I mean, hey, now you got two tanks to contend with. We're back in Overwatch 1, baby. There you go. Nice little 90 energy charge off the Turtle Mayhem. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. No tire in sight either, sadly. It's hard to get damage down, Rose, worth keeping in mind. Sheer Cold's composition doesn't really aid for the Junkrat to get much damage at all.
No.
They're playing so far back with the Zen and the Bab. Will's up in the skies, and the Widowmaker is also, well, killing people for one, but also way in the background.
So
in this
inaccessible.
giant painting. And then Sigma just stands in the front line, can eat, and use shield. So it's tough for the Junkrat really to get a lot of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, like, the wall's also working against you too, right? Even though you're cutting off the Widow sight lines, you're also cutting off access to actually kill her. I think it's a little twofold, but this poor Zarya too from Phil, like, it just can't break through this tiny room.
Yeah. I mean, Sheer Cold just had the number, it feels like. Nice little headshot, forces the bubble. Transcendence coming out. No use throwing the Graviton Surge into that. Still lobs it into the back line anyway and just marches on forward. Darkside Phil with 2 kills. They've got to take care of Will, though. That's going to be a big issue, but maybe not so much anymore, as they do need to touch. Darkside Phil spotting that Transcendence. LP just running away. It was like, well, guys, I'll see you later. You're going to have to kill the Zarya somehow. And yeah, nice grab. 2-man grab, beautiful. And that'll be it. Almost in OT, mind you. 3 minutes to go now for their push onto second. Oh! Nicely timed. No shot that Kiriko knew the Widow was there.
Oh, just taking that corner back again. And now you get the sights as well, so yeah, even fewer places that they're able to hide.
I love this playstyle. You know as well, no one can punish you. Who is going to punish you on that team? Oh well, Riptire.
She's still back there.
Yeah. No one punishes you.
Busy too.
Look at little bees.
No, where the Zen?
What is that? You can perma flank on this comp because IE can't punish you because they don't have speed. Well, they do have a Blizzard though. Yeah. Best thing to do if a lot of people are flanking you, run forwards and kill the main tank of the front line.
True.
And now you're in trouble. You're in big trouble.
This is just be a point capture here. You do have the duplicate, so that is a way that you can kind of stall this out. But where's the rest of the team?
Copy onto the Mei. Free Blizzard in the sights for Will. Might not even need to use it, to be honest with you. Should be a pretty easy, clean sweep. Nice headshot onto the Junkrat. Oh, I didn't get to use a Blizzard. That's so sad. All good though, Will survives. Clutch pick on the Doomfist there for NKZ, or clutch pick for the Doomfist as he manages to get back to the point in time. But still, a lot of space allotted. Doomfist doesn't really too much space creation.
He's so exploitable too. I think is the biggest problem with the Doomfist is he's just a big ult battery if you let him. There aren't actually too many ways to stun out the Doomfist though, and so one thing that you're just trying to do here is just create some chaos. You can also just jump onto the Junkrat, and this is a standstill for now. Once again with great sidelines to the Widowmaker.
Yeah, speaking of sightlines, got sights now. Oh, Transcendence Force super early. Darkside Field doing a very good job of using one of those. No shot, they just solo grab the Widow, surely. Just to get the Doom would be enough, or maybe even none at all. Oh, drags the Bapple from the high ground too. Darkside Field unable to execute the kill to Will though, who's just darting around in the skies. Tracks him eventually, but they left enough time for the Widow to just, well, basically just kill everybody.
Oh. That is it. Oh, wait, where's the Junkrat?
There's no mine. We're all good.
Yeah. Could you imagine if that didn't disappear? Okay. Well, still no point captured here for yeah. They only have 20 seconds remaining to get back, and this is the problem with stopping the car.
Oh my god, what a wall!
She's so lucky.
The absolute forehead on Kaiser there to try and stop the Widow from grappling away, but Will was there to save the Widow. All good. Damage enough to break one of those columns. Here comes the Riptide. What can it do? It spots the Sig, but Sig hears that from around the corner. Only about 5 seconds left on the Riptire. Oh, it's looking, it's hunting, it's searching, and a double kill will be found. OT is here, but yeah, have the advantage. They got that window to utilize too if they really need it, but I don't think they do. Well, LP manages to find the Kiriko at least, but there you go again. Yeah, just managing to clutch it out. That tire paying off for them once more.
That was a super important clutch too, because it was starting to look like it was already ultra rough with just the second point. It's so defensively favored just with all of those high grounds that you get a chance to utilize on that defense, that it can be very tough for especially an attacking team with a Junkrat to find a mark there. But we're going to maintain course as we start to approach that final checkpoint. You have way less ground to cover, but it's still very defensively favored.
Oh wow, how did that not eat? Nice Transcendence. Right Lamp to help too. Lamp goes down. Trans to stop the Sigma getting eliminated. And a copy into the Zarya too, although no bubbles. And the Will duplication ends up falling by the wayside. He's taking a fair amount of damage too. Yeah. Case are dead. All good. Reset, go again. 30 seconds to go though. Can't afford to waste any more deaths here.
No, you can't get staggered, but also you have to work up to something here. You've got the Flux as well as the Sights, which is going to give EXO just so much potential in this fight. Hot Babe has to have this Kitsune Rush to this team to have a chance here, unless they're able to get some quick picks.
Yeah, you're thinking they should be able to get it. 10% to go. Can buy some more time with the sights. Flux over the top of the wall. Double bubble used. Noble bubbles for the Zarya. Everybody's a little bit more vulnerable now on the side of yeah. And there is the rush. They do push onto the point, and Junkrat firing through the window. That is a scary sight to behold. LP ends up going down to the Zarya. A little bit out of position. Just trying to get a nice angle onto the backline, but wasn't to be. Graviton Surge thrown out. But merely a distraction technique for yeah. Kaiser finishing off the BAP, and there you go, OT finish. Yeah, managing to scrape by in this final map of this series. Elimination game, of course, so every small clutch from every player, any player, it really does matter. I think everybody had their own small moment there, the May, the Junkrat, everything. Oh,
wow.
The Widowmaker 3K, and that's what I'm saying, like, everybody has a clutch moment, especially in these comps. They're just lightning and how fast they can execute it. Hey, a Widowmaker is always a +1 in my books, so glad to see a Widowmaker back in the fray, at least somewhat.
And that Widow was making that attack push very difficult for Aya. Not only are you forced to use those Mei walls a bit more defensively rather than proactively, how we have seen that Mei just try to change that terrain for the team, but you also have to, like, you're stopped in your tracks a little bit more. Like, you can't just go in totally like full force, head empty. You have to think about, like, where could that Widowmaker be and how do we make sure that she is shut off access to our team. This is not as fast.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard as well, though. To be fair, playing the Widow on offense, a lot less sight lines. You got the big straightaways, sure, but you can't play those cheeky like off-angle flanks or anything. So you're already gonna have to go like saboteur mode and just infiltrate the backlines with that. So we'll see what Sheercold want to do. I don't mind Will also stick on the Echo. I think an Echo is a really good pick into the Mei and the Junk. I think it's really sick. Tracer is going to be the pick. Kind of weak to the Mei, at least somewhat. You're just looking at poking down the backline. It's rough. I think it's kind of rough for the Tracer.
Yeah, I don't think that this is the best choice for the team here, but I also think that, like, EXO has also proven themselves to be able to contend with something like the Junkrat in the back. And at this point, you're really just hoping to be a distraction. That way, like, your Echo can deal with the frontline pressure just a little bit more. You're really bullying back the Zarya, and then you have an opportunity to go in with something like that focus beam.
All good. Yeah, I think that's the main end of the game here. Just bully the Zarya, make her use bubbles, and then you can just walk. Just WM1. Well, there goes the Mei. Kaiser bites the dust. Lamp to use 2. Zarya is just so hard to keep alive here. You're not even doing damage. If you're a cool boy or hot babe, it feels like you are just trying to heal your Zarya through all of the poke.
And that can be really tough to do. Like, the Zarya is going to be focused down a lot, and I think there's, like, so much utility on Sheercold's composition to do that. You have the Tracer that can help to just kind of chunk down those bubbles. Any of those sticky beams as well will also be able to do the job. Oh, that Tracer, though.
That's TP.
Oh, God.
That's a little TP there to stop the sticky bomb damage going off. Oh, hello. 30 HP in a dream. Almost got sniped. Speaking of getting sniped, there goes the Zen. Hey, it's just so good at landing these. Oh, through the window! Get out of there. Nah, they're all good. Nice LOS. Good use of the wall too. Stopping anybody going down instantly to the window.
Zarya is able to hold the door here. The door is a really good defensive position just because, like, you don't have any very easy way to access that area if you are on the attacking team. We are going to see a change, though, off of the Tracer. It's going to be the Ashe now here for EXO. I think this is a much better choice, just knowing that you can have a little bit more consistent damage, and you also don't have to get too up close and personal to some of these more spammy characters, I guess.
It's trying to look for the Echo. You can see the tri-shots, obviously, just giving the Junk a little bit of a haircut. Duplication available too, but with this rush, I think Will has to back off, just help the rest of his team as Aya just kind of flood onto the first points. There's the Flux, bubble available, does crash back down to earth, but look at the chunk damage there. That window, you don't even need it. at all in this fight, you'd imagine. There's the lamp, the Transcendence. They're pushing on forward. Cool Boy just holding on to the window. There's no use to try and sustain through all of that damage, especially with the Flux going off too. The Zarya is just so susceptible to getting picked out of the air. The bubble timing has to be immaculate. As soon as you crash down to the ground, honestly, otherwise people can just burst through it. And here you go, this second point push, Rose. They've conquered the main territory of the Junkrat, right? The caves. Oh, and the May, I suppose.
Yeah, now it's a little bit more open, so both the Junkrat as well as the May are going to be a little bit less impactful, but still, like, you've got those bubbles from the Zarya that can help out here. Those are really good bubbles there, too.
2 bubbles gone. Here comes the tire. What can we get? Will. Oh, straight in the midair with the duplication. No sniping, the echo out. And good focus fire on the Riptire. Not today. Summons down as the lamp also falls for Cool Boy. Look at Will, though. Will is just dancing in front of this window, by the way. I mean, that is ridiculous how they just get sniped out. All good, though. They end up escaping alive. Only just, though.
Ooh, and KZ's going to open this up a ton with this double.
That's it. That's point. Oh, good headshot. Wow, that was clean. Crispy, if you will.
X's aim has been amazing.
Yeah.
Like just so good with the Tracer to be annoying. You also have the Widowmaker that was just such a nuisance on the defense here for Sheer Cold, and now you have this Ashe that has just been able to get the dynamite damage down and really help sort of soften up these targets for Will to go in and be that aerial unit here for the team. Another Flux, too.
I think that's a really good point, yeah. That Dynamite just does so much work, because then Will doesn't have to contend with most of the health bar, right? You can, well, you're half, I can just beam you down. So, yeah, it's a really nice little combo there. Dynamite into Will just getting aggressive. Oh, here he comes. Here's Bob. The 6th man has joined the battlefield. Just assassinating the poor Zen. It's okay, though, because Bob is here. And, well, EXO may have got a lot of kills in the kill feed, but we know it was really just Bob. 3 minutes to go for Sheer Cold as they push onto this final corner. Oh, yeah, are going to be able to touch, and a rare swap. There's a Lucio, there's a Tracer. This is not my yeah. There's even a Diva, too. They're going to be able to get this touch. They're going to be able to at least contend for a brief moment. But how long can they really hold on?
Ooh, the May, too. That's just going to be so good to stall out this card.
Free Blizzard. Okay, Will throwing it down. Can they actually find anybody, though? That is the real question that needs answering. Darkside feels super low. Window erected for Cool Boy, but sniped through it. A Transcendentral LP. No ultimates really available for Sheer Cold. They got a window coming up rather soon, but the Transcendence might have just done it. Oh, the Lucio cowering in a corner. But no, there's just no chance for them to touch again. Just the duplication, the free Blizzard. There was just too much damage, and Sheer Cold finished with a mammoth time bank. 3 minutes and 29 seconds versus a single minute for yeah. This is slowly slipping away on what has been a very entertaining game. This Junkrat maybe just not working out for them. Sheer Cold just taking them to the cleaners.
You brought up such a good point, though, when we first loaded into this map and we saw those compositions, that what Sheer Cold is running is just so much less vulnerable to something like the Junkrat. If you're on the defense, I think the Junkrat is just a little bit better, but otherwise, you're not able to just spam down a target that's in the back. How do you hit EXO? How do you hit Will in the sky? That is a huge issue for the Junkrat to be able to actually find that value. But on the defense here, Sheer Cold walks out. It's not the Widowmaker this time around. It is going to be the Ashe, and the Ashe was really good on the attack, so I think that keeping on the defense here makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
the Ashe, and to be fair, the Zen too, is just putting in so much work for them. I like the fact that Sheer Cold went into this game and went into this map, and subbed in a player that hadn't warmed up, really. I mean, maybe they're warming up in ranked or training range or whatever, right? But more often than not, you just sitting in the team comms, just listen to how things are going. But sticking someone on a Zen, especially against a comp that you know is going to be slower because they're playing May Junkrat, I think that was really smart from Sheer Cold there. All right, oh yeah, Rose, they've got 1 minute. 1 minute and a big mountain to climb, and I'm not talking about Shambali Monastery.
Well, we've seen a lot of teams be able to take a minute and turn it into a full push, so maybe that's what we get to chance to see here. It's a very aggressive push here coming through from Phil.
Oh wow, there you go, and the Junkrat's already dead. Rest in peace. Rest in pieces. 27 seconds to go. You cannot die to a stagger here. Oh, Will is taking a little bit too much damage. That's a stagger. That's a giant stagger too. The Tracer dead? Oh, that's over. Oh, it's over now. There's almost no way they come back from this one.
They can't come out of spawn here. You're gonna see the pick over to the D.Va to be able to rush back to the cart. You got the Lucio as well in tow, and even though you're on this fast comp, you're just not set up for success here.
Oh my god, I feel like no shot. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Payload's gonna hold there on the top of this hill, bar a miracle. We've seen crazier things in this series so far, but I think that miracle is yet to come. Little dupe into the Lucio. Good stuff. 30.36 meters, sheer cold, on the verge of knocking out yet again in a 5-map series. And moving on to the main event with Rock Esports from their group.
This map is just so defensively favored. Like, as soon as you get stopped once, you have so much ground you have to try to make up here. And with only a minute too, it just wasn't enough time to get an ultimate online or anything that was powerful enough outside of just a pick. So it's so tough there to be in that position if you're, just really not having enough time on the board. Sheer Cold, on the other hand, it just feels like it's a matter of time before they're able to close out this map.
Yeah, matter of time. 3 minutes and 29 seconds is exactly how much they got, Rose. It feels inevitable.
It's so
really
much
does.
time.
And getting it that far, you're like, oh, sorry, I just got 2 picks. Okay, we just win the game because it's up like halfway up the hill almost. Okay, well, maybe it's on the first corner, but close enough. Bearing in mind, thinking back to the series, the original series, Sheer Cold versus it did end in Shambali Monastery as well, so very poetic if Sheer Cold can finish this one out too. Knock out, and they advance in their group. And then only one more group to see us through the rest of EU today. But Group C, looking less top-heavy than some of the other groups that we have here in the EU, not in NA. That's later. But here's the attack, Rose. Defense, Darkside Phil, all right, running the Zarya.
You have no room for error here if you're you can't get picked off. You have to hold this corner, and it's going to be sort of a one and you're done kind of affair. Oh, the bubble's already gone. Exo, though, does get reset.
Hot Babe 35, legend, playing at the Ana. The only thing that helped Zarya survive there was that nade from Hot Babe. That increased healing really helped out the Zarya in staying alive. But you just need one ult cycle, easily obtainable here in 3 minutes. And Will has the Sky at the beck and call. I mean, Hot Babe can obviously shoot back at the Echo, but it's a bit more difficult, especially when you're kind of hiding away, making sure you don't get chunked by the Ash.
Don't have charge either.
Yeah, right. So much damage. Lamp already used. Lampington down. Okay. Eyes pretty low. Darkside Phil, no bubbles. Is playing pretty scared, but playing like they have bubbles. Maybe a bit of deceptive play there. Just trying to bait them in, but it's in fact a swift death meeting the tank. And with the spawn advantage, Sheer Cold making this look inevitable. But Hot Babe and Cool Boy coming up clutch, in fact. Making the most of their space that their Sigma had provided them.
That's a huge amount of time that they're buying as well, because Cool Boy's going to have the first ult up in this game. That Amplification Matrix is a great way to be able to stall this out, and even though this is plenty of time for Sheer Cold to get ults, it's a lot for to be able to keep up. We are going to see Phil come back here on the D.Va, so you're able to contest with this Ashe just a little bit better, but it's time for ults here. Exo's down.
Do not get one-shot challenged. Impossible against the Junk. They do trade, though, 4v4. Dupe available. But so is that Riptire. Guys done it once, they can do it again, I believe. Carts being used as a window holster, and here is the Riptire. They surely got to know is coming for that payload. Oh, instantly taken out. The pre-fire ang there from Exo, just too good. Discord on the D.Va, they are also pretty low. Will, duping the Ana, what is this? What is this meta? I've seen this somewhere before. Oh, what a predictive sleep too. Will might just be able to win this game on the front line. Cool Boy saying, that's not my Ana, that's the enemy. NKZ just marching on. The Blizzard on the points, but it doesn't matter. Falling are the numbers of with only Hot Babe surviving. Sheer Cold have done it again. A map 5 banger, ending on Shambali Monastery. They eliminate from the competition and advance to the main event.
Wow, what a treat we got with this matchup too. Not only was it super hard fought here by Sheer Cold, but gave us such an entertaining match. We got the Junkrat, we got the Mei, we got the Mauga, we got like 6 different tanks in this matchup. Like, what more could you have asked for?
I see you.
I
We're
know,
so
right?
back.
I know.
We're so back.
We're so bad.
First it was Clockwork Vendetta, and then it was
This is
Avoided,
such a EU game.
and now it's Oh Yeah.
Like, this was just screaming EU ladder, and I love it. I mean, look at the very beginning of this series, looking all the way back to map number 1. I feel like some eyebrows being raised on map 1, seeing Sheer Cold on that Zarya, making it work. And we're all like, oh, wow, wow. And then on King's Row, things just escalate. Kaya coming in, representing your rank junk warlords. Then Darkside Phil just playing tank roulette. Maga, Sigma, Diva, Junker Queen, Zarya, like you name it. What an entertaining series. What a way to go out for Oh Yeah. Like, I mean, heartbreaking, obviously, that they couldn't get it done, but man, this was a treat.
We're going to see these players again, which is the best thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
There's
for
no
sure.
shot they don't make
We
it through
better.
the group stage. They are very talented players, even though, you know, you got a couple of specialists on the team, but it's all good fun. It's all good entertainment. And Oh Yeah, taking Sheer Cold to a map number 5. I mean, what's more poetic than that? Ending on Shambali Monastery the same way Sheer Cold ended it before. A competitive group, you got to say. I mean, Rock Esports, everybody pinned them as the favorites in that group for sure, and they proved that. Went 6-0, didn't lose a single map. But yeah, that middle of the pack, that was a little bit more competitive. Good stuff. And I'm excited to see what Oh Yeah, and the individual players too, what they have to come later on the later down the line. But with Sheer Cold making it, real opportunity here to prove themselves against other teams that will play a little bit more meta Overwatch.
I mean, Sheer Cold has been one of those organizations that has been around the Tier 2 scene for so long, and it's so great to be able to see them back here in this competition, just coming in from contenders as one of the top teams in the space, and now being able to show off what they have at OWCS with this newer set of players. And I think they were able to show some real resilience here when it came down to just having to make some adjustments that I don't know if many teams were ever prepared for. You got hit with a 5k Riptire. You got hit with just all of the damage under the sun when it came down to like Maga trapping you down, and then here's the Riptire. Like, this was crazy.
Psychic damage is what was caused here, not just deaths in the kill feed. Man, I love it.
I was like, never did I ever think that we would see a 5k Riptire at this level of competition.
I just realized, Rose, we got the triple collab.
We did.
And then we got the 5k junk tire.
We did. The Merit triple collat on Colosseo as soon as Sojourn was introduced into the game and into Overwatch League. Now we have...
There was a May in that game too.
The junk. Yeah, true.
Damn. Comes full circle. Overwatch really.
I mean, there are so many good things you can say about that Sheer Cold roster. I think the adaptation was just on point, and that isn't just about hero swaps. You guys touched on it during the cast as well. The fact that they here brought in their Zenyatta players to switch it up in a do or die game, right? Like, a lot of faith you have in your teammates and in your team and in your strategy and your game plan coming into it. So very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point, Zoe. The bringing in someone cold like that is pretty big, and it's not something that you'd normally see, but having the flexibility on the roster, really, really nice. And of course, EXO, W Widow player. I'm happy we're seeing a little bit more Widow. I don't think we'll see too much of it going forward, but yeah, it was good. It was good to win us. Also, on a 5-map series, 149 eliminations is just, well, it's kind of, the number's always going to be huge, but it's kind of funny to see on the player of the match screen. Yeah, Sombra's looking great. I think this team is probably just going to run this or a variation of this moving forward against some of the more top tier teams with the Malga, I would imagine, maybe not the Zarya. Unless, obviously, the meta might evolve, but yeah, they've got the flexibility there to flex to something that's a little bit more unconventional when they face a team that's very unconventional, but they also can play a solid, like, meta comp, so it's good.
I mean, like, from EXO, we saw the Tracer, we saw the Widow, we saw the Ashe, we saw the Sombra, and I think just even being able to show that type of versatility in your own DPS hero pool, you're going to be totally fine being able to probably play into any type of team and have to adjust to a specific game plan. So I love that we got to see that today.
Same. Also looking at their tank, of course, NKZ also showed us a lot of different looks, a lot of different heroes that they were playing. And we actually got NKZ with us now for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations. This was a nail biter of a series. So much fun to watch. How are you feeling after it's all said and done?
A lot of adrenaline, obviously. I'm still a little shaky, but we pulled through, and I'm glad. Like the Zarya thing, I thought of that on the first map, and I'm glad it worked because no one is playing Zarya, and I'm proving the holders wrong.
I want to hear more about that, because not only did we see you on Zarya, which, you know, we weren't sure if this is going to work out against those Mauga compositions, but there were a lot of compositional switches from you and the team. Was all of that just reactionary, playing into whatever is being thrown at you, or did you have like a lot of different game plans set up?
For Lijiang, we had the Zarya comp set up, like that was our actual plan, and it worked really well after the first round. We played really bad the first round. But for King's Row, we never expected to put in Kaya, the junk god, like that was not expected. So then I was really scared to play Zarya because Junkrat just absolutely demolished Zarya, as you probably saw on Esperanza. And we kept trying to force it, and we almost won King's Row by playing Sigma, but it obviously didn't work out. And then Skytar came in clutch with the Mauga later, which does counter them again. And then we cleaned up with Shambali. So we a lot of reactionary gameplay, but mostly New Junk City and Lijiang were planned out.
Awesome.
That's really good to hear, actually. I'm glad there's a lot of conversation about like the meta right now and like what you can kind of change up. Do you think Mauga is perma meta? Like obviously that's the overall sentiment right now. It's like, okay, you have to play Mauga, you play like this brawl comp, or not brawl comp, but like sustain comp. Or do you think there's still a lot of room for flexibility? Could you play the Zarya into someone like Space Station, for example, that seems like they probably want to run Mauga, like just judging by what Hattie plays, but yeah, how do you feel about that?
We won against Space Station like one map, or like half a map yesterday with the Zarya comp. Like I'm testing it out, it's completely new waters. Like it's easy to just copy the meta Mauga, but I'm a hard Mauga denier. I don't think he's good actually.
I like it.
We stand.
I think Mauga's really bad. So
really
I thought
bad?
of Zarya like ages ago. Yeah, I actually think he's really bad. Ages ago I thought of the Zarya comp, but then Mauga fell out of meta again. But now I brought it back and it worked. Like we win basically most maps against the Mauga. Like for me it's really easy. The Mauga just cannot survive.
Okay.
That's amazing to hear. So maybe we get a chance to see a little bit more of your Zarya gameplay as we look forward to the main event. Do you feel like though any nerves, I guess, saying or proclaiming that like, oh we're Mauga deniers, we don't think that that's like the comp you should be running? Are you nervous?
Well, I'm the Mauga denier. The rest of my team still thinks Mauga is good, and we have Skytar playing Mauga, so we have the flexibility. I just have this vision, and I think in a pure brawl, like if it's Sombra Reaper versus Sombra Reaper of the Zarya will always win every single time. So
look, we're on your side here.
Every brawl map
yeah, we're with you here.
We're absolutely with you. They can deny all they want, or they can approve all they want. We shall deny. Now, one last question before I let you go celebrate. How do you mentally come back from that Penta rip tire? That was something. Can you even be mad at that when that happens?
Well, I wasn't in that game, but I was watching and I was fuming. It was it was a shock to be sure, but they cleaned it up really well after. I mean, Skytar has a really good mental. The rest of the team has a really good mental. They pulled it together, so I'm really proud of them for doing so. And I shout out to Zodiel as well because he.
Yeah, could you hear?
Well, I was listening to comms half the time. I was deaf at some point because I was deaf because I couldn't handle it. And later on, when they there's like last fight on New Junk City, I was jumping up and down my chair. I was listening to the comms. It was crazy. And then
that's
pulled
awesome.
it back together in Shambali. Yeah.
No, it was a great series. So thank you so much for all the entertainment provided. We can't wait to see more from you in the squad. Thank you so much for taking the time for a chat.
Thank you, no problem. This has been a pleasure.
NKC making it to the main event with sheer cold.
That was awesome.
That was fantastic.
Oh,
yeah,
you'd love to see it.
We're all about that. We're with him. Let's actually take a look at the Group C EMEA bracket to see how that one panned out in the very end. I mean, came down to the wire. This could have gone either way. What an explosive match to end it all.
Yeah, it was definitely how it needed to be, was a rematch and then going to a map 5 again. Like, yeah, it was nice. It was a good way to end this group, I think. Rock Esports, of course, just blazed through it. I mean, Rock ridiculously stacked. I think they're obviously going to be one of the top teams in contention for maybe even the trophy later down the line, right? But Sheer Cold have got a lot to prove, and I think they can definitely do that. And like they mentioned in the interview, they got a lot of flexibility. Hey, I don't want to play Mago right now. That's fine. It's all good. We got a Mago on the bench. And I think teams with a bit more of an expansive roster, especially in a changing meta like this, I think is going to work out.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, we've already seen that there are a lot of different takes that all of these teams like to even have when it comes down to the manga itself. What DPS are you playing? What backline supports are you going to play? So I think just being able to show us that versatility in real time was very, very impressive. And it does set them up, I think, for success when you take a look at the main event and who else is there.
I also just really love hearing NKC telling us that, you know, he's the one who's not believing in the Maga. He wanted to run with the Zarya, and once again showing the trust in your teammates there, that they trusted him with that call, that they run with it, and it worked out for them. I think that this is going to set the team up for great success in the future. I can't wait to see more from them. Now we do have another elimination match coming up. Oblivion and Seltas will go head to head. One of the teams will make it out of the groups and join the other squads at the main event. You do not want to miss it. Welcome back, one and all. We are at it again. The last match here in the EMEA region to finish out our group stage number 1 in OWCS. My name is Zoe, and I am joined by no other than the dynamic duo of Jack and Rose. Guys, have we recovered from what we just witnessed?
No, that rip tire is gonna live rent-free in my head probably for at least the rest of the day. Because like, what an amazing thing to see happen on a broadcast. Like, we just don't get treated to things like that very often. Maybe it was just the old metas that we had in Overwatch League, where I feel like we saw a lot of the same comps over and over again. And maybe the Amalgam meta now, but
yeah. Shout out to Kaya. You blessed us. You may not have made it out of the group, but
if we transition to a Zarya meta, I'm down. Zara's fun.
Why not?
Zara is cool.
Why not? Well, let's see what the next two teams have in store for us. We're starting with ex-Oblivion. They will go up against Seltas. And ex-Oblivion, I mean, their loss against the group favorite Space Station Gaming basically put them in the spot here today. And it was such a close match. Through it all, they stuck it out with the Ramatra comms against, what was it, Winston, Ryan, anything else SSG threw at them. How will they fare in this meta, you guys think?
I think they're actually going to do really well here, because while we haven't gotten a chance to see them yet, I think like one of the things that they do bring to the table is going to, I think like when you look at the Ramatra versus the Winston, we do see the Mauga play very similarly to what we ended up seeing here with the Ramatra. Just brawl, run into them. And even though it is a space station, there's a ton of amazing plays we ended up seeing yesterday with just the combos that we saw from like the Mauga and the Reaper, for example.
Yeah, that's how they were winning a lot of their fights too, where when we were seeing Seltas, was just the combos. That was like cage into this, cage into that, cage into this. So I can imagine we're going to see a lot more of that today. I would imagine. Seltas, with Kai on the roster. It's always funny seeing Kai's name with the, Kai. But this match is going to be extremely tough for this team, like straight up. Ex-Oblivion, they're stacked. They're one of the favorites. They were the favorites to win the group. Or one of the favorites to win the group, sorry. And then you, Space Station being the favorite. And then you're against just so many legends. It's really hard to think that Seltas are going to come out on top. They did, of course, end up going down 3-0 to Space Station in their very first game. And this might be the same kind of affair. I don't think we're going to go to a map 5 heroes, but anything can happen. Elimination game or decider games, they are not to be trifled with when it comes to silliness and, you know, surprises here and there.
I think you're right about that one. And I think Zoe set us up really, really well. That, like with EXO, when it came down to actually playing against Space Station Gaming, like, we did see the Ramatra, but I think that translates over super nicely to seeing something like the Mauga composition. And EXO have intel on what Seltas wanted to run yesterday. So get that info, get it downloaded into your brain, and bring out something to counter that when it comes down to playing out this match. That's the key to success here.
Downloading the information, then put it into play. There you go. So a couple of clips from yesterday, I believe, although we'll show those a little bit later, don't worry, as Lijiang Tower will be our first match, or map, sorry. And with a lot of the combos that we were talking about, it was a lot of the time Seltas just relying on those. They were against one-man army. It was a 3-1, but as soon as Seltas, they lost the first map, and then they really found their pace, they found their footing, and it was just, well, Mauga, Cage into Reaper, Death Blossom, or one of the other combos that you can play. Yeah. So, although we aren't seeing that at all now, and we're just seeing Kai skewered like a shrimp on a barbecue. That was one of the fastest kills I've ever seen.
that is going to be an immediate send back to spawn there, and also an immediate switch up. Kai is gonna switch off of the Reaper and go to the Tracer. Tracer gonna be a little bit more impactful when you see the Tracer and the Sojourn on the other side, but this might just put to the test here what this Mauga versus Orisa can really do.
Yeah, Oblivion. I mentioned at the top of the stream, or the top of the show today, you know, maybe Orisa is kind of that. Like some other regions are playing it, you know, World on the Street is, you know, maybe the Orisa's good here. Or maybe the Orisa is good into the Mauga. Oh my god, okay. Canel trying to tag the Lucio there. It was so silly. But we'll see how it actually ends up panning out. Of course, like I mentioned before, a bit top heavy in terms of talent for Oblivion, but hey, if the Mauga works, we'll see. We'll see if it is truly the counter to the Orisa or if it's the other way around.
I don't know, it could be, but like, it's Seltas is kind of trying to just find some footing in this game. Kai's actually going to switch over to the Genji away from the Tracer, but it's in a rush first.
Yep, there's the rush, there's the back off overclock, being ripped by Shockwave. Already, Tomo's like half HP. Gotta be careful if you're Poto. That rush has completely disappeared. Sound barrier almost got interrupted, or could have been interrupted by Chase using that spear pin to push the Lucio away. Sound barrier be damned, apparently, as Chase just runs over the back line. A triple kill for the Orisa. I mean, there's nothing the Genji can do there. And then Cloud cleans up with the next two. Two ults ripped from Oblivion, and they win the fight. It's almost final fight for Seltas now, with a Sombra EMP on the horizon.
Yeah, and there's no sound barrier anymore either, and there's also no Sombra. So I think this is going to be final fight by the time that Seltas ends up walking back into this one. You would hope that EMP would be the fight winner here, but Crispy has the sound barrier himself, so just pop that in a response. I think you're feeling really good about it. You also don't have a nano for this blade, and I think that Oblivion just has a ton of sustain to deal with the DPS ults that can get thrown at them.
Tracer with a pulse bomb too. Might as well just kind of wait out for this EMP. Curious to where Crispy's playing currently, because they got to know that's coming soon. Cloud looking for an entrance, making their presence known on the Tracer. Hits the Re, just to get out of the way of those kunais, but now can just kind of dominate the backline. An easy blink on to your ally for the Kiriko, but it's just such an easy follow-up for that Tracer. The point does end up getting flipped, as the Mauga ultimate does end up coming down. The cage locking people in place, perfect for the Genji, but they're just getting kited out almost. Kai does end up coming up with one kill in the end, and a fair amount of damage too onto the body of Chase. And we Seltas winning their first fight of this series and this map, as they do find the flip and start building up their own percent.
Yeah, but that was everything. They needed cage fight and the double DPS ultimates in order to break through that defense that Oblivion had set up. And Exo are coming back in with the Pulse Bomb as well as the Overclock. So gotta be scared if you're Seltas to be able to deal with that. Make sure that GCB can come in here with the sound barrier.
Jeez. Like, GCB was close to Ajaxing there, but not quite. So I've already missed one of those today, so I might as well make it two. Cloud, Cloud, who was pressuring that point the whole time. Like, Seltas were like delivering themselves to him. OT here, and even with the rush, it's going to be hard to like, really lock down a kill, especially as you're so split. Overrun unable, and even the swift step from the Kiri unable to touch the point to trigger OT again. Oblivion take round one.
Cloud is just such a dominant Tracer too. We ended up seeing this Tracer play during the Overwatch World Cup, and time and time again, I feel like Cloud just comes up clutch, whether it's just quick picks in the back line, or even just contending toe-to-toe with another Tracer. That was just lights-out gameplay coming through from that DPS player, and I think it's going to be tough for Seltas to find a way to break through this Orisa comp if they can't figure out how to deal with that Tracer.
Yeah, I'm curious if Cloud's still going to play that here. Could play a lot, but I mean, Tracer's still pretty valuable even on Control Center. I mean, yeah, if you kind of know Seltas are running the same thing, maybe you just stick with it. So I was just taking that leave of...
though.
Yeah, he's taking a leave out of Oblivion's book, jumping over to the Orisa.
I like the Orisa choice a little bit more. Tamer had a hard time being able to break through the sustainability that Orisa has with the Fortify. It just gives you a lot of staying power on the point. Oh. You need that. Wow. Oh, especially for your DPS.
I wonder if that was a headshot from Canale there with a kunai. You just saw this Hydra's health bar just evaporate.
It was more than just the pulse pistols. Like,
yeah, it must have been a headshot from Akuna. But regardless, Oblivion capping first again.
Now you're stuck at the door. I think the Zytra still has a lot of pressure to be able to push Oblivion back, but you can play so far forward here if you're EXO. Do you take this rotation?
You could rotate to server. Looks like they want to go main though. Bit of an easier firing line, although saying that, just up the small little ramp is normally better. Force people on the low ground to look up at you. Oh, nice little spear. Just trading them. Trading cooldowns is all the Orisa's doing right now. Classic Overwatch moment. Although saying that, Chase is behind them. Well, Cloud ends up getting found out in server room as they end up using the rush on the points and being Oblivion. Same with Seltas. Are they going to be able to push forward and make use of it though? Whoa, how does Shockwave get over there? Just slipped right over with that slide, and Chase with the ult. Oh, completely countered by that sound barrier. That Terror Surge not finding anything there apart from a little bit of tickle damage. Nice flip there from Seltas as they push Oblivion all the way to spawn almost.
You're fine with this. You got 57%. You got out a really key ultimate there from TCB and that sound barrier, and now you have your own. So, like EXO have the ultimate economy. They just need to go in and make sure that Shockwave can't just have... Sidra can't have free reels here. Oh, and
Cloud, what a pick! No chance to use that Suzu. Look like Cloud was maybe going for a pulse, but if you got aim like that, you don't need the ult. Nice little kill onto the Sojourn as well. Okay, Cloud is just taking these guys to town. And with the sound barrier, that's just a guaranteed fight win for Oblivion there.
No, it's super easy. You don't even need to use the pulse bomb there. The overclock was plenty to be able to click those heads. Now, Kaneo also has the opportunity to be able to work up to that rush. That's why you push forward a little bit there. Not only do you get a chance to sneak away with a little bit of a stagger there onto Zydra, but Kaneo's going to be able to have that rush back online. Shockwave
must have gotten stunned. I didn't quickly tag the portrait. I'm not sure if it was stunned due to the spear there, but Shockwave just goes down to some potential spear and some fire from the Orisa. This definitely ends now for Oblivion's defense on this point. It will be Cloud just touching for a brief moment, granting at least a 2 extra %, making it a final fight for Oblivion now.
Ooh, Terror Surge though online here for Tummer. It's an opportunity maybe to just position everybody in front of the rush from Pado. There's no sound barrier on either side, so these ultimates are going to hit really hard.
Kaneo rush on the point. Cloud getting checked by the Genji on the sidelines. Push in for Chase. No Terror Surge, but it might not matter. Well, that's a Terror Surge. A Terror Surge of all time. Oblivion managed to escort themselves out of that one quite rapidly as Summer jumps the backline. Spear spins, hits the Fortify so they don't instantly evaporate, but the same can't be said for the rest of their team as they are just falling over right now as Oblivion just run them down, and that will be the map. The point, and Oblivion off to a very strong start.
Super strong, and without the Mauga, I think we're being proven again that Mauga is not going to be the total staple, at least when it comes to EMEA. But that's also just the first map. Maybe it's a little hopium. We get a chance to continue to see something different, but I liked what we saw from the Orisa versus the Mauga, and I think that we were able to see just a really good showcase of that Orisa.
Yeah, it's more survivable, which is nice. Gives the supports a little bit of reprieve. You also can kind of dominate the Mauga in the neutral if you're just spearing them, using your spear spin to push them away from the front line. Like, there's a lot of benefits to the Orisa here. I think the big one is that she just doesn't really die at all, and Mauga needs a lot of extra support. Even though it does have the armor, you're still just kind of a big squishy body. Orisa's just got a lot more there in terms of like fortified too. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how this ends up evolving throughout the series. Jumping some highlights for this one. Oh, there's that instant kill onto Kai. Just took a bit of extra straight damage, and the spear was just the kill instant.
You're so right about that, though. I mean, like, what a fantastic display of that spear being able to push back Tummer, and then you see all of the support that this Mauga needs in order to actually operate. You have the Kitsune rush, you also had the Reaper and the Sombra in the front line for quite a while there, and it's like a lot of emphasis and support goes into making sure that the Mauga can actually function. But like the Orisa, on the other hand, I think one of the reasons why we hadn't seen it from a lot of these teams is that not only was it just sort of necessary in a lot of those 1v1s we were seeing with the Mauga Malga versus Malga, but the Orisa does require a little bit more synergy involvement from the team in order to be able to contend with some of these more Death Volley types of composition. So I don't know, EXO is the type of team that I would expect to have that type of synergy to play the Orisa.
Right, yeah. I mean, maybe Orisa is going to be the next thing that's on the docket for a lot of these top-tier teams. Midtown up next, Seltas' pick. We'll see if they can do any better on that one. Yeah, Oblivion, definitely one of the favorites to win their group. Space Station Gaming already through. One of the stronger teams in EU, most definitely. And a team that's also been around for a long time as well, Oblivion. There's, some history on that team. And there's also Oblivion, which is insane. But it looks like we're going to a quick break, though. Maybe get some substitutions. Make sure everybody's ready in the roster, in the lobby as well. So don't go anywhere. Map number 2 up soon.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
All right, welcome back. Everybody's readying up in the lobby. Just had a brief substitution, which we'll get to in a minute. Midtown is the map. Seltas' pick after they banned Blizzard World, and King's Row is banned by Oblivion. How sad. There we go. Cookie in for Shockwave. So a little bit more hit scan there. I mean, Shockwave played a lot of hit scan too. Cookie probably going to play the Sojourn if I had to imagine. But honestly, at this point, it's all up in the air. Maybe we see a little bit more chase on the Orisa too. If that's the way the meta's going, don't mind Sojourn whatsoever either. I mean, you kind of just shoot the Orisa, get the charge, kind of one-shot the backline. It's how Korea is currently playing this kind of meta too, with the Sojourns at least. All right, map number 2 though, Rose. Seltas, they got a lot to kind of gather from that first map. Wasn't the closest to fair.
Maybe Midtown is going to be the difference maker that they need here, but as we've seen from our Team Peps versus Nuage match yesterday, like, you can still run the Orisa on Midtown, and it almost feels like it's even a little bit better than what we might have seen on Lijiang. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Oblivion continue to go with a pick like that, but Seltas on the defense, they're going to run the Malga back here. but with the Genji and the Sojourn, just like such a different view of the Mauga that we've seen from our previous teams running like the Reaper and the Sombra together.
Will someone fall for it? Doubtful, but you know.
No, surely.
No. Storm arrows, an Ana sleep, and an Ana nade, and everything thrown in. No one, I think, even got hit marks, to be honest with you. All right, let's see then. Orisa versus Mauga. Good rotations. I mean, this is really what you want to do.
Yep.
In this Orisa
Let's go to the back of point.
Rotate, classic, don't go through choke. Cookie taking an overwhelming amount of damage, was 4 HP for a little bit longer than they really desired, but, oh, speaking of which, low HP, 0 is definitely low. As Crispy gets a railgun from across the map.
Well, this is the difficulty. You just get trapped in this room if you lose your Lucio. What you're waiting for is for that amp it up cooldown to be online. Use that as mobility in order to actually wrap around the point. But you don't have a shield. Like a lot of teams that we've seen on a map like this, like they would opt to run something like the Sigma that's a little bit slower because you have that shield in order to protect yourself in those more vulnerable positions heading towards Laundry. But it's gonna be the Orisa, so like you gotta make these moves quickly. You can't leave anybody behind.
Looks like they want to do the same plan. Just rotate through.
Just don't get picked this time.
Yeah, Crispy Dyson with death. Wow, that guy was riding high on the Lucio. I don't mind it. Don't hate it. You'll miss at some point, right? Surely. Clueless. 2.5 minutes to go now. Half the time bank already gone. As Cookie trying to settle the score with a railgun kill of their own. Cookie's kind of getting dominated right now by the side. Yeah, there's the dash on the Mauga, that cardiac overdrive to just helping the team just push on forward. Hollow with the shortest swift step in history, going about 2 feet in front of them. Here comes the rush, double in fact, but no, that spear somehow managed to dodge it through, dodge the Mauga and land straight on the Kiri. Chase picking up 2 kills in that fight. And even though that pulse bomb got Suzu'd, it didn't matter in the end. Seltas are going to lose the point. Oblivion going to get the payload going.
This is where the Orisa comp can start to be, like, really valuable. Set up on the high ground. You can also play around the cart really effectively, but you want this high ground to be taken away from something like the Sojourn from Zydra on Seltas' side. You've got this blade as well here from Kai. See if you can weave it past something like the Suzu.
It is going to be rough getting this blade off. Against an Orisa and a Kiri, and you have speed too. Like, this is... You're using it really just to force speed. That's really what you're using it for. Sure. You can just pull it and then not even dash up. You dash up, pull it, and then just dash back to the rest of your team. They end up popping B. We'll see how strong the mental is on Oblivion. Both Sojourns unlocking that overclock. Oh, looks like Oblivion not wanting to dice with that. And they're backing off, respecting Zydra.
It's nice because you already have cover to play around, but here's the blade.
There's the blade, there's the beat. Cloud didn't get it, but it's all good. They ended up hitting the recall. They're just swinging at Orisa, which is doing about, I don't know, 2 damage or something. Fortified Orisa with Sound Barrier, they ain't doing much. But that will, though. Cloud getting stuck in that cage. That's going to be the most devastating thing of a Tracer, just getting stuck in the cage with the Mauga. Ain't no way you get away from that.
Get your movement locked out there for a hot second.
Horrible. Wow.
Staring Mauga in the face.
Okay, that is a very good kill.
Oh, Cookie gets to move forward with this too, and like the Orisa as well. You just got free reign over this Mauga who is just trying so desperately to get away.
That was lucky.
Hey.
Don't want to get hit by a stray railgun over there. Died far too many times. Someone peeks over that small little ledge. There's one to take with you. Down to the low ground is the Orisa now, but that payload is swiftly approaching at that second point. Podo with the Kitsune Rush. Might just want to lay on the high ground to secure it, but it looks like Oblivion, they foretold this. They end up rotating a lot quicker than Seltas really imagined, but...
Are they on point?
Who's this? Oh, it's Cloud trying to C9 the team, forcing Seltas to actually stop pushing into low ground, and now the rush on the point is going to help them push on forward. Zydra going pretty low, and it looks like the DPS and Seltas are trying to find a save to this fight, but no, what a pulse from Cloud. Oh, there was just no hope for them. What a fantastic play from Cloud, just distracting Seltas, forcing the rotation. And then laying down that rush. Chase picking up kills, and Toma just dying on the payload.
There you go. That's a checkpoint unlocked right underneath Seltas' noses as well. So super great play. Like Cloud forcing the team back, and then you have the opportunity to respond to that with the rush. Like that was just so beautifully executed, and Seltas was none the wiser when it came down to what they were falling for. With this car rounding the corner too, you have a lot of room to play around with here if you're Seltas, but I'm looking at this high ground and where Cookie might be. You could even see them pinging Canale up there too on the Kiriko.
I see the overclocks can get much stuff done, yeah. This Blade charging up pretty slowly, but all good. You're there just to force the beat, ideally. Cloud rightfully taking that high ground away from the Genji. Doesn't want any more free charge. Here comes the overclock. Cloud, oh my! Whoa, where'd he go? Zydra looked one way at the Tracer, got speared the other way. Chase with a Terror Surge kill onto Kai too. My god, yeah, Orisa very powerful, very strong and elegant. That is a force to be reckoned with in the front line. 2 minutes to go for Oblivion.
2 minutes to go and 4 ultimates to do this. They're reaching the home stretch here. They just laid the rush over the line. They had the beat here to deal with the Blade as well as the cage. It's looking real good here for EXO.
Oh, Cloud. Okay. Go on, bump his chest. Get in there. All right, there's the sound barrier. Maybe you don't want to stick anybody just yet. Wait for that to fade away first. Porto already getting kind of picked off or pushed out even. Cloud lands the pulse. Where's the Suzu? There's none of it. The Cloud, oh, he strikes again. A double kill with the pulse bomb. I was waiting for that Suzu sound to come in, but it never came. Oh, Seltas just flattened at the very end there. 1 minute and 25 in the bank as well. A free attack if Seltas managed to get it in OT. Oh, what a pulse from Cloud. Cloud's movement too is spectacular. Like you said before, Rose, play for Team Finland in the World Cup, and you can see why. The Tracer gameplay coming up right now is just extraordinary.
Finland had a good finish too.
They did.
Like they were a very strong team, and I think that's another thing that you should be very nervous about playing against some of these players is the experience that they have had in a LAN environment already. Especially playing with just amazing players as well. What a great stage to prove yourself.
I'm writing that one down. Finland had a good finish.
Oh man. Did I really just say that?
Yeah, it was good. Did you not mean to say that?
I did not mean to say that.
No, what? No, right. Okay, rule on a broadcast, always a...
No, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking credit for that. That is like so cringe.
No.
That is so cringe.
It is a joke Johnny would make, I think.
Oh, look at that too. Chat actually has 85% prediction here for Oblivion. But I think it's kind of living up to that hype right now.
There are some Seltas heads in the chat there, 15%.
There are.
There are a few, 107 of them to be precise. A lot of value bettors, I would imagine. Or value predators, sorry. All right, Seltas, what you've got? Okay, a little Sigma. So changing off completely, deciding we're gonna play this a little bit more slow. Poke out the Orisa before we go in. Get easy rotations. Mauga, not for us for the time being.
Okay, look at this. So they're still getting pincered in this room because you're utilizing all of your defensive cooldowns so quickly.
Oh, okay, don't want to get you elusive.
This is so low.
Super low. Good spear to Zydra. Regenerative burst there from Podo to make sure they're kept up. Trying to catch him on the cross. You can see all the spears just permanently aimed at Podo. It's like he's got a magnet on his head. The spear's permanently flung in.
Ooh, Genji versus Tracer. How long ago has it been since we've seen a duel like that?
Too long! We should have perma Genji Tracer only. Those should be the only heroes in the game. Alright, Lamp goes down. Lamp expired now. Oblivion in a decent spot on defense. They have lost a quite considerable amount of space, but if they can catch someone on the cross, all for the better. Pulse Bomb goes wide and looks like a spear spin through the window, so Seltas cannot make any use of that. Regaining control of the point now of Oblivion as that rush helped them push forward. A nice little kill onto Kai, as now they can just collapse in on the room. The sound barrier is going to try and turn the tides here, but Seltas haven't really found too much, and a Terror Surge in a small room like that, only death.
The most impactful Terror Surge we have seen all game, but impactful it has been. Seltas are still back at square one when it comes to actually getting any progress on this first point. Oh man, like you've got the flux, but you just used the sound barrier. Crispy still hasn't hit it yet, so you know that there's going to be a good response mechanism for that flux when it does come through. The Sigma, like it's just so slow.
Yeah, it's very slow to rotate. The amount of waiting you have to kind of do too, because Shield gets instantly destroyed. And then you have to use your hands, then you can't peek, because you've got no hands. Speaking of which, oh my god, Potter got eviscerated by that railgun. That was not the hero you really want to lose in that fight. My god. I'm not sure how that got caught too. I'm sure Thomas kind of kicking himself there, same with Polo. Like, how did that not get eaten by the hands? But it must have just been a pixel off. This was really rough. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. No ticks on this first point at all.
And still, you can't get the sound barrier here out of Crispy. Like, you're looking at the Dragon Blade from Kai to be able to do that before you go in with something like the Gravitic Flux in the Overclock, but this is so slow for the Sigma to rotate to point, and Tummer's already half.
Well, the Flux is still available, Rose, like you mentioned. It's whether they can actually make good use of it. Oh, Cookie
nice
sliding
kill.
away, sliding straight back to spawn as GCB did manage to get a couple little Shiros off there, but the thing is, they've only lost one. Oblivion only can just make their way back into this fight. A lot of focus fire on the Orisa now as Chase tries to push onto this high ground to force this window from being not very effective. Kai also just pushing back this backline too. He's got the sound barrier. Flux, where'd it go? Not sure. Not even sure that hit anything at all. Thomas Flux having almost zero effect there. His blade has been pulled. A rush onto the point for Kaneo, but it's actually Cloud once again that comes up big with another double kill on the pulse. How does this keep happening? Cloud just keeps getting these clutch kills, these clutch pulse bombs, and that should just be it. 10 seconds to go, and Oblivion pointing to the sky, thanking every single Cloud that they have. Because my word, that was going one way and it was Seltas'. Maybe, just maybe they get back, but there's just too many boops. And that'll be Oblivion taking a match point. 2 ticks and a little bit there for Seltas. They had it in their hands. But Cloud said no, not today, and rained on their parade.
Like 10% away from being able to capture that first objective, and Cloud's like, I'm just gonna hit a nasty double with the pulse, and now you have no shot. This is going to be a very, very tough battle here for...
This is over, I think. If I had to call it now, I would say this is close to being...
I don't want to, because
3-0.
like Seltas should have the St. Patrick's Day buff right now. Like, they really should.
Yeah.
They really should.
That is facts. You are wearing the green.
They don't.
Respect
Yeah, I'm disappointed in you. Where's your green?
Not even my socks are green. Yeah.
I
got no green on me. There's green in the shot. We're all good. There's green right here.
I'm gonna. Your fish are really celebrating there for you.
Yeah. Plants looking good though. Even if they've been away for 3
actually
months.
do look
the other
really
tanks not so much. They kind of look bad, but it's all good. Gets out another time.
Focus on that.
Esperanza is the next map. Yeah, no ticks. Sorry, no points. There was a couple of ticks on the first point there in Midtown. Seltas. Yeah, it's looking a little rough out there for them. All right, though. But Esperanza being the next map, I can imagine we're probably going to see the same thing. I think Oblivion perfectly happy to kind of just run this comp. Probably just need more practice with it going later into the later stages of the game, the stage. Sorry. So we'll see how Esperanza does end up wrapping up. But right now it is looking very much like an Oblivion 3-0.
Yeah, it does really look that way. I think this Chase Orisa has just been so difficult to actually get through. Don't really have a whole lot of damage for it either. Like if Kai wants to play the Genji, I think Genji right now feels just like such a lackluster DPS in a lot of ways. The Dragon Blade isn't necessarily the same level that you would or maybe come to have expected out of Genji, having lived in an Ana meta with the nano boost. So you're really not looking at that ultimate to be that high impact, but it's also just not that much damage onto an Orisa either, even with the shuriken changes where the projectile size is just a little bit bigger.
Got that stick at the end there. That's how they ended up.
That was gross.
Cleaning that up. Stick on the Lucio too. It's kind of funny. I think the Lucio was just flying through the air. Looks like it was going for the Sojourn, but Yeah, Lucio's be doing what Lucios do and fly through the air and randomly attach pulse bombs to themselves by accident. Yeah, Esperanza up next. Just play Orisa. Just play Tracer. Cloud's got this. I think they're all warmed up now. They're ready to rock and roll, and this might just close out the group here. I mean, maybe Seltas end up coming back. Of course, this is the elimination game, so this is really their last opportunity to keep themselves in so they can see themselves through to the main event. But this Group D, a group of death, really aptly named almost, with Space Station Gaming and Oblivion, a rough group to be in, but that's just how the cards are dealt sometimes.
For sure. It's disappointing because, like, when we saw Seltas yesterday, they did show off a very strong version of the Mago composition, but after it got just totally defeated on Lijiang Tower, I feel like you just can't be confident in bringing that composition to the fold. It's just so exploitable, and I think that Esperanza, like, while you have a little bit of extra architecture to play around with, there's some nice high grounds. This Orisa has just been so immobile. I don't know how you remove it. Yeah. Maybe it is a Reaper Sombra angle. Like maybe that is what you want.
Yeah, I mean, classically, Reaper's not bad into the Orisa because the Orisa has the biggest head hitbox of all time. So you just be shooting into the Orisa up close and personal. Maybe that is the angle they need to go for. Only one way to find out as we go into Esperanza. I still don't mind the Soj. I think Soj has still got her merits. Maybe Soj Reaper. Maybe that's a thing they want to do. But Tracer a little bit more viable on this map as well. Although any map is viable for a Tracer, to be fair.
That's true.
Are they really going to run out of dive here?
You know what?
I think they are, yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me at this point because we have seen basically everything today.
Okay, a little dive. Dive with the Tracer.
Wow.
Okay, I really, really like this. Against Tama playing the Orisa.
At this point too. Like, yeah, what does Orisa do? You don't have a lot of ability to go back and peel for your team. You do have some slippery targets there in the backline for the support duo of the Lucio and the Kiriko, but Zyder, for the most part, without the power slide, you are a sitting duck. And Cookie as well, like this Winston can create so much space for your own Sojourn to pop off. I really love the dive here.
But I do think that's a very good point you made, Rose. Everybody's quite slippery. You can get out of the way of the dives pretty easily, but just forcing the swift step, that's the aim of the game. Force the swift step, jump on the Kiri. Just burst her out. Even through the Suzu, very possible. The spot is going to have a hard time moving under this bridge too, unless Seltas managed to find half a team wipe or a full team wipe, because Oblivion can just juggle the control of the bots as Chase just plays an angle on the Winston. Nice little Trace still. Cloud's in a big, deeper hurt. Yeah, there you go. GCB end up coming up with a kill onto Cloud. There's a whole world of pain there.
That's an dishonorable Tracer versus Tracer when you've got the Lucio to heal you up, but don't worry. Chase has also helped to even the score a little bit, as has the rest of the team. So maybe that is what you want, is Cloud to be so powerful, you have to send 2 people after him on this Tracer and just open up that forward fight for you.
Exactly, separation of the Tracer and the rest of the team. Exactly, 2 people looking one way, which means only 3 people looking the other way. Simple mathematics. 14 meters in a bit for Seltas as Oblivion now take that lead. And they can go fast here as well. If they want to just rush straight up here, they can just rush, try and find a couple of kills, guarantee themselves this checkpoint, although it doesn't look like they want to dice with that, at least just now.
They've got 5 ults. Like, the XO are going to have 5 ults in this fight. So, yeah, you could use the rush here, but you also are spoiled for choice when it comes to what you decide to pair with that, and it's very possible that Cookie just gets a pick.
They managed to steal the bot for at least a little bit of time there, but yeah, like I said, it's easy to kind of juggle bot here and just perma-contest. Cloud paying, oh, there you go, paying a little bit of respect there to Kai, although not so much respect anymore. Very, very patient on that recall timing. Suzu comes out, saved Cookie's life. There's the spear. Didn't matter, though, as the beat came through from Crispy just in time. Late sound barrier from Seltas. As Zydra takes to the skies, trying to find the heads of Oblivion with this railgun overclock. Beverly just dumping onto the payload now as they get booped around by Chase. This Primal Rage just displacing the entire team. a composition that really wants to kind of stick together, or somewhat at least, around the Orisa. Just getting dismantled by the Winston Primal, and that'll be the checkpoint to Oblivion.
Yeah, this is just so lights out right now from this dive composition, and we were talking about how dive is one of those comps that really does require the team to be on the same page. Chase has to initiate a lot of these fights. You want to make sure that Cookie and Cloud are in the position to be able to follow up on some of that damage, and as you mentioned, just being able to juggle this bot, you can play a little bit less aggressive here too if you're the dive and wait to be a little bit more reactionary. Summer though has swapped off the Orisa. It is now Mauga time.
It is a Mauga time, yeah. I don't feel like that into the Winston. I think if you're a stronger team, I think maybe the Winston dive is just still super strong. The Mauga does one thing well, and that's shooting at people. Winston a little less susceptible to that because you can just kind of kite yourself away from the Mauga, then get onto the back line and then just jump out again. So Mauga doesn't really have time to like farm damage. Speaking of farming though, Cookie is doing that. He's got his little farming hat on. Just kind of dominating this matchup versus the Tracer at least. Doesn't need no Cloud to take care of the Tracer, and that'll be Oblivion with another fight win under their belts. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just charging into the bus stop. No buses. They've been cancelled. Esperanza is under siege by Oblivion.
They could push all the way to the end. They are going to have another full set of ultimates. Pato just got staggered. Chase is going absolutely wild in the back line there. And that's just giving all the space in the world here for Cookie to charge up these railguns as well as just hit some heads. Well, Tummer is a big target for that. That's why we see these Sojourns be so successful in these Mauga compositions, because you could just charge up on the Mauga and then delete somebody else that's super squishy. 4 ults here, almost 5 when Cookie gets that overclock online.
Ooh. Already missing with that railgun. Yeah, you're not half wrong. Oblivion with 4 ults, made that 3 as they pull that rush and chase straight into the back line. Oh, the Primal Rage, you know that is just around the corner. 200 HP, just needs a little bit of topping up before they want to go for another engage, refresh the health bar as the Primal Rage comes out. There's a Kitsune rush from Seltas. Poto does end up dodging out of the way of that Primal Rage, but here comes the sound barrier. Extra longevity in this fight. Cage gets pulled, but who's Tummer really got to fight there? I don't think anybody, to be honest. No, he's just chilling on low. Moisturized in his own lane, but you need to perk up, get back in the game. Cookie taking down GCB. Zydra dead. That bot once again in contestation, but it is Oblivion's. That is for certain.
Yeah, you're just stalling for time here. If you're Seltas, you're stalling for time, trying to get ultimates. That is everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at that fight, and EXO are only team fight away from being able to
this is full cap.
Home this map.
This is a full cap angle, if I ever did see one. Although
they have the mechanics to just get the raw kills before they even have ults come online. There's none.
Well, Winston available for Seltas now as they do hop over.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Is it too little, too late here? I know you have to do something in this matchup, but I guess everybody's on ground zero when it comes to where the ult charge is, but that's a good opening. GCB getting chase.
Very good pick. All right, there you go. Cloud, maybe they get away. They got the mega health back. They got to blink up. Yeah, there's no way. Tummer knows there's blinks for the Tracer, so it's a backing off. All right, bot in the favor now of Seltas. Here we go. They're going to stop those forward spawns from happening, but Crispy and Canal will spawn before that happens, so they're going to be able to take a rather fast fight here on this high ground.
3 minutes though, 3 team fights to win. It is still doable. Seltas though, they've got to make some value out of these ultimates. They've got Kai's Pulse Bomb. Maybe if you can contend with a Cloud or you nail like the Kiriko or the Lucio, you're gaming. But Seltas really gotta buckle down here.
Well, Oblivion want a ball on the point. 2 support ultimates available to them as well. Although Crispy dying just randomly there. Just got cut off with the bubble, so there was no healing from Canal that could come in. I mean, Cloud finds 1, that's great, but you're going to need a lot more than that to turn this fight in your favor. Okay, Cloud heard me. Wow, he's wired into the cast. He finds another one, and Canal even stays alive long enough to help find the kill onto Poto. I mean, Cloud is just a freak of nature, man, on this Tracer. What a beast. He just took over that fight single-handedly.
has happened a few times. Feels like it's happened a few times where we're on Cloud POV or we just see Cloud in the Elim feed. Getting a double with the pulse, just a triple. The pulse pistols. Absolutely wild. I think that Cloud for sure is a thorn in Seltas' side, and they have struggled to figure out a way to deal with him.
Kai trying to play prop hunt there, disguising himself as a bush. Didn't end up working out. Oh, nice little forcing of the recall there onto Cloud, but Kai can barely contend with this front line. There's too many people up there. Pulse bomb used goes a little wide. Here's the overclock from Zydra, trying to find heads to click on, but oh, Cloud, wrong place, wrong time, buddy. You win some, you lose some. Primal Rage available. You know that Winston, if he's leaping into your backline at half HP, there's a Primal Rage coming straight at you. But he is forced away, at least for time. Just gives Polo enough space and breathing room to heal up the rest of the team now, but still stalling out Rex Oblivion. Still got 2 support almost to use. There's the rush on the point, but Cookie's already dead. Primal coming in from Tama, trying to even this up and try and push away the members of Ex Oblivion away from that rush so they don't get much use of it. Done a good job of it as well. 200 HP and counting as they get healed back up by Poto as they eventually take control of the bot once again.
They got control, but this is where they've got to keep it up and be flawless because we only have 35 seconds remaining. This first checkpoint would be crucial for them to actually carve out a path to victory. With the Sound Bearer and the Kitsune Rush as well, Seltas, they have ways to contest with these DPS ults from EXO. But 20 seconds left.
Soundbar available as well. A beat. Oh, the 3-man didn't get Tama, and Tama's in trouble. That sound barrier not hitting Tama, I think, just cost them this game. 2 kills with the overclock as well from Cookie. They've got the control of the bot. They don't even need to touch it, so they're just going to stop right there. 5 seconds to go. It's only Kai and Polo left, but no one is touching the bot. Ex Oblivion round out the series 3-0. Lightning fast. And they advance to the main event alongside Space Station Gaming in Group D.
Whew. What a fight. What a fight. Like, hats off to Seltas. This was a very tough opponent. And it was so clear that, like, Cloud's Tracer, just the dive in general, it's just tough to contend with. If you're not used to running the dive, or if you're playing against a team that is as well oiled on the dive as Ex Oblivion, it's always going to be a struggle there. But they did their best, and it was exciting to see them in the OWCS groups. And I really look forward to seeing them again in the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate that this series was a one-sided affair, but on the positive here, we may continue our anti-Morga narrative.
So true. Actually,
we're still
maybe a little bit. Yeah.
Everybody is still winning. Now we've seen Winston.
Everyone's still winning.
I mean, maybe it just comes full circle again and we just go back to die, which will be, the perfect way to, I think, end.
I mean, we've seen more than one team, like, lean into that, right? Of course, Space Station Gaming, we saw, I mean, we also saw them on Reinhardt, so I don't know how...
We saw Doge on Doom yesterday. Anything is...
Well, we saw Doom earlier today too. Didn't work out, but we did see him. So there's that. Let's take a look at the highlights to see what happened during this match. Again, it was a quick one. Ex Oblivion. They were one of the favorite teams in that group. Like, this was an uphill battle for the opposition to begin with.
Yeah, it was, Group D was Group of Death. It really was. Space Station Gaming, Ex Oblivion. Like, it went to a 3-2 in that series too, in the winners match between SSG and EXO. So, yeah, you kind of knew just from then, it's like, okay, if they're going to a map 5, the other teams are really going to have to find a new level of Overwatch to ascend to actually come back here. But there's been some nice plays, I think, back and forth. I think a lot of teams and a lot of individual players, they can still make some nice little highlight reels, which is always really nice. And moving forward, expect to see a lot of these players again, even if Seltas did end up going down. It's just
I agree with that.
By the way, that sounded so condescending. You can make a nice little highlight reel.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. No. I didn't mean to say it like that.
I know.
There are like crazy highlights you can make in Overwatch, even in losing games, is kind of what I mean. I didn't mean it in a condescending way. Yeah. You get it, everybody else does.
No, I'm obviously just having fun with it. I do think there's a lot of good things to be said about both of those rosters. I think one of the players which impressed me the most here from the losing side of things was GCB. I think throughout the last week. a lot of great performances there. The adjustment in their first game to the Mauga meta was fantastic. I love the displacement. We talked about that yesterday, the displacement of the Reapers and the Maugas. I think Lucius have a really tough job right now when they're going up against those compositions, and he more than held his own.
Yeah, for sure. I love that you call that out because I think GCB, like, especially when you're contending with such a pesky DPS like Cloud, like you all have like such a tough go of things while also juggling the responsibility of making sure that you are peeling for your backline as well as providing that HP and healing to the front. So yeah, I was very impressed with GCB's gameplay yesterday as well with the boops and all of that jazz. Like, did single-handedly win them a round with being able to boop away somebody from that contesting cart. So you do love to see that. But Cloud, like, how do you survive against a tracer like this? Nobody would want to go against that on the supportive side.
A top tier European tracer. That's what that is. I mean, really put in display of just extraordinary pulse bomb like attach rates in kills too. At least 2 double pulse bomb kills throughout the whole series. I think maybe 3. I'd have to go back and count, but yeah, Cloud definitely deserved this.
Too many
dude's just a beast.
I mean, any game where a tracer gets to pop off is a good game in my books, because it's just such a fun hero to watch excel, and Cloud definitely on the top of his game. We saw a bunch of fantastic tracer players already in that tournament, so I'm very, very excited to see the main event and see how they will stack up against one another. For now, we're heading into a post-game interview with Chase. So first things first, again, we want to wish you congratulations. I was about to say Merry Christmas. No. Happy St. Patrick's Day, though. Chase, congrats to you. Thank you. A bit belated or maybe a little early, but we get there. Chase, congrats on the dub. You guys now officially qualified, of course, for the main event. You were one of the top teams in your group, so I guess that was to be expected. Did any team in the Swiss stage or now in the group stage surprise you at all, or did everything just go as planned?
I mean, yeah, kinda. It's just Space Station Gaming that's only really we struggled against them, even though before the Swiss stage we kind of dominated on them in scrims. But it's just them, only them, not anyone else.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, Space Station, that was a close map 5 as well. You went to Space Station, so can't really blame you there. I do want to get your take on the meta real quick. How do you feel like Mauga versus Orisa? I mean, versus the dive even. It still seems to me in the top of my mind that Orisa's probably better right now, or Mauga. Like, how do you feel about it?
And it's actually pretty funny because we're the only team that plays Orisa as far as we know, actually, because everyone plays Mauga in scrims. But I think Orisa is just as good. I think it's like playable. That's all you need to know, I think.
Well, it's very obvious from how you're able to hold down the front line there, and you even forced your opponent Seltas to actually switch off of the Mauga themselves to try to match you on the Orisa. I was wondering though, from your perspective as a tank player in this Mauga meta, like, do you feel like your responsibilities in that tank role have changed at all, or just how you play knowing that Mauga has been so viable? Like, do you find yourself having to be a little bit more self-sustainable, or do you have to put more trust into your backline, for example?
Yeah, 100% more trust. And like as a Orisa into Mauga, I try to bait the strongest cooldown in the game, the Mauga's shouts, or however it's called, and you should just try to not take much damage, so your Sojourn plays like a god role, so your Kitty doesn't heal you, but heals your Sojourn and pockets him. And as a Orisa, I just try to bait cooldowns and just really enable my team rather than trying to carry. But I guess in this match, whatever happens, just kill everyone.
Just kill everyone. Sometimes that does get you the dub. Now, yeah, we see a lot of different dynamics now, of course, with the change in meta, with the recent patch. Heading into the main event, your first opponents are going to be Rock Esports in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Have you been able to watch their games? Are you familiar with the players? How do you think you stack up against them?
Yeah, I'm actually familiar with everyone in that team, but me and probably my whole team thinks it's only Checkmate and Izayake that are really, really good. I think the rest are like okay, but it's just the Koreans that are good, to be honest. And last scrim we played against them, we kind of crushed them as well, even though we were like 3-3 for maps like in like a couple of weeks ago, but lately I think we're good. Like me personally, I'm confident in the win, to be honest.
That's good. That's the confidence we want to see and hear. And you have a very competent Tracer on your own team. So let's see if they can take it to checkmate and go. Thank you so much for taking the time for a chat. Congrats once again and best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course, and that was Chase from Oblivion. They punched their ticket to the main event alongside many great teams. And that wraps up our EMEA portion of things. First, let's take a look at the Group D bracket to see how that one played out. As we are seeing SSG and Oblivion advancing, I think those were the favorites for pretty much everyone looking at that group.
Yeah, 100%.
For sure.
I think it was always going to be Space Station and EXO, but you know, like I said before, I think one man army has a lot to prove, and so does Seltas. Like there are players that have a lot of talent on those rosters. We'll see if they either find new homes or maybe try again in another stage. Of course, both of them eliminated now.
I'm hearing strong "the talent is there" vibes.
The talent's there.
Yes, for sure.
It's possible. Everything's possible.
Also, I see a dog. I love a dog. Let's all take a minute.
Hi,
no. Yes. Hi.
He just jumped up in my lap. He's like, "Can I also be here and be a part of the fun and
Yes.
the experience?"
Of course.
The answer is yes. Any day of the week. Well, that completely made me lose my train of thought.
So
I think we want to
sorry.
take a look at. I think we want to end the EMEA part of the show, and that means we're going to take a look at some highlight-worthy clips from the EMEA region. Some EMEAzing plays, some might say. I think we're rolling with it well.
It's working.
Yeah, I think
It's
this
working.
one was more subtle.
Yeah.
Ish. We're getting there. Shout out to Ben. That's his brainchild. But yeah, I think there were a lot of really cool pop-up moments we saw today.
Yeah.
How many rip tires are
It's
in
the
this?
rip tires. That was the big pop-off
highlight
for
reel.
today. Yeah, the big rip tires. That was it. That was it for me. Made the day for EU at least. I'm excited to see if NA are going to also perform a little silly behavior, but yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it.
I'm a doubter also, but you know what? That's why EMEA is one of the more fun regions.
Exactly. So true.
I'm not a doubter. I'm a believer. I want to speak
You're a
into
Junkrat believer?
existence. I mean, not really, but yeah, why not? I mean, if this is what I get, then I want to believe. After that, you should believe. I also want Jake to have a segment which is just like rate my tire kind of thing. I think that'd be some good content. So if we get to see more of that,
Put some
why
Michelin
not?
stars on plays. That's
Exactly.
what we need.
So there you have it. That was our highlight of the day, of course. EMEA groups are all done. Now let's see our top 8 regional finalists that will compete next week in the main event, because the teams are now seeded. The seeding is based on their group performance and pitted against opponents of other groups so that we can avoid repeat matches as long as possible. As much as we love a good grudge match, we want to keep that for hopefully the grand finals. Which of these pairings is the most exciting to you guys, starting with you, Necro?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm looking at like Space Station Gaming versus Sheer Cold. Like, if Sheer Cold was able to deliver us that like wacky 5-map series, and we know what Space Station Gaming is capable of, I cannot wait. I feel like that's just gonna be such a fun match to watch.
Yeah, I gotta say, after that interview, honestly, Oblivion versus Rock, I mean, hey, I feel like, hey, we just only think checkmate Izayaki good. I don't know if I rate the other players. Like, yeah, I think that's going to be a spicy game regardless of how it ends up going down, honestly. I'm excited to see Oblivion. You know, they Chase in the interview was saying, like, you know, we're probably the only team right now playing Orisa, so, like, into the Malga kind of works out. And so I think that will be a test of 2 different styles coming into the main event. I think that map, or that match, sorry, is probably going to be one of the closest in that first round.
I'm always here for a good comp clash. Well, let's see what those teams have in store for us. It's gonna happen next week, so we don't have to wait too long. For now, it's time to say goodbye to Jack and Rose. Thank you both so very much for bringing us the action. action throughout the day. We will be back, of course, after a short break with the NA final group matches and Mitch and Matt. And in the meantime, of course, make sure to link your Battle.net account so you can get drop slash chance today to receive the sprays. Next week it's going to be skins. And you can also, of course, fill the time of the break by checking out our new graphic novel. Head on over to overwatch.blizzard.com to download and read A Friendly Rivalry, and we will be right back with some not so friendly rivalries for sure.
Heroes will take Contender Season 0.
London Smith might have done it. They will fly high.
San Francisco shot like a champions.
Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco's shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Silence Fuel takes their place amongst the stars.
Florida Mayhem like a Kings for all time.
Welcome back, one and all. This is day 5. I've got Mitch and Matt joining me now for the NA portion of things. And it's been 5 days and we still laugh about Doa's voice in the intro. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
I'm never ready for it. I'm just trying to... Oh, man.
We need a version of it where, like, whenever Jack is about to cast, let's let Jack go back and recast those, like, moments and then just have, like, a Jack intro and a Mitch intro. But you have to leave the Doa one, though.
Oh, my God. Yeah, but you have to word it the same way. You have to word it the same way. You've got to say what they say. Just in your, I mean, it's funny. I mean, what a way to look back on memories. I mean, we all had no voices back in Contender Season 1 because much like now, they made us do 3 best of 5s a day. So you know that really that's a lot. That's a lot of game to cast. Unless you're Matt, and you don't ever talk.
I don't even remember any of those games. Like as soon as I finished like those games, I'm just there. You could have told me I was doing 8 matches today. I would have been like, yeah, sure.
I just wonder if someone show Doa that clip. I'm almost
no, don't tell him.
Unaware
no, don't tell him. He'll be
the source of all our smiles every show day. I love Doa. I freaking love Doa, and yeah, that was rough, but it was a very hype game, so we get it. We get it. Now, of course, there's been a lot of hype Overwatch so far here in the OWCS, but also we got some really, really cool news for everyone who wants to see more competitive Overwatch, because the Calling All Heroes competitive circuit. Wow, my brain just short-circuited there. The Calling All Heroes competitive circuit is back in April. There we go. I did it. Also, of course, Overwatch Collegiate Championship season is live right now, so make sure to sign up for that if you want to partake. Registrations will be closing on Wednesday, March 27th, so you still have a few more days to get your team together and get it done. And for more info, of course, check out esports.overwatch.com on all the competitive action. And now, to chat about the ecosystems I've just mentioned, we have no other than the one and only, ever so wonderful, CB! Yay! How you doing, CB?
Hello! I'm doing wonderful. This has been a big surprise to my chat, who had no idea I was going to be coming on the show today. So,
nice.
Hey, hello.
Well, hello, CB's chat as well. Also see Booper in the corner. I stand a Booper. I'm a happy girl now.
Of course.
Now let's chat a little bit about Calling All Heroes and of course also Collegiate. Can you tell us what these programs mean to you personally, how they've impacted you and your life, and why they're just so important to our competitive ecosystem?
Both of them are extremely important. I mean, they've had a profound impact on my life, getting my start in some collegiate events, and then Calling All Heroes kind of taking my casting career to the next level. But outside of just me, they're super important because esports is for everyone, and it feels at times like we still have a lot of work to do to make that feel as true as it actually is. And a lot of that work is being done in places like Calling All Heroes or in Collegiate, where we're giving players opportunities outside of the game as well to like grow, compete, thrive, and level up to this OWCS level that we get to see now.
So for someone who is maybe even just hearing about Calling All Heroes for the first time, didn't get to see any of the action last year, can you tell us about like some of the teams and players that you're really excited about, some of the storylines you kind of find compelling, or just any good stuff that people want to know to sort of jump headfirst into CAH?
I mean, if you haven't watched the previous Calling All Heroes season, I'm going to tell you right now, you missed out. But with the fact that it's coming back, hopefully, you know, we get to see some of the reformations of some of the teams that dominated the storylines. I'm thinking like Timeless Ethereal, who kind of dominated the whole thing, you know? Any team with Timeless in the name, you know they're going to go hard, and Timeless Ethereal was no joke. They were even putting up like straight up flawless brackets for entire tournament cycles, and even while being like, they weren't uncontested, right? There was other teams like, you know, Wisp Embers, Michael Wave, and a ton of others that I would love to see reform, make another go at it. And a lot of players that we've actually seen here in the NA side of things specifically, you know, Bun, Halo, X10, Sawhill, so many others that I can't even think to mention right now. Mari, H-Key. A lot of these players that we see here at OWCS have been making names for themselves in Calling All Heroes, and they are a joy to watch. It's honestly some of the most enjoyable competition that there is outside of OWCS. I highly recommend coming to check it out.
And then, you know, speaking about OWCS a little bit, first impressions, how have you enjoyed watching all the games? And then, you know, what are you looking out for, you know, today specifically?
Well, I was looking for some EU Overwatch injected directly into my veins, and I got it with Sheer Cold versus yeah. That was hook that to an IV drip and just put that in me all like. But like I like the regionality. I really like how we get to see the EU styles and the NA styles, and we still have Korea kind of driving the bus. And then we have just, you know, Namakuji brothers in Japan just doing whatever they please. It's not working, but it's fun. You know, it's seeing the regionality and also, like, you know, the co-streaming as part of the ecosystem as well. Getting, you know, the opportunity for someone like me to kind of interact with my community in a new way that I don't really always get to as a caster.
Yeah, we stand our co-streamers, you being one of them. CV, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on it all. It's always such a joy to hear from you and see you.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. It's a pleasure to be on. It's always a pleasure to see you guys as well. Uber, you still owe me a VOD review, by the way. I haven't forgotten.
Now you've called me out about a CV. I'm putting it right in the calendar right here.
Those shirts don't pick out themselves.
It's going in the calendar right there. There you go. We can't see. No worries.
I got you.
Perfect. Now that we sorted that, CV, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much for joining, and have a wonderful rest of your day. And if you too want to be a co-streamer, here is where you can apply for it all, to share all the actions, all the shenanigans, all the ups and downs of competitive Overwatch with your respective community. We saw some absolute fantastic co-streaming action already before OWCS even started. Thinking back at Apply stream, which was just so funny. Also, co-streamers started to co-stream co-streamers, so it was Inception time out there. I think, what was it? Apply watched CB, watched Costa or something.
I like that.
It went places. Yeah, it's been great fun. It's been great fun for sure.
Avril wasn't showering. There was that as well.
Wait, what?
Like you could actually see his mask, which was kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Like, we are really pushing the boundaries of co-streaming. So yeah, big shout out to everyone getting involved in those.
I'm sure that's intended.
No, he told me, Rose, like, I haven't showered. I'm like, okay, brother, that's cool. All right.
Okay.
That's the kind of insight we need. Thank you so much for sharing that.
I've been on the street. The street's been talking. Street's been talking. All right, and they've been saying,
on the street.
All you co-streamers out there, take shower breaks, please.
Yeah, that's our PSA of the day. Thank you so much. Now, how did we get here? Not how we got to that situation with the co-streamers. How did we get here with our players and teams? Well, let me walk you through it one more time. We created the open ecosystem where over 600 teams signed up to play in a Swiss tournament format. And that means that they competed against opponents of similar strength until we were left with 16 teams standing. These 16 teams then moved on to the group stage, where they were split into 4 groups of 4 teams. And it's pretty simple. Get 2 dubs and you move on to the main event. We've done all of that already in the EMEA region. Now we're battling it out over here in the NA region, and the main event will see 8 teams compete in a double elimination bracket. It's going to be a stacked competition, lots on stake, of course. We have $75,000 and very valuable circuit points, which are on the line. Here's the breakdown of all the cash and the points. The points may very well be more important than the cash.
I mean, yeah, you want to make it towards those like DreamHack events, right? You want to even, let's say, maybe you're on a team that finishes like 5th, 6th, and you can figure out a way to, you have enough points, right? Navigate your way onto a better roster for the second stage, and those points become valuable as people are looking for free agents and whatnot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, again, it also gives you a lot of room to bounce back. I mean, not only does the Swiss format allow like some degree of stumble as well and a chance to sort of recoup, but being able to recruit points over the course of a year, it means it doesn't all come down to just one game, and it incentivizes teams also to stick together, maintain the circuit points that they've gained, and to try and convert those into larger results further down the track. So it's a fun change, and it's kind of fun for us as well to keep track of team circuit points as we go through the year.
Yeah, also check out the rulebook. I'm sure it's available somewhere. The way the point stuff, read the whole thing.
Don't read the
No, but
rulebook.
like the point stuff is actually really interesting, because what I initially didn't understand, it's not the team which has the points, right? It's the players. So even if you end up not playing with the same team in, let's say, stage 2, you still carry your points over, which will then be added to, you know, the rest of your team. So very interesting format here, and making it very, very exciting, and, you know, give us more to talk about, of course. Now, speaking of things we want to talk about, let's take a look at our NA group standings, where we're currently at. We're still finishing those groups, of course. A few more matches to go, all of which will be elimination matches. So we will be saying goodbye to many a team today.
Yeah, look, obviously we'll suck to bid a few of these farewell, but we kind of talked about it yesterday, Zoe, that like this LFO Citrus Nation kind of rematch is really spicy. Their last head-to-head was really, really close, and again, like many people maybe expected LFO to be the ones that come out of that on top, but some time has passed, right? We have seen a change in meta. We're still settling on that. It seems like there are other options than just playing the Malga, or if EMEA is anything to go by. This team is star-studded. I mean, Seeker Mirror, MCD himself, coach extraordinaire, obviously throw that one back to the Overwatch League days. Liar as well, Top Dragon. I mean, a lot to be excited for on this team, and I was surprised to see them, I guess, struggle and drop that game earlier on in this group.
Yeah, I think it's a team where I know we're looking at some highlights here from Seeker. I mean, tremendous on the Sojourn, where you also have Mirror, right, who's kind of like dabbled with some, you know, damage dealers in the past, and then obviously plays a ton of like the tanks now, primarily a tank now. It is a little bit odd to have seen them like drop a bit early, and they fall to the Citrus Nation squad.
Again, this roster, I mean, look, I do think that this is the most compelling roster in this group, Zoe. I think a lot of people were, I mean, especially if they weren't sort of intimately familiar with these players, having seen them in the past, like there was a fair bit of hype coming out of the result against LFO. Every time you put a team like this up against a team with like no names, and you see them, you know, give us not only a great game, but also what, you know, could be considered an upset. A lot of people are going to get behind this. I know a lot of people are hoping that Citrus Nation can triumph today as well and can move on.
Yeah, I mean, the last look we saw from Citrus Nation was against Luminosity Gaming. That was a 3-0 defeat. So I'm sure they're going to go back to that and have a lot of takeaways. But as you said, whilst we were looking at the rosters early on, this is a completely new meta, though. Let's see what both of these teams actually going to be coming up with, because we saw already earlier today that Maga is not the answer for everyone here.
I think EU was cooking today. I don't know.
But
they were cooking today. I don't know if we're going to see the same from NA. NA, I think, probably plays a little bit safer.
Boring. Boring.
Safe and boring. I think could be interchangeable words there. But look, EU has always had a special brand of Overwatch, I would say. NA, I imagine things to be a little bit more MAGA heavy, but I would be happy to be wrong.
I want to challenge you on that a little bit, Matt, because in the past, Europe has been the safer region. They've been the region that is less likely to mix it up, to play weird stuff, and to try and break the meta. God, Quad Tank first appeared in that European region, and they pushed it for a long time.
You're gonna challenge it, and the thing you're gonna challenge it with is back when
this region stuck to goats way harder than NA did, especially when we were seeing the Overwatch League, people trying to mix it up, play like triple DPS, play the Pharah ball. Europe was playing goats. They were just playing goats. So I think it's interesting now if we actually see EMEA be more exploratory by comparison to NA, because that is the opposite of what we used to observe in terms of how these regions went about their business. It could be Europe, EMEA trying to put themselves on the map a little bit more and saying, hey, like, we don't have as much to lose. We're a region that's awaking from a deep slumber. Let's mix it up.
So check this out. I kind of like this. So LFO, they're playing, not exactly what everybody's playing, right? They're playing the Kariko with the Sim here in Sojourn around this Maga. But Citrus Nation, they're going to be playing the Orisa. So one of the things that I know we heard earlier today from, one of the teams in Europe that they thought that Orisa was a pretty good kind of counter to potentially, what Mog is doing.
And a lot of that conversation was about forcing out that cardiac overdrive first and then putting pressure on. But the Symmetra complicates this. Not only is the Malga going to tear the Orisa to shreds, Zera charging up in these long fights is going to be, even more of a problem. Zeb is going to get nuked constantly unless they can take the Sim out of the picture, Matt.
Yeah, it feels like the kill that you're looking for here for Citrus Nation early is the kill, onto the Symmetra, right? If you can get the Symmetra out of the fight, the Symmetra damage obviously ramping throughout the fight, that's probably the biggest thing to get rid of here, outside of obviously the Maga.
Citrus Nation looking to set up once more here. Concerned about a longer fight. They want to try and get tap or manually to manufacture an early pick and capitalize off of the dead. They see the Symmetra, it's a wayward railgun sent in Zera's direction, but LFO are very healthy for the time being. Here come the trades though. Crucially, Zeb is down. Mira still standing with 2 DPS players. Cardiac Overdrive basically simulates a healer for you here, so you don't even need those supports necessarily. Manually in trouble, but Mira's going to be falling first. It's a very low HP Sojourn, but Seeker can't connect, can't live up to that title. And eventually Citrus Nation, blow a Kitsune rush to get onto the point.
Yeah, they'll use a rush across the point just to secure it. And I actually really like how the way that LFO is playing this, right? Citrus Nation moving their way onto the point. They're not really, LFO's not really giving them a lot of targets to shoot at. And they know that if they force that fight in the back, that's where the Sim can get lots of free damage. TP here, not going to be taken. Going to just bait that, maybe just fake that they're going to the high ground. Nice Suzu there to protect Zero.
LFO wasting no time though. Getting back to where the action is. Zev already down to half HP, the armor gone. That damage mitigation goes with it. Very quickly topped back up though, and Seeker's going to use the TP to translate to the backside. That's the stomp coming out there from Mira and a sound barrier for LFO. Citrus Nation by and large forced off the point, especially due to that Symmetra wall. They haven't quite flipped it back though. Citrus Nation still keeping 1 or 2 players on the point, but eventually Tap, the one stalling, the one contesting, is taken out of the fight. Now Zera gets to stretch his legs a little bit. The TP to the backline means that Citrus Nation are in deep trouble.
Yeah, and as soon as you lose that Tracer, right, that's a lot of backline pressure you lose. That's going to be a Kitsune rush, and they push right on through. They get the rest of the cleanup. No reason for Jacob to end up investing a sound barrier there, where that'll be Citrus Nation's advantage here, moving into this next fight. The sound barrier here with no support on the other side. I will say, though, keep an eye on, Zeb's armor just gets chunked so fast, and can't really do anything with the Orisa after that.
No, you're very squishy. You cannot fight. You don't have the sustain to match Cardiac Overdrive. You don't have the damage to match what the Sim and Malga in combination can do to a frontline. Not to mention Seeker are one of his best heroes, historically. Jacob in a bit of trouble here. Mira unperturbed by the trap. Terror Surge comes out and the Malga steps away. Cage fight going to be in play now on the sound barrier for Citrus Nation, but they've lost manually anyway. This could be a problem. Z-Man will fall. Sound barrier for Jacob doesn't do much to prolong the lifespan here of the team. Citrus Nation at least able to flip the point back during this fight. A little bit annoying for LFO, but they have the numbers here to stake their claim to this territory once more. Some pressure going down on MCD here. Mira needs healing stat. I think Lyra still on his way back to the fight there. But Seeker now, he's hitting hard with that overclock. Zeb blown to smithereens here. Even a shot on manually to keep him honest by Seeker, who again returns to the point through this Symmetra TP. You can be everywhere at once as your LFO. And you've got the sound, the speed boost rather, to help with that. Z-Man steps up, has to very quickly Suzu himself. Now Turret's going to slurp Jacob's life force away, and a right click from Zera secures the kill. LFO, that is frightening. This Sim Malga setup is devastating.
Well, the TP, they get right into the backline constantly, where if they try and disengage, with that Orisa, it gets quite low. Well, here's a TP, plus we have speed boost, right in your face. There's really nothing you can do after that to kind of create space. That was we talked about yesterday, right? Creating space between you and the Malga. If there's a TP, then a speed boost in play, there's no way you're creating space away from that Malga. So really nice play early on for LFO around that Sim TP and speed boost.
I'm not surprised to see Citrus Nation considering mirroring the Symmetra. It's not even just Malga using the TP. to Zera and Seeker being able to use it for themselves in the middle of these fights. Getting a Sojourn appearing in the backline is, well, it's pretty rough.
It's just a TP from spawn.
Okay.
So it's going to be back to the Tracer here for Tap.
Oh, God. I worry for those without mobility abilities there. Fortify used preemptively by Zeb not to be knocked off the map. Even with that sort of knockback reduction on tanks, it's still a risky proposition. Zeb taken down, a shoulder charge connects. Deepay would be impressed. And LFO with a very strong start to the second round.
I wonder if Z-Man was like mid TP and ended up falling off the side there, but losing the Kariko, before kind of everything falls apart.
Was that a boop?
Not great. Let's see. Maybe it was a boop. No, it's like a. Oh. Yeah, maybe the TP just didn't. Sometimes like
it doesn't go off.
It doesn't go off. Yeah.
That's a known.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, we won't harp on it. I think it's been a known bug for a while though. 19% and counting here.
Well, yeah, I mean, Zeb takes one shot. His armor's basically gone.
Yeah. And you disintegrate if Margot walks up on you.
Yeah, you see from LFO, there's zero fear, right? They just kind of keep marching forward constantly.
There's the TP in. Malgo, God knows where he went. White room getting painted red right now by LFO. He wastes no time into running that Orisa down the moment she gets a little bit low. Manually does well though. Manufactures a pick on Liar there. But MCD with those headshots from the kunais. Too much for Zeb to bear.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could have made something out of that if Zeb stayed alive, but as soon as your tank falls, there's no way you're contesting point against just the Maga-based compositions. And now Citrus Nation a really tough spot, right? Kitsune Rush Sound Barrier on the other side, plus the Sim Wall here. Any point control for LFO, I mean, it's really difficult here for Citrus Nation.
Tap and manually. Copper licking at the start of that fight. The Sim Wall basically turns this one off for its Citrus Nation.
But yes, I mean, you create that type of space, right? Manually gets hit with a Sim right click there, almost killed. Now you're in like 80% on the point. I mean, with how long some of these fights go, you're in potential like last fight kind of territory.
It's gonna be now here for Zeb. They get a sound barrier, they fortify, they use Terror Surge. That has to be enough. And it isn't. It still pulls up short. Eventually, Z-Man going to be brought down with that overclock here, manually trying to match. Seeker dodging away, disrupt the shot thrown down by manually to create some space, at least in White Room, but there's no targets. Everybody from LFO playing safely to the sides of the point and not delivering. That will be that. Map number 1 goes in favor of LFO. Again, the Malga difference. And we saw the impact of the Symmetra all the way through. That needs to be where you are if you want to try and bring this comp down. The Sim, just seems very, very powerful against the team that wants to disengage away from Malga when he's popped that cardiac.
Yeah, you back, and then they back away from the Sim Wall, and it's like 70-something% on the point. They basically don't get that next fight kicked off to like 85%, and they have like sound barrier on both sides. I think they have a rush on both sides. Like, it's basically last fight with all the sustain kind of in the mix, and you end up coming out on the losing end of that. We've seen, I believe, in Asia, I think specifically Korea, we've seen like them mess around with like the sim-based compositions. With Malga, I think now more, even trying to trend more towards Sombra or see some more Sombra play. The sim though, the mobility really strong. I mean, she also gets like a huge buff, right? I believe the turrets get a buff. I think the teleporter in terms of health gets a buff, and then her damage like ramp also gets a buff at the same time. You have these large HP targets now in the game, right? I know right here, right? 700 plus health Orisa. Maga can get up to like 800 something HP. The damage ramp is like huge, right? You just build up the damage on them and then just look at Lucio and he's like dead in a second. I mean, it becomes very difficult to deal with the sim.
And I think it's, the inclusion of the sim here probably exists for comps that want to disengage away from the Malga. In the mirror, there might be a good reason to bring the Sombra, right? To shut down Malga, especially turn off some of those key abilities. Obviously the Cardiac, which is, again, we're hearing from many, many players, the most powerful ability in the game, bar none, right now. So being able to lock a Malga out of that ability, also to turn off Cage Fight in a pinch can be really handy. See, like some teams bring in the Orisa just so you can kind of walk out of Cage Fight and actually still be able to create space for the rest of your team outside of being locked in there, but it doesn't seem like it offers enough. That last fight from Citrus Nation, the Orisa had everything you could ask for. Sound Barrier, Fortify, then Terror Surge for an extra duration of Fortify. And it still wasn't enough. You still got blown to smithereens, and not only that, but there wasn't nearly enough damage from that, or follow-up, I guess, from the rest of the team. It's like no one was really bothered by the Terror Surge at all. And that's been buffed as well.
Yeah, and we talk about Cardiac Overdrive, right? And I think that's probably the most impactful, strongest cooldown right now, like in the game. Think about like during beta when Junker Queen's Shout like gave the health to everybody, right? And like how strong that is. Like this is directly taking damage, turning it into like healing in like a group scenario. I mean, it's just crazy, right? I mean, no, the Queen's Shout also gave speed, but with Lucio in the mix, who cares, right? You have the speed. It just becomes really difficult to deal with, right? Especially if that Mog on the other side is like putting down significant damage, with which he often can as a hero. It becomes very difficult to brawl it out with.
We saw Kings Row banned here by Citrus Nation. Their concern may just be trying to face down the Malga composition on a map where LFO are likely very well practiced. So not a huge shock to see the switch here, but I don't necessarily know if Hollywood lends itself more to an Orisa style of play. We're going to find out either way. It will at least be LFO bringing a Genji in for Zera.
Yeah, no, remind you guys, these two teams met up in the first round of this group, and Citrus Nation, at the time, which probably pretty huge upset, was able to take it 3-2. So series definitely not over after one map. We've seen these two teams go the distance, albeit a different meta.
Yeah, LFO have had time as well to bounce back from that. You can't deny the years of experience at the very top level for most of these LFO individuals. Whether it's coach or player, right? They've kind of seen it all. Zeb, looking a little haggard in the back corner there, Matthew. Seeker punishes the Orisa, and here comes a nasty little charge. The knockdown is good. Emmanuel has nowhere to go. Citrus Nation force-fed to the meat grinder.
And those are the type of positions, right, where you don't want to end up, fighting, especially against a Maga Ian, right? He can come in, get a huge slam. Those brawling type of fights, in terms of, like, just think about it in this, right? Supports are basically even across the board on both sides, except, LFO can offer basically like lifesteal in a group scenario and Citrus Nation can't, right? So it's a huge advantage in terms of just sustainability.
Citrus Nation, though, they want to take this fight pretty close to the point here. They keep the Orisa capping for the time being. Here comes Kitsune Rush, though, and again, eyes on Zeb. They're able to get away here. Jacob, though, not nearly as lucky. Now the pursuit is on. Mira will be pursuing. As Zeb gets caught there, and there's just no escape. That is just a Kitsune Rush in that fight. That is it.
Yeah, I mean, that's Kitsune Rush, and you pay attention to some of the health bars at the top, right? I believe we were on board with Mira when that was going on. He pops the Cardiac Overdrive, and they start to push forward. Everybody's health bar basically at 100% for LFO. And there's obviously damage being returned. It's not like Citrus Nation just, running away, not firing at all, right? It's just now Citrus Nation here, Mitch. They're going to be going up against potentially a Dragon Blade. They take some high ground control, maybe try and get manually set up in a position to get an early pick, but eventually going to have to drop.
They do, and they take a railgun instantly. It's going to be an overclock here for Seeker. Almost no one better to have this in the hands of. Citrus Nation get very little there. It's almost like just as the fight began, they realized they probably wouldn't be getting far here, so they don't spend any ultimates at all. I will say, though, Liar doesn't really seem convinced. He doesn't pop the sound barrier either, so LFO are still fine in terms of ultimate economy. Citrus Nation get very little done with that fight.
When do you feel like you need to pop it if you're Liar, right? Probably with the Terror Surge, that potentially comes in, or just answer it to Jacobs. I thought Jacob was going to go for the... they're a little bit fortunate here. So, for a second, it looked like Jacob was actually going to go for the sound barrier, but he ends up getting killed so fast with the blade that he doesn't have the opportunity to, get through the animation. Where it sounded like potentially you heard it there for a second, but maybe you just didn't even get it off. But quite fortunate, I guess, per se. That would have been pretty backbreaking if you ended up, getting an Ajax there for Citrus Nation.
Finally, Citrus Nation, though, go the Reaper. They realize they need much more pressure on Mira here. Will be enough. Here's a Terror Surge, Suzu'd away, swift step for MCD, he gets out of the eye of the storm. Zero brought down manually already, and that cage fight is getting a heck of a lot of value. Z-Man and Jacob nowhere to go for the two of them, eventually a swift step from the former, but Jacob is stuck trying to contest. Not one tick, not one notch of progress here for Citrus Nation. Sadly, they have no idea how to stop this LFO comp.
Yeah, Liar can hold this beat for the second half. Oh no, never mind. Gonna use this as they kind of push towards that spawn, but dominant defense there from LFO. Look, for Citrus Nation, it's really difficult. They're getting across the point, trying to put pressure on the supports, but then the Maga charge comes from the opposite side. You know, cardiac overdrive, everything we've been talking about. You're just not able to get any of these targets down, and like, you know, in theory, right, they're getting high ground control, right? You have Sojourn, like typically these are things that are, you know, conducive to winning the round, or getting the first point. In this meta, they just don't seem to mean that much.
I feel like Citrus Nation were definitely willing to hold ultimates when fights didn't start positively for them. The problem is that none of the fights started positively for them.
Yep.
So they just don't use their rolls. I don't know what to tell you. They obviously they sort of sat on them for quite a while. When
we gotta get you the telestrator so you break that down.
I would love to. Yeah, I would love to illustrate this.
Johnny, step aside real quick. Let me show you how it's done. I mean, circle the ultimates at the top.
Yeah, exactly. This one over here. Well, in LFO, they win that one fight with the Kitsune Rush only. You know, and they basically are rationing one ultimate per fight and winning with them because of the strength of their composition and also just the raw ability of the individuals on their team and cohesion they bring. So I don't think this series is going to be remotely as close as it was last time.
The Genji also is an interesting shout here for LFO. Like, with how aggressive they're playing around this Maga, you start to get the Genji in there with like dash resets and whatnot, becomes very difficult. I know when manually was on the Sojourn to deal with. Now we're going to see Cassidy Reaper here around this Orisa. So I'm really just trying to put even more pressure on the Maga. Tab gets really low.
Tab gets no room to breathe there. Liar making sure that there's no way Tab gets to walk up on them here. So no high ground contest. Here's the charge to the point. Some big shurikens in midair there from Zera.
Not early.
Spotted once again, the Reaper. Tap's forced to Wraith walk midway through the fight. That's a big DPS loss, and Zera absolutely clips him as he tries to pressure the Mauga down. Zera really doing a good job of keeping Mauga standing, but there's Cassidy damage.
Oh, wow.
He's actually filthy. And the hindrance as well goes a long way. Seeker can't be sliding out at all. Nicely done. Manually getting it done the old-fashioned way.
I mean, he's got to come up with 4 in the fight to keep, Citrus Nation alive. Some sick plays there from Manually. So for what looked like a pretty good start, Suzu out early on the side of Citrus Nation, and then they were able to finish off Tap. Manually able to keep him alive with some huge shots on the Cassidy.
It's been hard for Tap to get close enough to Mirror, though, to really pressure him down. Not an issue for Manually, as he's hitting a ton of shots from longer ranges. Yeah, that mag grenade came in there. Don't necessarily know if Zera's tracking that cooldown.
They're just building up. They're just building up Kitsune Rush here. Yeah, both teams are. Maybe now you end up trying to just get Liars beat online, but yeah, they were just taking damage trying to build up Rush.
Okay, Liar, no beat just yet. Jacob, not really convinced this time to be forcing that out, but they've lost the Cassidy here. Not a great start. Jacob finally goes for the beat, but it's only after 2 players from Citrus Nation have fallen, and LFO still have a full cohort of players. Zero with the blade. Didn't have to be pretty. Didn't even have to hit anything. It'll be LFO taking Hollywood away.
Yeah, I mean, a lightning fast 2 maps. Consider this series went the distance the last time. This is not what I think either of us expected coming into this one, but LFO taking it out on Citrus Nation right now. I mean, Citrus Nation in a really tough spot. That time, both teams just kind of jockeying for position, taking some damage with their tanks, building up support ultimates. I believe it's just that sound barrier from Citrus Nation comes a little bit after they end up losing their tank. And at that point, I mean, that they have a full, team right in your face. No Orisa, I think you lost Manually a little bit early there too. So 3-on-5, Maga on the other side. I mean, nothing you'd really do.
Feels like LFO started by focusing the Reaper down as much as possible to really prolong the Mauga's lifespan. They switched their focus in the last fight for the Cassidy. They beeline towards Manually, and there's just not a whole lot you can do. Once you've used that one roll as Cassidy, you're toast. That is one of his biggest weaknesses. That's why he's weak against dive, and a comp that can go as fast and hard at you as this one. it's tough to keep your cast standing.
On the defensive side, where do you disengage? Like if you have like speed, right, and you're Citrus Nation, like where
That's
do
the
you
best
go?
part.
Like
You don't.
Like you can't go anywhere.
Especially because you can't afford to give any ticks up. Because you have no,
Yeah.
I mean, your options are limited by how well you've done on offense yourself. And when again, it's just the one tick, you can't afford. See, look at this though.
Yeah,
Cassidy
you're pushed
has
into this
space.
area.
This is pretty nice. So you can do a lot with this. When the focus starts to shift manually in the next fight, that's when it really becomes a bit of an issue. Jacob Yelich has to be really thoughtful about the sound barrier use there. I think defensively, you really want to see it from Laya earlier. But Laya wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, you really have to, like, I mean, you see how the ults are used here. Like, Zeb is going low. That arm is about to disappear here. There's a double stun, by the way, from Mira that really punishes. Jacob doesn't have the timing for the beat that he probably wants there and has to use it later. At that point, it's all over.
I mean, there's a blade in here as well, overclock. I mean, there's just a lot in there for Citrus Nation to try and deal with. So for them to stay alive, I know in stage 1, they're going to need a reverse sweep. Would have to start, obviously, here on Esperanza. Do you think we see them venture from this Orisa comp? Like, I almost feel like they have to, but for my gut purposes, like, I feel like they're just going to kind of commit to this.
At best, they might try and mirror Amalga comp, but I feel like that would almost be worse at this point. It's pretty evident that the trajectory of the last couple of weeks between LFO and Citrus Nation, respectively, has been really different. And we actually see this quite a lot. That rate of improvement from, let's say, the first outing of a new team and then maybe a couple weeks later, for a team like LFO, a lot of it is like, I hate to say this, but it's like riding a bike, right? They can really pick that synergy up very, very quickly and really start to hit those peaks a lot earlier on than you would expect. Just want to point out as well, Citrus Nation are on the left in blue, LFO are on the right in red, so don't get it twisted, folks. We'll have that adjusted. But again, and Zero, I mean, it's been a pleasure to watch here, really playing a lot of like that utility hero, the Genji to pressure a Reaper down, for example. Has looked quite good on quite a few occasions here. Citrus Nation have got to make some magic happen here in Esperanza, otherwise their run in the OWCS Stage 1 is over.
In a lot of, I think this also goes to show, right? Like, this is a close game at 3-2 in the previous meta, and like, how much a meta can kind of change things up on its head in competitive Overwatch, right? As looks like here. No, we'll get that sort of in a second, but it is LFO playing the high ground here. No, it's Citrus Nation playing the high ground. Both teams actually from afar, but
absolutely rolled.
Well, yeah, absolutely a rolled and smoked there.
Decades of esports experience.
Yep,
love that.
Can't read the score. The top, unbelievable. So we're just gonna sit in the middle here.
Yeah, LFO on the move though, right? I mean, they do want to try and bait some form of commitment from Citrus Nation. Citrus Nation really would like to maintain this high ground as long as they can. They'll leave manually up there. There'll be an opportunity though for Zero to come calling. Zero again, picking this corner, trying to see how many players are up there with the Sojourn. How easy is it for me to get in there, get the dirty work done, and get out?
And for LFO, you don't have to push into this, right? Like, you can kind of sit here at this corner. Like, you have obviously a 4-meter lead. It's not massive, but you don't have to run directly into this high ground. Like, let them try and take the fight to you, because that is when you've been at your best.
Yeah, just build Kitsune Rush and use it defensively when the when the Citrus Nation try and push you.
I mean, I'm gonna have to engage eventually, right? You would think.
Yes. They'll try and wrap around. I mean, that's also, you can see where Laya is playing right now. Right in our backline for LFO. Not trying to get cute, not trying to boop, Zeb around in the front line. Very much sitting back here on the Sojourn, on the Kiriko.
And I guess Citrus Nation, you're building up towards beat, right? Maybe you're looking at one fight where you got, double support ult in the mix, but yeah, right now, just good old-fashioned standstill here.
They're dropping. They're going for it here. Yeah, here's Kitsune Rush now. Citrus Nation are done with waiting. They're going to push. MCD has one of his own, though. Now the pressure is on for Mira. Knocked away by the Javelin Spinner now. A Terra Surge is online. Sound barrier used here. Jacob went for the earlier one and manually gets brought down. Eventually, they find the Sojourn. Here's where the House of Cards gets a little wobbly. Zeb still well healthy. Terra Surge gets a huge amount of damage. Nicely set up here. And Citrus Nation, with the earlier beat, actually come out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge Terror Surge there. The amount of damage that was put down from Zeb was huge, and they'll get the cart rolling. Like you mentioned, a little bit of a earlier sound barrier. Typically, we see that result in like a fight lost, like when there's a sound barrier on both sides. But Citrus Nation, you know, they're playing that high ground, playing passive for a while, and then eventually when they decide to drop, they win that fight.
We're not done yet. Keep pushing.
Manually would not like to give this bridge up for free, but the sheer numbers of LFO giving him pause. Okay, Jacob. Gotta be careful. Seeker there, pretty easy shot thing to make as Lucio is on exactly that high velocity in the air. So, bots start to move back the other way. Game's been broken open a lot more now. So LFO don't have to opt into some poking neutral game. They can just push with weight of numbers here until Citrus Nation have tapped back in the fight.
Yeah, I do wonder though for LFO, like you have to probably have some knowledge of where you are in terms of beat and where they are. You have a Dragon Blade here with nothing to answer on the other side. It's probably going to be down to Manually to hit a 6th shot with an overclock.
Here's the push to the high ground. Manually found Seeker. Very aggressive poke here for Citrus Nation. It's going to be a trade of kills. Both teams have lost their Sojourn. Zera's Blade required to even the ledger. Okay, tap. Oh my, just walked into those shurikens. You'll be filming about that one. I would be too. Tap at least was able to drop a pulse bomb off at PO Box Jacob. That will be there. Lucio falling now.
So low.
Zeb struggling. Yeah, nothing you can do without that armor there. Tapia, look, at least getting a pulse bomb. I think it was on Liar, if I'm not mistaken. Getting something for their trouble, but still LFO brawling out a little bit more favorably.
Yes, the cage match pretty big there, and then you can see 1-0 starts to get into the back line, right? Like comboing those dashes together, you know, able to put down some pretty sick damage. Tap, unfortunately, just walked into a full left click, I believe, just to the head as Kitsune rushed here from MCD. It'll be answered with the one from Citrus Nation.
Use the high ground to play from. Drop Kitsune down and get the fight here for the checkpoint as well. LFO are trying to make happen. Another Terror Surge, though. That's got to be scary. Mirror is extremely low. Lion does not want to use a sound barrier so early. And on the move, Seeker gets caught, skewered by the Javelin. Now LFO going to have to give this ground up. Terror Surge, okay, they're very happy to get that here, I have to say. Zeb a little bit lower now, and the sound barrier does get committed late in the fight with 4 players. LFO are starting to tighten this pressure. Zeb could not hang. Again, Mirror very low for much of that fight, but desperately kept alive and now free to clean up.
Oh man, that is one that I feel like Citrus Nation would love to have back, right? They get that early first pick. It's a nice spear that Zeb lands on the Seeker. And then after that, like Liar and Co, they end up investing the sound barrier. They see that everybody on Citrus Nation got trapped in that close quarter area. So the Genji and the Maga can get tons of value. They come up huge, and now look, I mean, Jacob forced to kind of match beat in that last fight. Nothing here for this Dragon Blade.
And on that note, Zera's in a great position to pressure that high ground on the left of your screen with the blade. Manually goes low. This is the opportunity. Hasty Suzu, but too many slashes for Sojourn to withstand. I mean, Seeker finishes the job again, catching Jacob in midair with a railgun, but cheeky tap, cheeky lad indeed. Off we go with the bot.
This is kind of huge though, because like, if they would have continued to move that bot, you would have gotten so far into Citrus Nation territory that now for Citrus Nation, you're going to be able to get a fight here under the bridge. So actually kind of a massive play there from Tap.
It's extremely troll. Well, I guess identified that midway through a losing fight, you can sneak the bot away. LFO too consumed by their bloodlust to realize that the hood was being pulled over their eyes. There's the stick. Mirror, yep, eliminated by that one. He cannot deal with that level of burst damage. So much of Malga's survivability comes from that healing over time. Beautiful fight from Citrus Nation. The pulse bomb, of course, combined with that Kitsune rush.
Yeah, I wonder LFO that had to have been like maybe the Suzu was just on CD and you land that big pulse bomb and then you take out the Maga, because typically we see, you know, a pulse bomb, you can just you know, Suzu that, right, and you know, just don't take any of the damage. So potentially that was off cooldown, and then Tap sees that and they realize like, hey, let's go for the stick on a mirror. But LFO, 3 minutes on the clock here. They do not want to give up any more progress. They're going to go right to the cart.
Mandalay, though, has this high ground position. If you're a little bit aware of that, you have to think. Cage fight, though, will block projectiles from the outside. Seeker, though, wasn't in there. Gonna get punished down the Terror Surge. Great follow here by Zeb. Sees Mirror charge in the direction of his team, I think, and is able to put himself in between the Malga and the backline. Much, much better for Citrus Nation, but it's going to take more than just this. And a sound barrier here for 2. That is ill-advised. How do you make this work? Jacob realizes perhaps that was not the time.
Oh, maybe they thought they were going to keep manually alive, possibly? I don't know, but that ends up being a beat that just connects with 2. Tap doesn't even get the benefit of it. Maybe you're able to keep the Tracer alive there and make some things happen, but yeah, I mean, now LFO, you have a sound barrier blade, push this card deep into Citrus Nation territory, and put yourself in a fantastic spot to close this one out pretty quick.
2 minutes to go here. The sound barrier difference is going to be massive. It has to be. Here comes Laya trying to make sure the purchase is good with that ability. Nowhere manually can go. Once that power slide is burned, you are dead meat when a Genji starts looking at you. Tap knows it too. They're going to make sure they get a expedited trip back to spawn. All expenses paid, of course. And we're now down under 2 minutes with that bot heading past the tram.
And the it feels like Kitsune Rush. You can be a little bit more open in how you use it, but man, if you have a beat that does not get max value like that, and the other team doesn't have to use theirs, or doesn't even have it at the time, and then can kind of now use it a little bit more offensive. I mean, that is 2 fights in a row that go fast in terms of in the way of LFO. And look at this, Mitch. I mean, that's basically like giving them double in terms of the meter advantage.
Yes. I mean, yeah, you're not even looking necessarily to get kills. This is generally Sony Ultimate. Citrus Nation can't pick out into this. That pulse didn't work out. Maybe a Suzu on the intended target. Tap coming up empty-handed. And that bot now, this is blown out in a big way, Matt. We are at 100 or thereabouts now.
But when that fight happened, right, Citrus Nation was probably behind like 20 meters or so.
Yeah.
Then the next fight happens, sound barrier, where LFO had the barrier up to. I mean, you're more than double. I mean, you're surpassed that by a large margin now as they make their way around the final corner here, 35 seconds. Maybe just trying to bait into a cage match here. Cage fight as Mirror into the back.
Sorry! Mirror didn't even intend to do that. Manually just had his knees broken by the shockwaves of Malga alighting in the middle of the street. That's wrong. Jacob had a sound barrier, no chance to use it now. This is getting dire. LFO are on the final stretch here, and Lia's almost brought another beat. He's basically lapped Jacob.
This is getting dire. It absolutely is dire already.
It was dire.
Brutal.
It's been dire.
Citrus Nation, they're going to need to obviously stop this push, but then basically get a run back the entire map to keep themselves alive.
In overtime, a huge amount of ground across, including a checkpoint that will cause the bot to stop. It's all been impossible here. Mirror will eventually get brought down, but LFO drop with smiles on their faces because they know the real damage, the gut shot, has already been made.
And I mean, the bad part for Citrus Nation, right? I know you do have some ultimates, but they don't even have that first checkpoint. So you're gonna have like a stop down here. Maybe you can play from a little bit of the high ground, but look at where LFO looks like they're gonna try and take some of this high ground away. They're gonna like push right up towards it.
They do have the overclock. Both sides do, in fact. Zeke could pop that off right now and cause problems. That disruptor shot's so annoying for Jacob to try and play around properly, and that Terror Surge finds nothing, nada, zilch. Zeke falls back off the bridge here. Javelin spin for Zeb, but that armor's getting dangerously low, and the Orisa is now struggling. Absolutely overwhelmed by LFO as they see a low-held tank, and they beeline for her. Only 2 players left for Citrus Nation to work with, and it's an utter rout. A deconstruction of Citrus Nation. This time LFO, they're bringing a completely different game.
I thought this match would be pretty competitive based off of the results, their first one, but feels like with the meta shift, LFO they have a great read of what's going on right now. That was a really fast in Swift 3-0, pretty dominant performance.
25-minute game? Disgusting.
Yeah, possibly.
Unreal.
Disgusting. Fantastic showing though. I mean, the compositional clash. I love to see that. LFO fully tapped into that Maga composition. Citrus Nation opting for the Orisa route, which, I mean, we saw that can work in previous matches today. Well, it did not. Not for them anyway. So that was, that was not a viable strat for them.
Bad series for the Maga deniers out there. Bad series for the Maga deniers.
It's kind of putting a dent in our theory here.
How much was it about the Maga diff in the first map? I think the Sim map is just so hard to deal with for Citrus Nation.
Well, Sim's weakness, right, is as a hero is a little bit of a glass cannon. if she can kind of like passively gain health playing around everybody while also ramping the damage output, kind of negates some of that.
Yeah, there are some heroes that giving lifesteal becomes a little problematic. I think, my goodness, the fact is, I guess, yeah, your lifesteal is a function of the damage you do, which ramps up. That's
the fight I was talking about, where like there is damage returned on the other side, but the rush with the cardiac overdrive, everybody basically stays at full health.
Fastly play here. There was a glimpse of it working if Manually had space. This is the one fight when Manually wasn't the focus. The next fight, they were, and they got torn to shreds. This was it here, I think. You see, Manually playing that high ground, not a safe spot to be because Zero just climbs up there on the Genji. Like, that is always going to happen. You are always going to have a target on your back when you play on top of the water tower. Don't do it. Don't even do it in your ranked games. It won't work. It is very dangerous. And the Blade here again for Zero, like, good pressure. Didn't have to find any huge kills. We did see the Genji a lot from LFO on maps that featured this sort of verticality and some high ground. And Zero really proficient in this role. This was gross, by the way. So yeah.
Yeah, I think Tap just he was chasing the kill onto Liar there, and then it looked like that Zero just shot the shurikens right through Liar's body. Is the sound the one at the end, you know, the sound barrier that we were talking about, that really kind of hurt Citrus Nation. But also, you might feel like there's still a chance you kind of take that fight and go your way, and maybe you feel like if that kind of goes the opposite way, you're in the driver's seat. But after that, things kind of fell apart.
But it was fun to see Genji back in action, and rightfully so. He also got himself the honors of Player of the Match, putting in the work for his team. And we also will be having a quick chat with the man himself. So let's bring him in. First of all, congratulations to you and the squad, big dub, and that means that you're now officially moving on to the main event. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. There's a lot of pressure to, play for the main event, but like to qualify for the main event. But yeah, it went well, so I'm happy.
Yeah, as you should be. I mean, it was a super close series the first time you guys met. Well, not this time around. Was this just a compositional mismatch? Do you think they just had the wrong idea?
Well, our team was formed like very, I guess last second before the Russia lock, so we had a lot of growing pains going into this tournament. Like, we had to figure a lot of stuff out and kind of figure out how to work with each other. So as time went on and we got to scrim more and I guess kind of mesh with each other, things got super easy, and we were able to show like our capabilities as players. So that's what's a lot easier, I think.
Clear to see the big difference, yeah, between the 2 weeks. I think after like map 1, we were like, oh, this isn't going to be nearly as close a series as last time. Hey, a few teams are trying to play Orisa against these Malga comps. I kind of want to further the conversation about that. Is this just cope? Does Orisa really have a kit that like allows you to compete with Malga, or is it just pointless to try and you should really be playing the Malga comp?
I think it's definitely cope. Like, I see Toronto Defiant was experimenting with Orisa and they were still losing, and they're the best like North American team we have, so it's definitely just cope. If Toronto can't do it in NA, then I don't think anyone can. So it's Schmog all the way.
Kind of speaking around Toronto Defiant, I believe your first match of the main event will be against them. What do you guys kind of like feel like you have to do probably against that team to take out a series?
I think we just have to, I guess, kind of work harder in scrims. Kind of, I don't know. I mean, they're the best. They're the best in the region. So we just have to work hard and play to make a big upset. Like, I think Seeker.
Pressure will be on them, right? So pressure will be on them. Do you feel relieved that people don't have those expectations here? Do you feel like you can sneak under the radar there?
I mean, I think our roster has a lot of firepower, but the pressure's definitely on them. We have nothing to lose. They have it all to lose. So, I guess we're definitely looking to go in there swinging.
That's right. I mean, taking on former IL champions in that team, definitely a fun opportunity. Thank you so much. Also, before I let you go, I just want to compliment your room. It's looking clean. It's looking slick. Love the matching nightstand and the bed and everything. Light breeze on that little, window there. Yeah, no, it's a top tier bedroom. Compliments. And that's it.
If my mom is watching, she's gonna kill me. My mom's gonna kill me if she sees my bed a mess. So
it's not messy enough though. Like, it's not. This is acceptable. yeah, Monastery, cut him some slack.
He's got hands
one
to
month
click.
to another.
He's got hands to click.
Yeah, he's got
Because
people
of
in
the
bed,
bed.
mate.
Exactly.
That's right. He got the win. Now he can go and make his bed. That's it. Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your opening match in the main event.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, man.
Of course, great to hear it.
Yeah, Citrus Nation to make his bed for him. So when it goes to spoils, I say, this guy shouldn't be making his own bed anymore. Give him a freaking palanquin.
Maga Denier's stock is at an all-time low right now. I just checked
Yeah,
the
he's not
markets.
going well.
I have whiplash though.
Yeah,
I'd
it's a
say like
penny,
the cope
basically, at
is
this
flowing
point.
like the rivers of Babylon from EMEA.
Yeah.
Like it is gushing. The dam is about to burst. It's going to be a cope tsunami if we're not careful. We need to protect ourselves as NA residents to stop that from reaching our shores. No cope tsunami, thank you. Shore up the walls.
You heard it. Shore up the walls. Bring up the brackets as well to see where we're currently at in that group, as we just finished it with a very, very dominant performance from LFO. They take a 3-0 lead in that series, and that qualifies them for the main event, where they have the utmost pleasure of going up against Toronto Defiant.
Like Zero just talked about, though, this team, kind of forms in the bit of chaos that happens before Swiss starts taking place. Where now that they've had some more time to gel, right? I know some. I think obviously more time to gel, plus in a way the meta resets, so everybody's back at kind of like zero, so to speak, right? And now everybody's trying to learn again. Could be a good. Look, if you were going to play Toronto, like in a meta like this, that just kind of comes off of like a whim, so to speak, is probably the best time to do so. Probably not when they've had 3-4 weeks of playing the same type of thing.
I think that like also being part of a team and finding your spot like in a lineup and your place in that infrastructure is a skill set that you have to develop. And like, I'll be honest, like the Overwatch League was rigorous. Like players got drilled in this from like day one. You did not have the option to find your individuality. You could have sunlight if your coach said you could have sunlight. You know what I mean? Like, so I really do feel like these players, when they come together, even in teams later on, that is a skill set that doesn't just disappear. And I think that explains not only, first of all, like you're playing Malga comp against non-Malga, but also you already have so much to build upon in terms of a foundation from all these professional players on this team. You are going to improve and come together much quicker than your opponents.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that. We've seen that during the Swiss stages, heading into the group stages. If you followed a lot of the teams which just recently formed right before the roster locks, you saw them gelling, you saw them finding their stride, their identity, and it's only up from there. Just like the competition is going to get stiffer and stiffer as well, of course, as we're moving along in this format. Now, up next, we have yet another elimination match. This one will be fought out between M80 and Obsidian, and all of that will happen after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Mitch and Matt, and we just speed ran through our first series here in the NA region. Let's see if the second one will be a little bit closer. Timeless Obsidian will go up against the M80 roster, and Timeless Obsidian, well, we just saw them yesterday, of course, in the new meta. However, M80, we've not seen any of that. What are our expectations? Where will they take us?
Parade should get Hawky Boy a W. Continues in 2024, baby.
What?
You tried to dodge me, Hawk, but I'm back. I'm here. It's not a curse, mate. I'm on your side. I want you to get out of this group. That's what I have to say about M80.
I expect, look, Hawk can play a lot of the different tanks. If LFO is playing, what we just saw with like Mauga-based compositions, I fully expect M80 to be playing that type of play.
On a serious note, I mean, we saw how this game sort of played out for Timeless Obsidian. I thought it showed us a great performance. I do think that, we are talking about an M80 team that took it really close against Timeless itself, right? So that's sort of worth bearing in mind. I did think, though, that the Mauga comp understanding from Timeless Obsidian in their matchup against No Win was very, very good. We also, have to ask ourselves, how does M80 look now? Because they are also another team full of ex-professionals with these skill sets that won't take long to really gel, to really come together. Obsidian has to hope that through their elimination match they had to play to even get to this one, they even had to undergo a similar process.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much just relied on that Mauga composition yesterday, right? Obsidian, that is. They looked really competent in it as well. They had the Mei added in there, and Win could not deal with that. But we know, of course, that M80, they're seasoned veterans in that team.
I mean, it would be a massive shock if they don't make it out, right?
Yeah.
I think even as stacked as Timeless are and have just been like one of the best teams and contenders for the longest time, basically, and essentially earning themselves fame from never even competing at that top tier. I still think this M80 team, like the names on this roster, it is disgusting. It is going to be again the ultimate challenge for Timeless Obsidian to try and replicate the success of their sister team. And again, I loved what we saw from Dynasty, right? The Genji play as well, especially on Colosseo, was really compelling. I feel like they have a really good understanding about how to manage the Mauga mirror and mix the Mei in when required. M80 though, I mean, any loss for them, I also think like the Timeless loss it felt like an upset to me, right? Even though one team had a lot of experience together, a lot, and M80 had sort of just joined in this form. There are a lot of elements here that are played together for a while.
So it'll be almost mirror matchups. Except it'll be M80 playing the Sim versus Obsidian playing the Mei. So we saw them play the Mei the other day. Want to really kind of like split teams off, make it difficult. Right there, they see that looks like Tread just drops a little bit further down.
Look at the Reaper! Look at the Reaper!
And they just follow directly in. Yeah, well, that's Hydron picking up some kills with the turrets in that small space. That is a first fight win there for M80 really fast.
You see the kind of pressure this composition generates because of that Sim TP throwing an entire death ball in your face. You do not have the bandwidth to turn around and look at the Reaper, who's extremely good when he's right up your clacker, hitting with those shotguns.
Pelican's also like one of the better Reapers, I feel like. We've seen him play Reaper in the past a ton. Looks like Obsidian just having...
It's like rating people on how well they pour cereal, right? It seems like it's a very elementary skill set to have, but like a good Reaper makes a big difference in terms of sort of prolonging your own lifespan here. This is...
They get them low, they split them off with the Sim wall, right? And they just basically sit on the other side in that close quarter area, just do damage right on through. There's nothing Obsidian can do.
Operation Look at the Reaper underway here for Obsidian. Again, they don't have any space. They have no room. Lepta speeds M80 in onto them, and if they need extra mobility, M80 in uses Sim TP. They're going to drop down here. May wall to try and buy a little bit of space for Obsidian. They've made good use of their hero in the past, but here they come once more. M80 on the way in. Trent trying to replicate the charge in there, able to bring Hawk down. The Coalescence here from Ultraviolet. It's a little late in the day.
It feels like, though, that M80, like, they kind of got what they wanted at the start, which is, like, getting that Maywall out early. Sound barrier for both sides. They still want to fight this, even without Hawk.
The charge came in. Pelican had to avoid it, though, for the most part. That Death Blossom could be devastating now that the sound barrier is offline. Theoretically, Cardiac Arrest also won't be available. Oh, my goodness. Okay. They're able to knock Pelican back for a time. Cardiac Overdrive is going to be there. And Dove with a Death Blossom makes it more like Cardiac Arrest. Nicely done.
I was like, oh man, Marcus, I'll go with Cardiac Arrest. That's a different. It's the new ability.
I'm sorry, it does the same damn thing.
That's the Orisa Cobra's version. See here, Dove just taking some damage, letting his Moira just farm up some Coalescence there off that Sim turret, but that's a huge fight win there for Obsidian. They absolutely needed a fight win. That's going to be a Sim wall and a TP to the point.
It's Malgan time, says Tread. Charges in first, and AJ was able to build up that Coalescence there just from topping Dove up. This is much better from Obsidian. Much better. Hydron and Ultraviolet both brought down again. That glass cannon nature of Sim works against M80 there. Another Death Blossom, mostly ignored because Hawk is generating much of the threat on virtue of the sheer amount of damage he is dumping on Obsidian.
Yeah, he pushes on forward, and that was actually a pretty good start to the fight there for Obsidian. Is Dove was doing making some nice plays in the backline, ends up picking up a kill early on, but Hawk comes in with a big slam. Pelican there, Death Blossom on the point. I think it'll be really difficult. Let's see how they go out retaking now with this May. That's where the Sim feels like you have a little bit more flexibility in how you play this now on defense, with the ability to TP, go fast, get people out of a really difficult situation. Pelican on the point, that's totally fine that he's walled off. He can just stay alive.
And so he does, yeah. Kayak Overdrive helping to that effect. Dynasty tried to push up but got caught inside the cage fight. Coalescence from the outside here from Ultraviolet wasn't nearly enough to keep Pelican standing, but it's a trade of Reapers for the time being. Again, Biotic Orb deployed to keep Hawk standing. Left sound barrier now is fully expired, but Hydron is charged up and is hitting very hard at this point of the fight. It's got to be tough for Dynasty to shrug that damage off here. And here's the wall. Now to play from behind it. Hydron going to be very tough to unseat here. Almost gets the better of Dynasty, but it doesn't matter who is shooting right now. As long as someone is taking damage from him, M80 are charging up and getting A in the lead. Again, once more, Hydron wants to try and close the gap. Cage fight deployed. Only one player, I think, standing inside of that was Ultraviolet. Tethered in place. Sim TP down the wall gives Obsidian the time enough to flip the point. And M80 gonna have to regroup.
Losing Ultraviolet's huge, so that's like a large portion of their healing. I wonder if Obsidian decides to move in. No, they actually M80 bail out, where I was like, oh, maybe Obsidian can get a speed boost, take some players out. That would have been massive. Is Pelican still lurking here on the high ground? Death Blossom into... Oh!
That's
Mog is knocking each other down.
Man, if Pelican actually just went for the Blossom there, it could have been massive to time up with that 0.4 seconds of stun. Either way, he gets it done with 3 there, dropping down a little bit belatedly, but still having high impact. Obsidian do very, very well to stay so competitive in this round, but they're out of gas now. And that'll be that.
Yeah, really close first round between these two teams. The thing I would worry about a little bit here for Obsidian is that this is probably the best May point you're going to get here on Nepal. So if you're going to commit to using that May and think that's the way forward, this is one that feels like you have to win.
I felt like Obsidian were pretty flexible. Didn't see him force May only. There's also a question of whether Sombra might have an edge here against this kind of setup. Or maybe mirroring the Symmetra, but Obsidian don't really seem inclined to try that. At best, maybe to shuttle the team out of spawn. But yeah, from Pelican's perspective there, that high ground that Village offers makes it really easy to flank in. Choose your entry point and have these big Death Blossoms. Maybe a little harder on Shrine, to be fair. You can't drop down to the point so easily. But you can still flank. You can still wrap around.
So Hawk looks like take a little bit of a off angle here. You get the Sim advantage in terms of the TP, so you get the point first here if you're M80, and then also you can kind of have all these turrets set up. So maybe Hydron gets a few of these set up on the walls, makes it difficult for them to push on through.
Hydron spamming just between the pillars there, almost guaranteed to hit somebody. Started crewing that first wall. Tread already down to half HP. Maywall deployed. Hydron just sidesteps it. And then sets up a TP way in for Hawk, potentially. Dove has been annoying, but nothing really to furrow the brow of M80 here as the Reaper hasn't fully committed to the fight now. Dove back behind friendly lines. Ooh, that's the sim impact. Hydron and Pelican devour Tread.
Yeah, and the sim can actually build up charge on that Maywall as well. And then in the last round, we actually saw Hydron build up some charge on the cage fight. You can actually build it up on like kind of that like round shield that goes around, where if you're gonna just kind of let this sim get charged up in the neutral and just kind of trade damage back and forth, you're gonna lose those fights in the long run. I mean, that is playing in exactly into what they want.
Charging off the Maywall is really non-negligible here. Dynasty has to be careful about how they make use of that. Here's the Stompy. Tread maybe biting up a little bit more than he expected to see here. Another Maywall thrown down. Cage fire now, though, is going to keep all of Obsidian inside this area. The Blizzard, though, thrown down. Hawk frozen up, and Left has the sound barrier playing from a safe distance, and here it is. The Blossom will force the Ice Block. Coming out of Ice Block will be scary for Dynasty, but Dove is going to be there with a counter Blossom of his own. And that'll be the fight. Obsidian managed to wrest the point back here. North of 61% for M80.
Yeah, M80 definitely thought they had it with Pelican coming around the corner with that Death Blossom, but it was really nice from Obsidian to just kind of like disengage. Dynasty does a nice job just getting into the Ice Block really fast, obviously negating a lot of that damage that would have went down. And then Dove answers with a Death Blossom of his own once M80's like pretty overextended.
Back to the grind. Pickaxe is shouldered here by M80, but they're going to get instantly caught inside that cage fight. The Ultraviolet trying to stay out of it, but eventually has to commit to have some healing impact. Attempt there at using the TP to sort of give you a way out. It's a little late, and Pelican gets lost early.
I don't know if they're going to be able to make it out of this. As Ultraviolet gets quite low. It's
should be a big stagger.
Coalescence here from AJMR. I feel like they got to get some picks off of this. I feel like you're committed to just kind of pushing through it.
Oh, they're chasing 100%. Death Blossom here for Dove should seal the deal. Dove having a bit of a game here. 3 kills with that Reaper ultimate, and that will be enough. This gives Obsidian that buffer. Now as they start to reach a parity with M80 in terms of their capture progress.
Obsidian is better off in these fights being like hyper aggressive and, you know, not trade. You don't want to trade with that sim like in that medium range, right? This is where they're going to win with this comp, is being hyper aggressive.
Now, wall might still be relevant though. You can still dance this and avoid a lot of the damage incoming. You see M80's health bars, they are extremely topped up. Obsidian feed themselves to the beast there, thinking maybe they can drive an advantage by using a Maywall to cut off half of M80.
Dove gets Hydron. Maybe you can actually kind of like, you're not going to take the point back right away, right? But maybe you don't have to give up a ton here.
Pelican nice walled the other way. No, you're staggering this fight, actually. That was really... I'm talking about picking your spots there from M80. They're a player down. They didn't have Pelican at the time. And they see a golden opening, and Hawk just plunges into the abyss.
And now M80 with a bit of an advantage, right? Gonna be last fight territory. Now you're gonna have this cage fight here, Death Blossom combination. Trap everybody inside, let Pelican go to work.
Here's the call. Cage fight though, that's 3 players trapped, at least 4 maybe. Death Blossom now is a pretty dirty combo. You can't get away from this. 2 for Pelican, now a TP out of the Blizzard. It came a little too late from Dynasty to really counter what M80 were planning there. Tread's healthy, but no allies to help him whatsoever. Now I have to try and find a way to touch. Looks a bit awkward. The cage fight off the point. He'll charge in. Already down to half though. And without Tread, there's really no chance of Obsidian mounting a counter-offensive here. They really need 5 to make this work, and they're going to have 3.
Yes, Dove going to use the Wraith Walk just to get to the point. This will be a sound barrier that answers the Death Blossom. So everybody just trying to get onto heroes for high mobility gets back to the point here. If you're Obsidian, trying to keep map 1 alive.
Doom in the picture now for Tread. That's it though, not quite enough. A generally competitive first map here from Timeless Obsidian. A little bit closer than I expected it to be. And it looks like their travails so far through this lower part of the GSL group have definitely galvanized them as a unit.
I think they started to get a little bit better in the second round there. And I mean, the first round was pretty back and forth, but I think like, you know, realizing when they have the opportunity to go, when the sim is like a non-factor, I think that's going to be important if they continue to play the May versus the sim, right? King's Row, I think you can get good value out of the May, so maybe that's what Obsidian wants to continue to play.
Yeah, but maybe until the last phase of the map, right? In general, she's going to be really quite powerful. There was one fight where it looked like Timeless Obsidian had a chance to actually really extend their lead, is when they took that fight with the May wall inside that small room off the point. Somehow all of M80 are able to get through that wall, whether they break it or otherwise, and they get a full fight with a sim wall in place, so hugely slanted advantage. This is, I mean, these are the moments you dream of as a Reaper player. Nobody.
Yeah, we did not give him. Didn't give him invisibility. He's just sitting in the corner, just putting down damage. Yeah, I mean, they're looking at the sim, they're looking at the Maga and that type of situation.
I mean, look at that Dove. Can't do too much there, but then the later Death Blossom pays off pretty well. Again, you are being forced to match up against Pelican. Dove giving a good account of himself over the course of that entire map, and we can see the value proposition of the May. You can see what she offers you, especially a Blizzard, like a good counter option when your team gets, you know, caught in a cage fight, or when you're trying to catch the enemy team in one of the Mauga ultimates of your own. Generally, like, I'm pretty happy with what we saw from Obsidian, and we might have a much closer series than we sort of anticipated. Just like using the transitive property where M80 played it close against probably the better Timeless team, as far as we're concerned. Seeing this being this close is promising.
I'd also say the sim wall was actually pretty impactful, right? We saw a few times where Hydron was able to get that off. Just the damage, just kind of like,
that tech is so good that you can grind a pillar and actually turn 180 without like being in the next postcode is, it's pretty good, man.
I mean, Hog is sick at all it takes. So it'll be Obsidian on defense here to kick off King's Row. You also could end up looking back after the main event and being like, man, like, I know regardless of who moves on from this series, like both of these teams are, you know, top 8 teams in North America, right? Like that's how kind of good we obviously know M80 is, but also how good Obsidian is currently looking.
Yeah, and let's not forget, M80 really wanted to secure a spot with like a great team in NA straight away.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of these teams started to poke around in North America sort of after stage 1 had started, maybe qualifiers are underway. M80 obviously had a bit of a false start, picked up a team, didn't work out. But went straight back and said, okay, there's still a lot of talent in North America. Let's build something new. We can still be a fixture. We can still be present at the main event. And that's looking like it's more and more likely here. M80 need the win. It is a win.
What are your thoughts here if Obsidian decides to run this Sigma Ash on D, which looks like we're really far out of the spawn, so that will happen.
I think the sim could be an issue with for the Sigma.
Right, so the thing that we were talking about yesterday a lot was that if you can kind of create space between yourself and the Maga, you feel like you're in a really good spot. One thing that can definitely eliminate that space is TP plus speed boost, right? Looks like they're trying to make a play potentially here for the Sigma up on the high ground, pushing back.
They need to respect the off-angle May though, and Hydron getting knocked down, a Pelican rather getting knocked down as well isn't great. Hydron does get picked off. Yeah, Momentum able to finish off that kill. Tread eventually gets overrun, as you would expect Sigma to do when all of that space is denied from him. But then there's the issue, the secondary issue of these DPS playing up on this high ground. Momentum trying to get back to safety. Still we're 1 tick though, so M80 have the antidote to this Sigma poke composition straight away. It's not pretty, but hey, they're in a commanding position for now.
No, and you see it'll actually be Tread switching back over to Maga. The hard part is like in the second part of the map, this Obsidian comp's probably worse. Like you have this natural high ground where you see Dub, he's able to connect with some players, but just not resulting in any kills.
It sounds so pedestrian to say, but those all need to be headshots if Dove is going to have a real impact in this fight.
A lot of them were, but I mean, just not. I mean, everybody stays pretty healthy on the point. So here's another thing. Does Dub switch now? You have Bob. Do you just kind of give this up and change completely, or do you hold on to it? So looks like the
if it's worth it, really. I mean, if it lets you burst the sim down with the knock-up, then it's probably good.
Yeah, I mean, it would feel pretty bad to just chuck it down the bin, but it also feels like you're going into this next fight without a Reaper in a way worse position comp-wise.
You really favor burst damage here.
Like the Bob needs to get insane value here, right?
Here it comes. Hard to see really what Bob got done. Maybe not placed for a knock-up, just for an extra player. Well, that's good enough, I think. Claiming 2 justifies holding on to that ultimate, staying on the Ashe.
Absolutely. So I wonder if you'll see Dub swap now. AJ Mar goes over to Moira, so that would probably tell you we're going to see Reaper. We'll see though. Yeah. Okay, so that'll be a Reaper swap. So staying on the Ashe in terms of getting the Bob out definitely ended up paying off. Bob ends up getting 2 in that fight, some knock-up damage. Ends up being pretty positive there for Obsidian.
Cage fight here, sound barriers for both sides. That'll be both Malgar ultimates soon enough too. Tread took a ton of damage up front there, and now the Blizzard comes down. Who's in there? Nobody. TP. The antidote there. Or the anti-freeze in this case. This is a mess. Hawk Dog gonna get brought down, caught right in the middle of that. Hydron trying to get some good damage in from sort of the card, but very exposed from that spot without the Malgar in play. I appreciate the effort from Tread to time the stomp with the Reaper coming out of Wraith Fork. Doesn't connect, but hey, you get a convincing fight win anyway.
Yeah, that is a double cage fight going on there. Lep ends up using Sound Barrier. I'm not sure it actually connects with everybody there for M80. So another fight win there for Obsidian. Look, if you can, the faster these fights end, in theory, is going to be better for Obsidian. You don't want to let the sim kind of drag out in these fights. They're going to go fast here. It's going to be AJR using the Coalescence.
Pelican! Save Pelican! Well, I guess Operation Look at the Reaper now is actually paying off for Obsidian. They got the memo.
Swap sides though. M80's moving away with a card. So they
like the Reaper though here. Once Dove can actually close the gap. This could be bad. Okay! Dove! Hello? Gets caught in the Death Blossom and really not in a position to impact anyone else. The speed boost who apparently was there for Lep to get M80 out of trouble. Now Pelican's going to be on the way back to the fight and Obsidian are down a player. Dove going to be switching over to Widowmaker here and try to be the difference maker, but a sound barrier coming out earlier for M80. They need to turn this into a kill, but the Ice Block from Dynasty delays things. Death Blossom here's an option now as this sound barrier is expiring from Obsidian. But Pelican doesn't have a good angle. Not as Dove, in fairness. Surely hoping to pick off an easy Moira or Lucio. Just seeing the big bulk of Malgar obscuring much of his view. Hydron playing that off angle here, probably cognizant of the fact that Widow is on the hunt. Hawk trying to push Tread away, losing out in that damage battle. Eventually that cage fight's going to expire, and here comes Pelican with the second part of that 1-2 punch. Stun will interrupt that ultimate, but it's enough at least to catch the Lucio out, and Hydron's there for 2.
Yeah, and obviously, the Widow switch to just get back and maybe a line of sight thing. You probably would have, with how long the fight went, you probably would have made it back on the Reaper, which I think just kind of bodes the difference in that fight, right? Obsidian actually held on for much longer than I thought when you're kind of like trading these ultimates back and forth, especially being able to keep Tread alive. I mean, with how, impressed with him in the supports, considering there's so much damage on the other side and you don't really have that big burst damage up close to the Reaper.
Here's a Cole, wall thrown up here. Try and buy a bit of space for Obsidian, but it's sidestepped. Tread brought down. That Symmetra really hurts, and this isn't even that late into the fight. Already Hydron was so charged up, maybe because of that May wall, letting him get there early. Sim wall in play. Dynasty has to step onto the dangerous side of it, as does AJMR. It's the only way they're going to get the healing off that they need to, and it doesn't pay off. We will have sound barriers in this next fight, but Ultraviolet gets maximum value for that single Coalescence.
Yes, Pelican TPs forward. I think wants to play as close to the spawn door as possible. Has to have an idea they're going towards that other spawn door here, so...
He'll know. Here's Tread.
He's trying to lurk for a big Death Blossom.
Right, this should be a wash. With Hydron being the first to fall here, and Manny don't really have like a deterministic win condition in that fight. Yeah, Hawk will commit himself to the mechanological abyss.
Yeah, they have to figure out a way to get to this sim early. Like right there, Hydron falls, although Pelican kind of like lurking in the backline, trying to go for a big Death Blossom. Doesn't really make a huge impact as all of this. They see Dub, catch him out.
He probably started checking that spot back in 2015. They're aware. Here's double cage fight. Large degree of overlap here. Hydron does get out of the blizzard, but not before being frozen. It's about keeping Hawkeye Boy standing. They knew here's the cold that's going to get him going. Straight into the fight, though. Tread was healthier. Wants to try and engage while the enemy Malga is low. Dove's Death Blossom is good for one. Pelican tries to double back, but disrespects the entirety of Obsidian. Stood behind him.
Yes, Pelican, it looked like he was considering the Death Blossom there when he was like surrounded by a few players, but they had the effects of that Sound Barrier, so he decides not to pop it. So, Dove up on the high ground yet again. Different high ground though. See if he can maybe come out with a single kill here. A big engage here from Obsidian.
Yeah, Dove low though, that's why he's been looking from the outside in for most of this fight. He gets to isolate the Symmetra, that's huge. Here's the Death Blossom now. Tread gonna be good for 2. That is big. Again, getting rid of Hydron early. The glass cannon nature of Symmetra is a key point of weakness for M80's comp.
It's a few fights in a row they've been able to get Hydron out first, and you're able to win them. I think that is a clear win condition here with these two almost mirror compositions outside of the May in the sim. M80 has to get a touch. 8 seconds left. TP to the high ground.
Oh, I love the wall.
Nice
I love the wall of the TP. It blocks it completely. Hydron has nowhere to go. There it is. No chance to really touch. Completely stuffing the teleporter plan. Great presence of mind from Obsidian. Great May wall to deny that mobility.
Yeah, it's a Dynasty with a headshot right on a Hydron before you can even get through the TP. But yeah, the nice May wall knocking players to that low ground and nobody actually able to get towards that cart. So the Sigma didn't really work here on defense on first point. They started to come alive in the mirror, and then I think towards the end really like, hey, we're gonna use a Lucio rush. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that is nice with the May wall, with the sim wall as well. They need to basically, when they see M80, they need to figure out where Hydron is, speed and collapse. Like that is a kind of the goal. Like you feel like you have enough sustain to live through some of the damage that Pelican's gonna put down. You don't have the sustain in the long run if Hydron's around. That's the big difference.
Hydron's playstyle as well is so, in the past it was so flank oriented when he was like a soldier or also Widow type player, right? He was often targeted. Opposing teams sort of realized just how much impact he could have if he was let go in these fights. Obsidian don't want to give him any room whatsoever. Hydron's not going to flank on the Symmetra, but if he gets caught at the back of a pack and there is like a Reaper coming in from a flanking angle, able to get to grips early, that is very powerful. All right, well, no Sombras out of Cloak at the start of the round, so no freebies for Duff. Oh my goodness.
You're still thinking about that from yesterday.
I am. It was quite a moment, really. You don't see that very often. Very notable. Tread. We wanted a decent stop there. Maybe just run around the statue and not stomp at all. Big damage as you'd expect. Hydroning in. Look where Hydron is playing. Quite close to the front line. There is a lot of risk associated with this playstyle. When Cardiac Overdrive's in play. Yeah, see, oh man, I tell you what. Hydron a little too far forward. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, legitimately, his burst damage blows the Symmetra to pieces.
No, I mean, the Sim is a glass cannon. That's exactly how you have to play this here. If your Dynasty and Obsidian is Maywall there by the hotel, gonna get another player split off. Now they deal with Ultraviolet. This is a really good start for Obsidian.
Yeah, it's a big vulnerability. A team like Obsidian, who seems to be very good at identifying those key targets very quickly, they're gonna really punish you for this. Hawk in the choke, that is a May wall, and you have given up the point. You've given up the choke against a May. What do you expect?
Yeah, so I think this first part will be difficult to like break through with against the Sim with the Sim wall on the other side. But if you're able to do this, I mean, Obsidian sets themselves up to tie this up 1-1. I also think really give M80 some kind of thing to think about here in the break between maps of like, what do you do moving forward?
Here's that call. Ooh, Dynasty couldn't be seen. AJMR, they realized their May was low, but they couldn't get at them past the card. Line of sight for the Coalescence was broken up here. Now this goes from bad to worst. You commit a sound barrier, maybe you think there's an opportunity to make something happen here, but Lep, okay, is forced to use his now. I think if Lep gets the whole sound barrier here, this is devastating for Obsidian. Now, though, a little more salvageable. Not the result you want, but at least you trade those Lucio ultimates and don't force yourself to be at a disadvantage for the next fight, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not awesome. Dove switches to, well, okay, it was like Ashe, Widow, then now back to Reaper. Maybe thought he could just get a pick if somebody pushed up a little bit further. You have to know there's going to be the, cage fight Reaper ult here for M80. Some car progress they're going to get here for Obsidian. You're going to have to use this Blizzard to kind of counter those two ultimates, though, right? No support ult on the other side, so maybe you think you're able to win with a Blizzard, but Hydron's been pretty good about landing these TPs and being able to help players get out.
Hawk there.
They're trying to block him.
Yeah, he can't get out.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere. That was beautiful. Blizzard also thrown to cut off his retreat. Nicely done. You've got the Malga. What's next? Okay! Blossom from Pelican. AJMR not ready for that. Somehow Pelican got airdropped. Must have just got out of the gulag. All right, Dove able to find 2 kills, though. And that will be Amadi getting cleaned up once more. Ultraviolet, though, still able to find one on the backside, but you are dealing with the Malga. You are not going to win that fight. He's very big and scary. And he's about his business.
He's the payload will round to the second corner, getting close to our second checkpoint. This Obsidian setting a pretty good time here, and a big advantage in terms of Death Blossom, right? Pelican probably feels forced to kind of use it in that situation. You kind of feel like you absolutely need that fight win. So now I guess you're gonna have this Coalescence. Maybe just kind of go on the back of both.
Oh,
look at that!
Get rid of the sim. Get out! Get rid of it! It is so fragile in moments like this. Dove, beelines full of sim. It's an easy pickup. 2 minutes 50 on the clock here for Obsidian to have this checkpoint. You've got to be feeling good about that. Tread also holding on the cage fight. You do not need it. Hawk somehow staying alive because Malga. Malga! Finally brings him down. Sound barrier comes a little late. That's odd, but hey, at least you can try and contest. Here's the cage match.
I love the way they've adjusted, though. We talked a little bit in map 1 about kind of like the sim and the ramp up of it. Right there, Dove actually, I think, kind of like TPs behind enemy lines, puts a shot into Hydron, and then they go with the Coalescence and take him out, where it feels like if you just, it's kind of odd to say for Obsidian, right? Ignore the Reaper, kill the sim, and then, like, you know, the supports on Obsidian did a great job of being able to stay alive through Pelican in the back line. That's kind of your path to victory here.
Hey, matey, gonna have to pull up something pretty brilliant here. Oh my goodness, they are so far behind on King's Row. Pelican there, has to get out. Cage match gets thrown down. Here comes Pelly, though, looking for this Death Blossom. But again, with the Blizzard, that's just not an option. Somehow, Tread catches him there. And maybe you're feeding, positively feeding. And Thailand's Obsidian gonna be, I mean, really making a statement here on King's Row. If they can pull this off, and they will. Dove found 2 already. Hydron again. First one on the kill feed for the rest of his team. It's tough to keep that sim in the action. Pelican gonna go for it here. And does buy some breathing room here for this M80 squad who are under so much pressure. This is a long time to hold, Matt. But I've seen crazier things from teams that include Pelican.
Yeah, I mean, that is Pelican coming out of the spawn with a big Death Blossom there. Do we see him? Is he gonna switch? Okay,
Soldier.
Sojourn to try and control some of the high ground, potentially. Ultraviolet also moves away from Moira and goes over to the Kiriko. So some changes here for M80 here at the end. 2 minutes and 20. Decent amount of time for Obsidian, but they used a lot of ults in that last fight.
Enough time, though, for them to come around to another ult cycle peak. You've got to be feeling good about this position regardless as Obsidian. You have a great time bank to play with here. You've kind of smoothed out your protocols, your win conditions here in terms of focusing and isolating this sim. Maybe that's Susu for Ultraviolet just to get sim out alive. Here we go. Orb and Cold, the classic 1-2. Gonna throw that into the churning mass of M80 players here, but AGMR doesn't have any great targets, and we're Tread down. You might want to call this one early. Save yourself the trouble. They throw a Blizzard in there anyway. Can you find something with this? Probably not without the Reaper.
No. I mean, I think the Blizzard is just in there because you get both support ults out. Like, that's kind of the big thing there, right? You get Kitsune Rush and you get Sound Barrier out. So you invest that Blizzard, you trade Blizzard essentially for beat. You'll make that trade always. And then now you feel like with Momentum Sound Barrier, you can get aggressive, you know, Sound Barrier, Cage fight, Colosseo, Death Blossom. Now you have some Genji play in the mix, right? Just kind of dash resets, put some pressure on Pelican. That's kind of how you feel like you win this if you're Obsidian.
M80 know what's coming. They have to know. Cage match here to try and isolate. Again, that what's Sojourn on the point. Wall, double cage fight thrown up. Sound barrier crucially here for Obsidian now. Tread is low. He's so low, and Pelican's going to come in with the overclock. This is the thing to strike the heart. Fear into the heart of the most staunch mortals. It's Hydron, though, behind that overclock that does the dirty work. And now we're down to 40 seconds. This is far from a certain thing. Thailand's Obsidian had to dig a little deeper once more.
Yeah, M80 will have Kitsune Rush, so you're going to be going up against that. But Coalescence plus Death Blossom here. Yeah, Dove has to figure out a way to get in like a really good position here. Now Left going to look to try and maybe just knock him off course.
Here comes Amalga. TP was used there to M80 reposition adequately. Dynasty looked like he was knocked towards the edge, but able to stay alive by the looks of things, and Dove is too low for a Death Blossom. Oh, Dove! They got him! Wings clipped before he had a chance to soar, and that is going to hurt Obsidian. They don't have any time to get the Reaper back in the fight now, and M80 have crippled them. They've snapped their ankles, and the win condition for Obsidian was so clear, and yet just so hard to pull off. M80 pull off a ridiculous hold in the last phase of King's Row. Bro! Come on, man!
Obsidian had 3 opportunities to be able to really get the payload over the line, and every time, constantly they're doing a great job. Getting on Hydron, putting the pressure on the sim, getting the sim, and then there at the end, they're just not able to do so. I think the Kariko swap, Suzu's definitely trying to keep Hydron alive, right? That brief moment of no invincibility. And then Pelican up on the high ground. You don't have to play as aggro with that kind of composition, right? You can let the Sojourn and the Sim in that neutral just kind of ramp their damage. And it ended up paying off, obviously controlling some of that high ground. Crazy ending.
Truthfully, the Suzu is very powerful. It actually gives your Sim enough time to set a TP and TP through it. Run to safety. That might have been what was most important. Dove, it was very clear, was having trouble accessing the backline towards the end of that round. Now, the Foundry phase of King's Row is harder on flank angles. They're not as good.
Man.
You need to walk through a corridor to access one, and the other you need to take high ground, which is normally patrolled by Lucio's constantly. So it's harder for Dove anyway, but we saw that last fight. He has to Wraith walk back with half HP and then gets eliminated as he comes out of it with a Death Blossom in hand. So frustrating here, but I love the adaptation from M80 to figure out how to protect the Prez.
Yeah, the highlight there with the Widow, I would love to know if you had the Reaper there, how that would have went, right? You're kind of coming down to the wire there. But yeah, I mean, it feels like they've, you got to protect the Sim, got to protect the Prez. If you're able to do that, that's where you see M80 is able to kind of clean up a lot of these fights. But Dynasty and Timeless, I mean, these two teams are so close in terms of, it feels like in this meta right now in this series. It feels like one of those series where you're a few decisions on either side away from it going the opposite direction, where M80 finds themselves up 2-0. You could easily kind of see this being a 1-1 or 2-0 the other way.
100%. I mean, I am really impressed with this Obsidian roster. It's very hard, I think, to really get a measure of them in their previous games, and especially against Nine Wind, for example, where there's probably a bit of a disparity there just between the capability of both those rosters. Here, though, we get to see them tested against some legends, frankly, of Overwatch, and hold their own. Just a couple of little things, right? Composure, so important. That last fight, it could have gone either way. It's frustrating for Obsidian, but it has to be fuel as they head on to Esperanza. They need to keep some gas in the tank here to try and take this all the way. It has to be a reverse sweep, though.
And I feel like the May, King's Row and Nepal, pretty good May maps. I don't know if I would throw Esperanza in there in terms of, May maps, right? So maybe it's a little bit harder for Dynasty to get some value out of those walls. You can definitely circumvent things a little bit easier here, I feel like, on this map. Look at this. This would be interesting. If M80 decides to play the Sombra here, that would be a big change.
Again, in terms of limiting Tread survivability, interrupting some of those timed abilities, I don't know, a little ability called Cardiac Overdrive seems like a good one to try and shut down.
I think Ice Block. like, you know, you get the if like the Dynasty's trying to trade in the middle, and all of a sudden now thinks he can ice block and can't. That's one where the Reaper's definitely going to be able to kill that May.
I don't have the Ashe here. You don't have the Sim to run her down now. So yes, you aren't able to deliver burst damage, but if you can consistently hit these shots like Dove was on King's Row defense first point, then there's plenty of value to be had here. M80 don't have a great way to traverse this distance to access this perch position.
But does it ultimately like so the damage you're putting down out here, right? Like you're looking for a dynamite that you can like maybe turn the corner and capitalize on, but it feels like if you're M80, like you're fine just kind of like sitting here and waiting for them to have to bring the fight to you. Like, and look at where Pelican is. You can kind of see through the radar. Like he's gonna pick this bot up on the other side if they can get it that far.
There's the dynamite. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty damn good dynamite. Duff here getting very close already to a Bob. Will eventually be knocked from that higher position. Not hard to reassume it though. They don't need to. Obsidian in a group up and push straight towards M80. Hawk was so low earlier on. This has to force a call. They've got no other choice here. I want to point out the Baptiste here for AJMR. So Obsidian really trying to abuse that high ground.
Yeah, and, maybe they think they have him a little bit low as that time Tread comes around the corner, slam, cardiac overdrive. They get the immortality field on top of him, but coalescence used by ultraviolet. Get rid of that immortality field, get the bot moving. It's a little bit of a change up here for M80 with that Sombra in play. The Obsidian. Yeah, I think that the Ashe and the Bab can work in certain situations. I think when you have to take this like kind of fight on even ground, I think that's where you'll see it fall.
Here's the beat. Both teams have a butt to hack on Obsidian. He's punishing indeed. Gonna try and play around the Baptiste as well as they can, but eventually, yep, those healing resources run a little dry. Exsanguinated they are by M80 and Pelican Death Blossom. Definitely making it hard for them to get back into the fight. Now we'll clean up and we'll get that checkpoint.
Yeah, and Hydron just adds another layer of pressure on the backline, right? I think, okay, so Dynasty's gonna play Sombra. Do you see Dove? Dove's gonna play the Sojourn, so gonna match Pelican, who's now swapped. So both teams want to move away from the Reaper here. Maybe it's just like a little bit of harder for Reaper to kind of like traverse those wide open areas.
Yeah, again, I think from this position, right, when you have the first checkpoint, you don't really need to push that much further. You're quite happy actually sitting here and waiting for the team that's behind to come to you. So you use Sojourn, you abuse the crud out of her. If you ever want to push further ahead, you can switch to Reaper or, you know, post the Sojourn up on the left-hand side of that next street phase. But Pelican's in a great spot here to be really annoying.
Yeah, and I think what M80 wants is like obviously Obsidian to kind of like walk into this fight because Hydron's going to have a huge advantage in terms of EMP, but it's going to be Dove. Dove's had a really good series connecting with a headshot on a Pelican, but losing your Maga, it's going to be difficult to bounce back after that.
A little thing as well, Maga's cage fight persists after he dies. So kind of frustrating. It makes it a little bit harder to like, you know, snowball the advantage of, you know, managing to defeat the enemy Maga inside that cage. You're still corralled for the rest of your opponents to deal with. But M80, of course, finding that first pick in a fight where they both trade those ultimates and walking into the next with the Coalescence locked and loaded. It's got to be good. EMP also online for your boy Hydron.
Little loop around there for Hawk. Then finds the Moira on the other side. Yeah, I think they want to like get aggressive with this EMP, but also I think they're trying to, you know, find out where these players are. It's a big EMP from Dynasty, but he actually gets hit with a slam right as he's using that ult.
He doesn't expect that sheer amount of burst damage. I think the Cole as well from Ultraviolet pounds him as he sort of has to channel EMP for a very brief time before it goes off. Here's the EMP from Dynasty though. Or Hydron, excuse me, having the second one. Yeah, this is now getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Pelican finding good value on the Sojourn. More than happy to stick to it. It's just the lack of support ultimates here for Obsidian that could be a real problem in terms of holding their ground.
I mean, this is an awesome spot for an overclock as well, right? Pretty much one straight alley that everybody has to kind of like push through. So it feels like Pelican, you can get like, you know, a kill. You're in a fantastic spot as Dynasty high in the sky there. Getting that into his back after the translocator, just wants to push on forward.
Tread's too low.
Getting really low, yeah.
The overclock there, just that extra damage. I don't think Tread's ready for how quickly his health pool is going to dwindle. Another one fight here, only overclock committed. You've got to be pleased about it. And that bot should be headed back where she was.
And the worst part here for Obsidian is, like, look at the support ultimate. I mean, M80 gonna have double support ultimate going straight down this alley to try and get a full map completion. Would be a huge message here at the end, a big statement win for M80 to complete the map. But HMR actually finds Hydron there with a Biotic Orb, so pretty big kill. It's gonna force M80 to back up.
Just to the high ground where they were before, so they'll still be able to abuse this positional advantage. Dove will slowly make his way here to the left and maybe try and find a nice rail. Much of Hawk's bulk, though, is obscuring his field of view. Hawk, okay, I'm going to pop that charge there. Disrupt the shot. Not really a huge problem, but Ultraviolet's in a good spot to make a lot of use of this coal. Bait them onto the bridge. One of the most linear parts of this entire map. Yeah, that's a great spot for it.
I mean, man, what do you even do? 4 minutes and you're down basically the entire map. 127 meters.
You want my honest answer?
What?
You spill a drink on your keyboard.
Okay. And then what?
Don't call a pause.
Then give me 30 minutes to look through the rulebook.
No, don't call a pause. Just don't do it. I'll let you figure out the rest. Dynasty taken down there. Here's that EMP. Tired tread, rather, excuse me. I'm misreading that, but he probably feels it after that. Hawk here to shove on HMR. He's going to be forcing out that fade. Who knows the rest of Obsidian to hold up here.
Cage fight with both supporters.
Yeah, how's that beat looking? Pretty sketchy indeed.
Right after, I mean, wow. In what is a pretty close series up until this point, M80 with a clean sweep. They finished the map there on Esperanza and give up 0 meters on the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, just a wild way to finish in what, King's Row goes down to the wire. We're like freaking out. Could be one that Timeless, Obsidian wins. And it is just not the case there on Esperanza. I mean, that is as one-sided as it gets.
I mean, that one was one-sided, but I do feel like the first 2 maps could have gone either way. Like, I think actually Timeless Obsidian played it really, really close. Just a few fights away in the respective maps to actually take the series. Why do you guys think M80 were able to just run away with it on that 3rd map?
Well, momentum is really important on Esperanza, for example. I also think that, it's not gimmicky, but Obsidian are really trying to play into, the bridge control idea on this map. So, you push the bot and then, to the checkpoint and then you just hold up there, right? You use the Ashe, you use the Baptiste, you abuse, how safely they can have a really big impact on much of the fighting that happens below them. But that requires, you still need to have people pushing the bot for you. You need to gain some ground somehow. And when you won't touch down, when you won't fight as a unit, it's really hard to get moving to start with. And that's why they didn't get any meterage at all.
I also think it's not a good May map. We saw yesterday, they played a lot of May with the Reaper and the Maga. Nepal, pretty good. Even when May is not really that good, we still see May played here sometimes. And then King's Row, a decent May map. And then once we kind of got into Sombra and other different kind of variations of it, it seemed like that's where M80, at least to me, pulled away.
I really enjoyed the switch from Hydron onto the Sombra. Generally, also, I was very excited to see him on that Symmetra. I loved how they played around that, just keeping Hydron alive whilst being on that Symmetra, knowing that that's kind of their win condition.
It's hard. It's really hard to do, right? I think that's...
Yeah.
And look, Hydron needs to be pretty proximate, to the enemy front line. And he probably isn't until the Malga gets picked off that, Hydron can afford to be aggressive. But it's the TP plays are completely shut down the Blitzed, for example. That's one great value proposition for for the Symmetra here against the May. This is nice from Dynasty, right, to block off that TP and sort of stop the recontest here. But it gets really hard on this part of the map, I think, when you have these death balls running into each other. And in the second phase, Dove has pretty safe and easy flank angles, and you don't have a Kiriko earlier on, so you can't Suzu your Sim and then just get her out of trouble. I think that was a really subtle switch we saw from Ultraviolet that really paid off.
Yeah, and I think look, you had 3 fights here at the end for Obsidian to potentially get that cart over the line. It feels like you had 2 opportunities where you could have won Nepal, or at least at least seen that 3rd map. And then you probably replay the end of that King's Row a few times. You have an opportunity to probably win that a handful of them. So you give a team like M80 that much life, they're going they're going to close it out, which they definitely did on Esperanza.
I feel like they're still a little rough around the edges. So at times, like I think like playing this Malga comp again, it's like pretty chaotic. And I guess a team like Timeless Obsidian, who honestly are really quite proficient, I think that's, you know, they definitely want to hope to tighten that up a little bit. This team had a lot of flashy players. Like Pelican and Hydron to me are flashy. Hydron is like the kind of guy who will take risks consistently. He will, you know, like if he's feeling himself, he will go for ridiculous maneuvers and often pull them off. That's kind of why he's loved as a player. I think that's why people find him quite exciting. Pelican is the same, right? There's some moments like think about Pelican's Hanzo on Colosseo. Oh God, I think it was like it was like a Dallas homestand or something like that. Like some of the most insane individual moments that he's been able to provide. So this team probably are going to be based on momentum, because Hawk is definitely the kind of player as well who seems to really benefit when the vibes are good, and when they're not, well, Operation Get Hawky Boy, a win can struggle under those conditions.
That's why I was so excited for M80 in our just previous meta, because there were such good opportunities for individual pop-up moments, whereas in this Morga meta, I think it's a lot harder to do just that, and you have to play more as a unit. For now, though, they managed to get the dub, and that's all that matters. Let's actually chat to Hydron, as he will be joining us for a quick chat after this series. Hydron, always great to see you. Congratulations. How are you doing?
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm doing better now, so appreciate it.
Got kind of revenge by proxy, since it's another Timeless team, right? So that will count for now. Obviously, there were moments looking at King's Row where Obsidian made you work for it. That could have gone either way with just one or two more team fights in Obsidian's favor. Why do you feel they managed to play it close, and what adjustments were required from you guys to edge it out?
I don't know, man. They were like cheesing. They were like sending Reaper behind, like focusing me. Like, I get it. I know I'm that good, but like, you know.
Dishonest.
But honestly, I think we won because they choked. Because they just started swapping Genji, May. Like, I think they got the nerves. So appreciate them for that.
Do you feel like the Sim look is the best one in this Malga comp? Obviously, it seems like pretty powerful until you get like a mega dove by Dove every single fight. Like, do you have to adjust to that? Like, is there like, there's like a Kiriko switch from Ultraviolet there. Are they trying to Suzu you, keep you alive so you don't just insta die to Reaper? Like, is there an adjustment there, or you just kind of let them do their thing and, like you said, let them choke it out?
You know, May on King's Row might be pretty good, so we kind of need like a Suzu or something to get out of that predicament. I was trying to TP out of them, but it wasn't really working, so something needed to change, and yeah, Pelly and UV swapped accordingly.
Nice.
So we see you pick up the Sombra look here towards the end on Esperanza. Works out great, so it ends up closing the deal for you guys. Students of the Game will be your first opponent in the main event. Initial thoughts on going up against them, next week?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to be really careful, as I'm really known for my Sombra here, so they're going to have to really watch out for that. And yeah, I think it'll be fun. I have some friends in the enemy team, so it'll be a nice win.
And okay, it's already a win in the books. I like that, Hydron. That's the confidence we know from you. Well, we wish you best of luck, of course, in your matches next week. Can't wait to see more from you and the squad. Thank you so much for taking the time for a chat.
Appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
You too. Well, that was Hydron. They got the W. Let's take a look quickly at the bracket of this group to see how their journey has been thus far in our group stages. I think some might even consider their loss against the Timeless squad an actual upset. So I think they were very, very eager to come out, even if it was in the second seed.
I do, on name value alone, I think like that Timeless team have been together for like a really, like in Overwatch terms, like a really
Forever.
long time.
Yeah.
And like that team is so sick, like Chopper, Raika, I mean, that squad, like I expect a lot from. Like they don't get to be underdogs anymore. They don't. Not after coming out of the group in this particular fashion here. So they've got to be, you know, really switched on. But again, they've got sick cohesion. They've really worked at their synergy for like a genuinely a long time. Where like, you know, frankly, sometimes in contenders, like it was tough. You know, the risk reward ratio wasn't even there, or the time you had to spend in order for what you might come out with didn't always compute. Like I'll be straight up with you guys. Like if you literally talk about hours spent to prize money, like maybe they didn't quite feel it was there. Some teams have not felt like it was there. Time has still stuck together and played in everything, and they deserve the success they have so far.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit sad that we don't get to see. No, I think look, you drop this Obsidian team and a bunch of other different groups. Like you could definitely see them. You can definitely see them playing next weekend. Just a really difficult group. So I'm a bit sad to see them go potentially a little bit earlier than expected. But I expect them to bounce back in a big way in the future.
Yeah, and I believe if I'm doing the math in my head right, they still walk around away with some circuit points. Is that correct? It must be. Top 16 are still within the circuit points sphere, right? So, they still can definitely make it in the second stage, collect those points, make it to the main event, make it to the major over DreamHack in Dallas. So it's nothing's lost just yet. And we hope to see a lot more from all of those players, of course. Now, we're heading into the last match of the day. It's been a long day for me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling it. 6 matches of Overwatch is a lot of Overwatch for my little peanut brain to comprehend.
But you're looking positively radiant, so it doesn't show at all. You're not a great work.
Much.
Matt, you look awful. Absolutely, dog.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Keep doing whatever you do.
You look like a smacked ass, brother. That's what you look like. All right. Let's just get that clear. Jeez, get him off my screen, bro. Like, let's just, my God.
Yeah, I can do that for you, Match, because we're a Match.
We've formed into one, Match.
You are now Match. And there's one more of those coming as well. It's going to be Dreamland going up against Pirates in Pajamas. All of this after this break. You don't want to miss it.
Or do you? I don't know.
What's up, everyone? Last match of our Stage 1 group stage is upon us. I would love to use transitive properties for this one, but they both suffered a 3-0 loss against the students of the game, and they both played Beluga Splatoon 3-1. So what other magical formulas do we have
Maybe we just
to make a
ended in a
prediction
tie.
here?
It's just an infinitely long match.
Yeah.
Love the transitive property. I actually love it. Because when you don't have a long list of results, just use that. We're all right. We can't use it here, which means these two teams are going to fight. We won't just give them a draw. They'll fight to a draw. They will draw Escort. That is how closely locked they are based on that. Great to see Onion back, of course. Previously NYXL.
Yeah.
And again, this Dreamland squad dropped one map to Beluga Platoon, like Zoe pointed out. I'm looking forward to see what they have for us here. Do feel like Pirates in Pajamas looked pretty darn good on multiple occasions here. Again, this is an elimination match, probably one of our last ones, right? So it's really now or never.
Yeah, and this is some clips from Dreamland. I believe this is against students of the game. But you see how different this is, what they're playing against. And now as we move forward and we look at some clips here of Pirates in Pajamas, right? Magic 8-Ball. We talked about the Lucio play the other day. Really fantastic.
Chronic. How can I make that a K? I don't know. Anyway, Chronic on that Sombra, also a huge game changer for them. I think it was a big playmaker. Really, really great EMPs.
Yeah, look, this team, I think, have a pretty good handle on like how to play this Maga comp, but we've seen quite a few teams mix it up a fair bit, right? Where it's got to be Sigma, where it's got to be, maybe Orisa. They have that option. Chronic definitely a standout player, especially on that Lijiang Tower matchup. Again, a team that really had a good understanding, I think, of how to win in the mirror or how to make small changes at DPS to give them the advantage. That Beluga's Platoon game, I think, was pretty telling for me. It was, again, a 3-1, so they do falter at one point in that series, but again, here against Dreamland, they want to lock them out. They want to get out of this group. And again, I mean, this group, much harder to call than some of the others we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Into the game, like, well and truly above and beyond, but honestly, like, these two teams, really hard to separate them. So a compelling matchup in that there's no clear favorite, I would say, coming into it.
Yeah, and we'll probably see Chronic play that Sombra yet again, like we did yesterday. I'm curious what we see from Dreamland's, like, Maga based. I mean, there's gonna be like, we were joking a little bit in the break today. It's just kind of like Maga Wars or NA, it feels like, but what they decide to combo with it. So Reaper setup. So potentially, Reaper with a Sombra in the mix. So we'll see what Pirates in Pajamas decide to do on their side.
Yeah, it just feels really reasonable, right? Especially, Garden, not really the map type where you necessarily get your max value from the mate anyway.
What would you think about the Kariko? Yeah, what do you think about that? Kariko versus the Coalescence. The Moira.
The haste buff. The haste buff is pretty disgusting for your Maga especially, and the Reaper. I think that like any comp that features like Reaper, Kitsune Rush is really, really powerful. So I like that, trying to supercharge the Reaper Maga setup. Astronex and Strider respectively taking a bunch of damage here. We obviously have our initial cooldowns traded. A good focus though on towards Ryan. That is going to make it hard for Dreamland to put any pressure on Strider and co. And this gives them a positional advantage.
I think the Moira is just like, talking about Moira versus Kariko, I think it's just like a little bit safer. Like, I know the be able to fade out, like the healing output's really good. You have the orbs you can just kind of throw out as this will be Dreamland taking this first fight. They backed out a little bit. Looks like actually Pirates in Pajamas is getting kind of the advantage in terms of the poke at range, right? I know Chronic doing a nice job building up that EMP. Dreamland just bounces back a little bit, after getting all healed up and ends up taking that fight.
Well, Astronex charged, and Strider thought he'd take the opportunity to drive a wedge between the Maga and the rest of Dreamland, but then takes the combined damage from 4 players, and I don't think really has the ability to heal through that with a cardiac overdrive. So you're a little ahead of yourself against this high burst damage comp. He is an EMP though. That is absolutely superb. That's beautiful.
Yeah, double EMP. I think the difference is Divinity doesn't get hit by it, ends up using the Coalescence, and he's not able to get that ultimate off, and that allows Pirates in Pajamas to come back with a really fast fight win. But I would say you have now the Coalescence here for Dreamland. Just get aggressive behind that and a speed boost, and you can see them flip it right back.
Yeah, no reason not to do that. You need to make the use of this window as soon as possible. A little delay here. All Dreamland just getting grouped up, and here they go. Here's the call from Anion. She will lead the charge now and make sure Astronex benefits from that as much as possible, but there's a sound barrier online here for Magic 8 Ball. Grapes holds it until now. Great time to let that one go, and there's no way Strider was getting out, even with the cage match. Not a chance. Such a powerful ultimate that has reset the entire server. You love to see that. You love to see that. I mean, that's it. I've seen everything. I've seen all I need to see. Let's just go to the next round. Dreamland, are they going to the main event?
Maga put that first point inside of cage match. I was like, oh, this is odd that Astronex is just shooting at the ground. I was like, that's a new maneuver. Because typically, you know, you shoot a body, right? But there were no bodies there to be shot. So Astronex just shooting at the ground, typically not the play. So that one though.
Oh yeah, what do you think? Yeah, what do you think happened? Genius.
Maga, man. Maga.
Yeah. When you mog a little too hard and break the server.
That's the ability that you were talking about earlier. It's cardiac arrest, where Maga uses his cardiac arrest and resets the lobby.
Server's heart attack. Someone get the defibrillator paddles out for the server. My goodness. The best part is, you know what my favorite part of that is?
What?
We just get put on camera and we're expected to know what actually happened there. I don't know what happened there. Either way, it looks like probably a server crash. So this probably means we have to. I don't know if we have the architecture to like recapture the game state again. We might have to restart the map.
I mean, restart the map. Yeah, this is huge. They now have an idea of what the other team is going to play compositionally. I'm kidding. No, they knew. They knew.
Damn, that info goes a heck of a long way.
I think they were also like reasonably close. Is my dog? You see there? He's trying to go towards the door. He's having some issues there. What's going on, Hugo?
Yeah, I mean, you need to let him out or what? What's going on? You know.
No, I think he hears something.
I see.
I think he's just hearing things.
Why don't you go get the door while we take a quick break?
He's over it now.
And I see how many times I can bang my head onto my table before we come back. I'm pretty quick at it though, trust me. Yeah. All right, stick around, everyone. We'll be back real soon with more OWCS here. It's our last match of the day. Another elimination match, a win and in for either Pirates of Pajamas or Dreamland to the main event. Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
And we are back again. As you may or may not have noticed, that there was an abrupt ending to that very last map we got to see. And
I didn't see nothing.
You saw nothing. We will be restarting it, of course, as things just got a little too heated. You know.
Yeah, look, all these magas running around beating their chests. I don't blame the servers for PP overheating.
Match. I said too heated.
Match. I see. Yeah, you're a little too close to my liking, man. How about you scooch over there, buddy? How about you get a different box?
I'm not really good at lighting matches, but with that circumference of that head on top with yours, I think I can light that.
Damn, bro. What do you
That's a lot of area for me to strike a light.
And I reckon your head is actually like proportionally bigger than mine. They might have had to scale it up to match, but in that picture, you got a fat head.
I think so.
You got a dome. You bobblehead looking.
I saw you post those before and after pics. I was like, man, the only thing I think is grown is his head. Bigger.
I mean, your boy a little dicey, all right? Yeah, Matt at Orange Theory could never. Never. I remember Matt before he got married, credit to him, went out there, tried to get some gains. Like, he really went for it. He looked pretty good after it. And then he let himself go. He let himself go.
And now we're on the revenge tour, right? Summer 24 revenge tour. We're
revenge
so back.
for what? Revenge against the cannoli taking their toll on your physique, bro?
Yeah, sure. Revenge against the Uber Eats orders when we were in lockdown.
It's tough out there, you know what I mean? With all these, spending all my day with Malga, you know, it's tough to find the time.
What do you think they're going to play here?
I reckon they're going to play Malga, actually. Malga Tracer.
Yeah.
I reckon these teams might have...
Wait, what?
These teams might have seen each other before. Yeah, Malga Tracer. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that would be wrong. They're both going to play Sombra. And interesting enough, you know, obviously before the reset, Dreamland backed out at the start and then got a nice advantage, then pushed in. Pirates and Pajamas won the next fight. So now actually you see Pirates and Pajamas, they drop quite low here, taking a lot of damage around that pillar. They're going to have to back up, get Strider healed up before they challenge point.
Yeah, Moira Miri here, so that heal pressure is important. Moira cannot just left click for the rest of eternity. She will eventually run out of healing resources under this kind of pressure, especially when there's no cardiac overdrive available. So even chip damage can be important in some windows. Not this one though. Not while these Malgas are glowing like that. Here's that EMP though. Chronic and Chime both go for it here. Chime and Anian though are going to be the first to fall here. Did Chime? No. Surely they didn't get shut down during that animation. Those EMPs came pretty close together.
And Magic 8-Ball ended up getting the sound barrier down as well, which is like the huge difference in the fight, right? Grapes, I don't think had it at the time. When the fight kicked off, Magic 8-Ball did. So that is actually a quite long first engagement that Pirates and Pajamas comes out on top.
Big difference maker there. Yes, Dreamland have both of those ultimates for the next fight. Sure. They're going to need them against the Death Blossom. Coalescence will be up here for Divinity. How do you turn that one fire win into lobster percentage? That's a real question. Can you stall things out a little bit? Pirates and Pajamas don't want to play slow, but they get grapes for free. Who had the Death Blossom still? That is dangerous. Magic Maple now threatens to lap them. That basically means you got a free fight, a free sound barrier.
Yeah, and I actually think that Dreamland was a little bit surprised that Pirates and Pajamas got quite aggressive around that Coalescence. Strider around the corner with a big slam, sets up a kill from Stone, and I think he's just going to have to wait after that.
That's a huge error. Look at Magic Maple. He's going to get there in this next fight. So that beat advantage you gain from getting pummeled in the first fight is gone. Great EMP though by Chime. That is perfect. You hit Chronic first. You make sure Sombra's going to be caught inside that. Magic Maple, I guess, because it's free? Virtually? Commits the sound barrier here. The problem is
definitely not.
Does Grapes even need to beat there? I wonder. Might as well get rid of it at some point.
Yeah, I think just to, as a safety and then also to kind of like reline them up with each other, right? You're in this really kind of like offset nature in terms of ultimates where Dreamland now kind of finds themselves a little bit closer in terms of those ultimates. So Pirates and Pajamas does get 65% here on the point. We'll see how they go about trying to attack this, whether it's like over the bridge or here, taking the white route.
Yeah, Chronic can just wrap around, throw that EMP in. That really should be your free fire starter here. Divinity's been able to build up another Coalescence here, so that shouldn't be an issue at all. It'll come out first, though. Doesn't get anything. Cole from Anian, do you shut this down with an EMP? Chronic's still holding onto it. Still biding his time.
I think you wait. Yeah, I think you wait. Now's the time to go.
And it hits real hard. Malga charge in from Astronix. No good targets to choose from, though. No one's low enough, and there's no teammates to help you push that damage over. Pirates and Pajamas get it back. And gotta be feeling pretty good about verging on another sound barrier while they're already ahead.
But they just keep like trading off of these EMPs, right? Now Dreamland will come back EMP Death Blossom of their own. Like, what is the counterplay here for Pirates in Pajamas? Is it like, I know maybe the sound barrier can go off, but I mean, look at this. I mean, that is an EMP plus Death Blossom right away, and the point will flip.
Kind of worthwhile, I think, to go for that. I'm really just trying to preempt. There was a question of whether Magic Maple would just play around the EMP, don't get hit by it, and then drop the beat. But losing Stone so early in that fight, there's absolutely no reason to do so. Pirates in Pajamas, they're still kind of happy to take that exchange, I feel. Now, they're definitely favored. They can get into position.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can get into a great position, right? It takes so much burst damage sometimes coming across here. It'd be difficult to live. As looks like Dreamland going to back up, almost going to give them control of the point, or at least it looks like maybe you're trying to farm up an ultimate, but no, it's going to be sound barriers from both sides.
Great beat here for PIP though, and Stone is looking to surge ahead. Great damage on Ryan without having to use the Death Blossom yet. That forces an early Wraith Walk, but Strider falls. Ryan comes back from the shadows with a vengeance, and Stone's not in a great position to get coverage in the Blossom. He'll at least get Ryan. That's a trade, but you are Malga down, and you need to equalize that deficit. Eventually, Stone does. Astranex is toppled now. Pirates in Pajamas haven't flipped the point back yet, so this one might go to a bit of a stall at the end of the round. There is time for Dreamland to return. Strider wasting no time getting back in position.
On Enion falls, though, as Ryan goes over to the high ground, TP's on through, gets stuck in a cage fight as, what is that, Chime will get on and get a touch. So, looks like pretty close round number one, but Pirates in Pajamas comes out on top.
You have to feel these teams are pretty evenly matched. When you have mirrored compositions and gameplay like this, where like fundamentally there doesn't seem to be too much of a gulf between these rosters, so much comes down to timing and old economy. I really think that, you know, Pirates in Pajamas get a huge lead by just punishing Grapes. You know, Magic 8 Ball builds 2 beats before Grapes uses their first. That is massive.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these fights, especially with this mirror, it's going to be like, I know, ult cycling and who kind of, you know, has what. We saw like in the last series, right? Like it was a sound barrier that came out against M80 that I think it was from Jacob and the other team that, like, you know, maybe wasn't at the right time, and then, you know, it's huge snowball the other way, right? I think it's, especially with this real even matchup in terms of composition, it's going to be huge.
What is it exactly that takes Astranex so low there?
I mean, maybe he just doesn't use the cardiac overdrive, wants to hold on to it for a second, then use it to engage?
Perhaps. Fortunate to get away though, and if that is true, then you've got to feel pretty good about that exchange. Pirates in Pajamas haven't been able to cap the point, so you don't lose anything for holding on to that cooldown there. Strider needs a while to get topped up here, but won't have that space. Nicely done. Astranex and Dreamland, they take a face full of damage early, they disengage, they get a lot of ult charge from healing, and then they come back behind that cardiac overdrive. Beautiful neutral fight.
Yeah, so Strider ends up popping the cardiac overdrive. He's just so low at the time that, like, there's not enough time to put down any damage to keep himself alive. And they back out Dreamland, like you mentioned. They get topped up. They build up some other ultimates. They don't even really need them here. So we'll see. This will be Chime playing on the outside. EMP's going to connect with just about everybody.
Perfect. Get the virus hit as well. Astranex times the charge. Nothing you can do if you're Pirates in Pajamas, and this is a snowbally map. You don't even need a May to make this extremely hard to get back into for the team that is behind. Pirates in Pajamas will be given an opportunity to build and bank some of these ultimates. It's all about the EMP to open this up.
Yeah, Magic Maple in the last fight did actually dodge that EMP, just didn't have the sound barrier. Could have been a little bit different. This will be Divinity using Coalescence, wanting to go early. Enion and Crew doing a nice job though, backing out, not having to use that ultimate early.
Okay, that's an EMP coming out in response. It doesn't stop the coal, it doesn't stop the beat either. Dreamland have so much durability now. They're striking off every bit of damage thrown at them. Can see why Magic Maple has to go for a beat of their own here. Stone gets knocked into a position to actually be more impactful, taking Chime down, but that is it really. This round has only had Dreamland's name over it.
Yeah, they give up the point a little bit, but still, it seems like they have a great idea of when to, like, disengage and then when to then, you know, up the tempo. It looks like the EMP comes through from Chronic when Astranex comes right back in and makes a play for the point. But because you use that EMP, you know, maybe on the Maga, you don't connect with both supports.
Cage fight now. Strider has to accept his fate. He's here for the long time. Stone going to be brought down. There were no repeat here, no pressure on Strider. Watch that Malga health bar. It ain't moving. It ain't moving for nothing. Eventually going to be brought down here, but again...
What are you supposed to do there, right? You have to make a play for the boy. You have to speed in. You just get caught like 3 players in a cage fight.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like you lose your repo, so you have no way to pressure Astranex.
He's gonna come around the corner. Like if they EMP this corner, he's gonna come down with a huge slam.
This is elementary stuff here. You walk into ults every single time you try and reconnect. Strider's at least able to find the one, but that is it. A very average showing there for Pirates in Pajamas in Control Center in this metagame. When it's an EMP or a Death Blossom you run into, every time you try and re-engage coming off spawn, it's really hard to fight back from that disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, it is brutal. You see what kind of getting an ultimate advantage looks like here. Where they get an advantage, does Dreamland, and they do not look back. I mean, that was just a clean sweep pretty much. The only percentage that we saw Pirates in Pajamas get was when they basically just backed off of the point for just a little bit, just to go back and re-engage.
I mean, I don't know. That map's brutal. The chokes here, like, you don't have any choice. You are getting EMP'd. You actually have no choice. You can't stop it. You can't play around it, really. You just kind of have to commit and hope that the connection isn't good and you can recover in time. That was a rude awakening, though, for Pirates in Pajamas after a really strong first round. Time to bounce back.
So both teams here just poking inside of the neutral. Nobody wants to make a play for the point just yet. It feels like once somebody rotates back towards that other side, somebody will come right through the front. So I don't think anybody wants to give up that position.
Pirates make the first move. They want to cap this point here, put some pressure down. But is this an advantageous spot for them to be? It doesn't feel like it is. Astranex comes bounding through the doorway, and yep, that's going to force a fade. There's no way Divinity survives that fall if they don't use that mobility to get out. And while they're absent, the rest of their team are devoured.
Yeah, it feels like Dreamland has a really good sense of, when to disengage, when they have the advantage, and when to push. Pirates and Pajamas, they get control of the point for just a brief period of time, but Dreamland sees an opening, with Ryan getting that first pick. Now it'll be with both EMPs on the field. How these teams play around them is Chime going to be forced to use that translocate. Has to back up a little bit.
Or trying to cloak away. Going to go for the EMP instead, but hit none of the supports with it. Will that hurt them? Chronic finding a great spot there. After popping that EMP of their own, Sound Barrier from Magic Maple isn't enough. And my God, what is going to be enough for Pirates in Pajamas? Whenever they force that from Chime, it looked like they had a good pressure on the Sombra. Still get absolutely rolled in that fight.
Watching Chime's POV, you're like, how are you live? It's like EMPs going off, the sound barrier there from Magic Maple trying to keep Pirates in Pajamas in it. It's not enough as Onion just answer the Coalescence is now Dreamland has a huge advantage.
Here's that call. Chime a little low once more to start the fight. Ryan is waiting. Needs to chunk them down. Cardiac Overdrive is in effect. No point going for a Blossom there. Now might be more advisable, but they are in a double cage here. And the later Blossom from Stone seems to be a little bit more devastating. Sees the Sombra of Chime go past. Chime probably not inclined to use an EMP there. Would rather stall as Dreamland have a healthy lead as it is.
Yeah, I think these supports at the end here just trying to extend it as long as possible. Crazy fight, double cage fight, plus double Death Blossom used there during that one. It's Dreamland probably a window here. Well, actually, it's going to be an EMP for both sides, so we're kind of back at square one, so to speak. The thing is, Magic Maple doing a fantastic job building up that sound barrier, and it's going to be Chronic and Co going early, and that should end that one.
I think Chronic sees Chime translocate out. Realizes that's the chance to make sure you catch at least the enemy Sombra inside that ability. Either way, that's really good. That is very cheaply won. Just the one EMP? Yes, you absolutely take those. Those one old fight wins are at a premium.
And I guess now you feel like you have Sound Barrier to potentially deal with the EMP that's coming on the other side. This is about Magic Maple dodging this EMP coming through.
He does. And the beat comes in. It's beautiful. Now you need some follow-up. Chronic over the edge, though. Graves able to do more than just send this team careening into Pirates in Pajamas. Magic Maple can't do more there.
No, I mean, you dodge the EMP, you drop a good beat, it's just not enough. I think that's where you see, Onion with a great use of the Coalescence. I think that's where you see like Moira win out versus like playing a Kariko in these types of comps. Like just the ease of use of the coalescence and just the value you get value out of it almost every single time, no matter what.
90% and counting for Dreamland here on the precipice of taking Lijiang. Stone TP to the back of the point. Unclear if they were already detected. Ryan takes a licking from the Hellfire shotguns there initially. Grapes is waiting on a beat here. This is scary stuff. You got a lot of low health teammates and need to time this while you're on the aggressive, not while you're disengaging, but you can't afford to lose anyone either. Here we go. Chronic gonna be getting out of dodge there, and the EMP is acceptable. 2 with the Death Blossom down as Stone is able to follow it up. And Pirates in Pajamas have a real chance now.
Yeah, I really love the way that Dreamland has played this one. I mean, maybe they thought that there was like no EMP on the other side or something, but they use that sound barrier. They just walk on in. And it's a huge EMP from Chronic. I mean, that could end up sealing the deal.
Boop, it's there. Chime, can't touch. EMP comes out, but who's going to be there to follow it up? Put up the Death Blossom for Ryan. Only gets one. And Dreamland have let this one slip through their fingers. My goodness. Pirates in Pajamas. That is definitely taking victory from the jaws of defeat.
Oh, I mean, that one looked like it was going to be Dreamland's to win. They were going to go up 1-0, and then, you know, they disengaged. I would have loved to see them maybe use the beat a little bit earlier. It looks like they disengaged, let everybody get healed up, and then they were going to go back in with the beat, and maybe they didn't expect that the EMP was on the other side, because they walked right into it. I mean, I think there was a cage fight in there as well. Cage fight, and then they ended up with the EMP. And man, that is a tough one to lose there if you're Dreamland.
Yeah, it really hurts. Dreamland, you know, had a huge bank of ultimates coming into that last fight as well. Reluctant maybe to commit some of them at crucial junctures in that engagement. Yeah. You know, we see both Lucios really trying to set up the best beats possible. They don't seem to really have much of an impact when needed against some of this wombo, especially not the EMP, but also like these Death Blossoms coming a little after the beat gets popped. It's pretty devastating stuff here. Both Lucios looking generally very good over the course of the series, but oh man, that is so brutal for Dreamland.
I mean, it's really difficult. I mean, you see just like, you know, you think somebody's gonna live. Maybe there's enough healing with like a Moira and, you know, cardiac overdrive, and then all of a sudden like a Reaper just 2-shots them, right? Like I think it's really difficult to gauge, especially when you know whether you use or hold on to those support ults.
Here it is, the awesome moments from Garden here. A lot of focus on the Reapers. Quite many of these fights had EMPs from both Sombras, Chronic and Chime, staying in sync for much of the map. This second map was a non-game, genuinely. Once Dreamland had control and were forcing Pirates in Pajamas to play through the choke, it was either a Death Blossom or one of these, an EMP. They walk straight into it, and you don't have a choice. You cannot get to the point in any other way, really, unless you go around the left-hand side, which forces you into multiple chokes as opposed to just that one there at the opening. This is the start of that last round. I mean, you see the trading. Strider is so low here. There's a fade force straight away by Grapes. These are all great looks. This is the cheapest fight win I've ever seen in this meta. One EMP to rule them all. This is what puts Pirates in Pajamas in a position to actually take this away.
Yeah, and here's towards the end, you were mentioning those boosts, Magic 8-Ball knocks, especially the Doomfist. I mean, a huge target there. Could have gotten on the point, you know, power block, just cause all types of chaos, get that boop, prevent the Doom from even getting a touch.
All right, genuinely, we have a game on our hands now. This looks like a very closely matched game, and in this case, as always, the transitive property proves to be true and factual and immutable. Because both of these teams dropped one map. Never mind. The point is, they're evenly matched. The first map has definitely illustrated that to us, and what better place to take teams that are close together in ability than the old classic King's Row for our second map.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see the same exact things. I think with Sombra, like, it's obviously way different than how Sombra's been in the past, you know, with some of the changes here in Overwatch 2. You can't like play as, you know, stealthy all the time, just kind of like lurking around. You have to be a little bit more like proactive in the fight, but EMP is still the same thing, right? It's still extremely impactful, especially like EMP plus speed, and then now Maga has this like uninterruptible slam that becomes like devastating. Sombra becomes very good.
Yeah, again, much like Accretion, it has that like stun component, like the half a second-ish of stun, which interrupts abilities too. So your Death Blossom, for example, can be turned off by that. There are a couple, obviously, maybe it's, unless you're Jonathan Reinforced Larson, you're probably not charging into a ulting Reaper with a tank. but it worked for him on a couple of key occasions, and it can work if you can get it set up properly here with Malga. That interruption is really devastating for your opponents. If you get multiple people close to the epicenter of that slam, yeah, you're going to feel it in the morning, no doubt about it. On the attack, it'll be Dreamland here, seething, positively molding after the result of that first map. It's time to regain some hair, trying to regain some points.
Yeah, and I feel like they need an awesome start, right? I think if you don't have a great start here, you fall behind 2-0. We've seen a lot of 3 Overwatch. I think this is a huge, offense here for Dreamland.
High ground being maintained here for Pirates in Pajamas, but at some point there has to be a contest. First is Mate Ball, then the entirety of Pirates in Pajamas set up. Now they will cede the high ground to the attackers. Dreamland, it's a more roundabout way of doing it, but they do pull the attackers, the defenders down, excuse me. Now they get to contest on even footing. This is the whole point of this whole do-si-do positionally. Astronex, though, wow, gets nuked. He is so low.
700 HP to 100 in like a second, it feels like, as Dreamland takes that large chunk of damage. You see Astronex still so low.
And there it is, Chime brought down. It's Stone that gets in there. Magic Mate Ball as well, just firing into that massive play. He's getting some pretty decent damage on the Lucio. I'm gonna, strange to say, but Pirates in Pajamas, they get the fight they wanted, right? First they start on the high ground, they drop to the low, they reposition again to make sure they are on even footing and can also regain that defensive position. So they're forcing Dreamland inside that hotel, which is a great place to be if you're Reaper.
There has to be a way to keep, Astronex's HP a little bit higher, earlier in the fight. Feels like taking tons of damage early on, and it's a clear condition for when Pirates in Pajamas should go big EMP here.
Yeah, and there's the charge as well. Geronimo says Strider. You see beelines for Astronex's position. This is an odd time to EMP, I'll admit. You have a sound barrier active and you've lost a player. Pirates in Pajamas will disengage at the very least here. But Dreamland haven't really advanced their overall gameplay with the use of that ability. They're just giving themselves some time.
As they rotate around, Cardiac Overdrive for both teams. It's actually going to be Strider end up the cage fight here. Going to connect with looks like 2 players, maybe 3, but yeah, it's going to be Pirates in Pajamas winning yet another fight here, Mitch. And Chronic puts himself further ahead in terms of EMP, so now you can start cycling these.
I mean, it wouldn't be that different to what we saw on Lijiang Tower Control Center. In fairness, Pirates in Pajamas use a lot of those key ultimates, but Dreamland are spending support ultimates in losing fights. They're not able to maintain them. They're not able to carry them over. It's hard for them to tell if they're in a winning fight or not until after they've already committed those abilities. Cage fight could have value here. But again, the defenders play the high ground for now. Here's the drop. There's the cage fight. Stone opts to jump into that, and it's going to be destroyed, by the EMP, Matt. Great call. Chronic, though, takes a little too much damage. It's traded back, though. Astronex has fallen. Astronex, the absolute locus of this composition for Dreamland, who they absolutely need to be standing. And now, Dreamland will scatter.
Yeah, as they're trying to stagger out the supports, Ani and trying to make it out. Oh, just gets caught at the choke, and looks like Grape's gonna be able to make it out with their life. So you'll end up holding on to that Lucio, but man, this next fight feels like the last chance for Dreamland. EMP, double support ult, at least the coalescence, but I think that maybe you end up getting the beat here later on.
But the attackers need the high ground first, so they still need to opt into this entire exchange. That EMP,
it only gets 2.
Oh, buddy. Beat only covers 4 though, in fairness, but Stone gets rid of Chime. Now the boop as well, you start to separate the attackers. Cole was fine, but it's not enough if it's just Anian doing the healing for Astronex. This is a disaster.
And the EMP only gets 2, and then Strider just walks around the corner, and everybody's lined up there with a huge slam value. And I mean, now it's brutal, right? You're gonna have an Echo Tracer here just to maybe get back to the point, try and get a touch.
Strider can cage whoever here. Maybe probably just Astronex off the point. Holding it. Astronex jumping away. Cardiac Overdrive here for the defenders, and there's no touch. Well, that's par for the course with how this map has gone so far. Dreamland, only 40% rather, of capture progress on A.
It's not great.
It's not great. Once again, truly incredibly put.
It's not. Look, I said they needed a really good start on offense. You don't want to fall behind 2-0. Momentum, a lot of times in these series, right? Especially, I think momentum when you're playing like the mirror matchup as well. Like when you're constantly like losing the mirror, I feel like it hurts like even more than just kind of like you know, maybe there's a different variation or a twist on it. Like when you're just losing the mirror, it just feels brutal. And I think that, you know, with the way that offense went, not just it feels like they couldn't really get anything going. I think you lose so much health on the Maga early on. It's just such a clear, like, you know, when you're kind of like trading HP back and forth, right? And there's a little bit of back and forth going on in terms of like damage trade, it becomes a little bit harder to judge like when we should go and when we should like retreat. Like when Astronex goes down to like, you know, 30% HP off the rip and Strider's at like 75, it's pretty clear on when it's time to go, right? For Pirates and Pajamas, there's not really a lot they have to kind of like figure out.
Attackers incoming.
Just a sleep dart from Divinity there, trying the Ana on for a moment, remembering the good old days. You called that old cycle pretty quickly, Matt. Sort of the Death Blossom and the EMP. That was what Pirates and Pajamas were able to put together because they were allowed to ease into that defensive half. Okay, Dreamland actually dispersed themselves a lot more than you think here. Don't just play so passively. They're trying to take a bit of space on this high ground.
Well, look at the Maga's
there it is
HP.
again.
One's at 100 and the other's like dead, right? It's just gotta figure out a way to kind of keep Astronex up.
Is that less like cardiac overdrive value? Is that less healing?
Maybe, but like also you see even with this situation, Dreamland's still able to hold on. I mean, that's huge. You lose your tank and you're still able to hold on in this type of scenario. I mean, that's massive. But yeah, I mean, you gotta be able to figure that out.
Try and build EMP as well. Gonna have to be an early one here to get max value. Astronex, of course, is back after that early and ignoble exit from the first fight. EMP are here as well for Grapes to work with, so Dreamland basically built everything they need to start to hold on for consecutive engagements. And again, here's that EMP to start the fight. That's 3 players, both supports though. Can't really complain about that too much. I like an early EMP. Pirates and Pajamas have a moment though here, maybe even to regroup to get back through the choke. Okay.
Yeah, I think you let Divinity get some coalescence charge off of this, right? Maybe even build up towards Sound Barrier, right? You could like match Sound Barrier on the engage and then Chronic ends up using the EMP, takes away the one from Dreamland. Like that could be a possibility here.
Just one tick, remember, and a bit needed.
Dreamland also forced to get onto the point, right? So you're kind of like at an inherent disadvantage, like coming down into this EMP.
Yeah, Chronic hoping to be the cactus that breaks their fall. Astronex is toast, absolutely burnt. There's a Death Blossom. I like that from Strider, kind of forcing Ryan away, and that'll do it. That's enough to win the second map here for Pirates in Pajamas. I like the overrun to knock the Ulting Reaper away, you see? You could do that.
It's also really difficult because, I mean, look, they have to drop down into a EMP on the other side. Or what, just don't contest and just give up the point? I mean, it's a really difficult situation that Dreamland put them in. But Pirates in Pajamas, really close map number 1. A dominant performance in map number 2. It feels like all the momentum sits on their side now.
Feels like the wind out of Dreamland sails after what happened at the end of map number 1. And now in order to be competitive here, it's reverse sweep or bust.
Like Dreamland could have won map number 1. Like they had like what, 98% there, like 99, and then it kind of like flips and turns. Like, yeah, I mean, it's a wild kind of showing from map 1 to map 2.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, and you don't have a chance to fix it. And now you've also just got full held on offense on King's Row of all maps. Yeah. It's a cocktail of the worst possible circumstances for, you know, your mental strength here. Here's that cage fight, of course, that sets up a really comfortable Death Blossom. You'll note that even the Sound Barrier was in play. It's just not enough. Sometimes it just isn't here. Maple, I think, yeah, able to dodge the EMP and just ghost again. The EMP was not good, unfortunately, from Chime. They cannot get purchased. It's only a couple people that are really affected by it. And then all of a sudden, you're very split. Dreamland are playing over multiple of those rooftops and platforms. And it's just a coalescence from Annie and trying to keep Astronex alive. It's just not enough.
Yeah, and what I worry about for Dreamland, like as we go into push, right, is that like push is even like less forgiving. Yeah, I see here at the end, right? It's cage fight that you're jumping into with an EMP on the other side. Push is so unforgiving that like you lose like a fight or two and the other team starts snowballing with some of these ults with the way things are going. you can't exactly like how, you know, in some push maps in the past, games in the past where you would want to like, okay, we have to make up this huge distance, we can like throw away some ultimates, you know, and try and like win fights, the other team can save them. If the other team saves some ultimates and you overinvest, you're kind of dead that next fight. Like
Absolutely.
There's really no shot. So it's even more punishing, I feel like.
Yeah, when teams are evenly matched, right, we have to look at old economy. In that map, you know, Pirates in Pajamas able to put like a pretty nice old cycle together where they would never really short-handed in abilities that single-handedly could win fights, let alone when combined with, you know, support ultimates or cage fight or anything like that here. So they got rolling. This composition can be a little bit snowballing in many cases, especially when the Dreamland were committing a lot of ultimates into those losing fights as well. Sometimes they were committing more. They just weren't able to get value out of them because they like were playing from the high ground. They had a dodgy EMP. They had to coal to try and fix that issue. Didn't work either.
Yeah, I think you're looking at EMP. I think you're also looking at, you know, maybe like you're losing so much health on the Maga. Maybe it's like the way they're using cardiac overdrive or like the way they're trying to play around it. Because
we're trying to figure out why Astronex is like getting chunked so much early in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you lose like 30 to 40% of your tank's HP at the start and you're in a really rough spot. So this is Lukewarm here coming in. So we'll have a sub here. So Chronic out, Lukewarm in. So Chronic's been that Sombra player the entire time. So maybe a little bit of a change up here on New Queen Street. Could potentially see like Sojourn. Yeah, like Reaper Sojourn possibility.
Reaper Sojourn seems fine. You still have good pressure on the Mauga, the inevitable Mauga. Run from it as much as you like. He will come for you. Last chance here for Dreamland to have a crack here at the main event. This is an elimination match, our last of the weekend. MIP being first to 3 means it must be a reverse sweep for Dreamland to advance. New Queen Street again, the kind of map where we have seen things blow out pretty seriously when a team starts to put together a nice little old cycle.
Yeah, I mean, yet again, extremely important that Dreamland gets off to a good start here. You know, a fast fight in terms of Pirates in Pajamas in their favor. You're looking at maybe the first checkpoint, right? With how New Queen Street is, I think you're in lots of trouble. So have to get off to a good start.
Let's have a look at these comps here. Sojourn looks like he might have been on the right track there. And I'm happy with the Tracer, very powerful on this map and really can be quite problematic to backlines that lack mobility of their own here. Also to even Sojourn, if she blows that power slide early. Chime wants to stay on the Sombra here. Can you get nearly as much value, as much coverage with that ability? We're going to find out either way. Also, Pulse Bomb, a little bit overlooked here. That burst damage is really important against this Mauga.
Yeah, both teams drop the Moira as well. So you're not playing as Deathball. You have that Sojourn off and an off angle, need to provide some healing. So play the Karika, who can do that a little bit easier. Is you'd see it on the top of the health bars that Chime is getting a little bit low.
It's great pressure from Magic Maple, Matt. Magic Maple is just shooting at Chime only, who's trying to play at mid-range and farm ult, forcing like a translocator. Magic Maple actually goes in for the kill. That was some great Lucio play in the neutral there.
Well, that's also Sombra, like, would be way harder in the past to, like, track down. You can do, like, in order for her to go self, has to be completely out of the fight for long periods, which you can't exactly do when you're fighting for that high ground position there.
Yeah, maybe a liability as time goes on. That Sombra just not having the same degree of flexibility as the Tracer does to be in and out. You're either in or out as Sombra. High ground really being held on to. You see Divinity getting called upstairs to keep Lukewarm topped up. Coming off the bench, hopefully they're at least their namesake to try and close out the series for these Pirates. Another Magic Maple magic moment. Chime falls once more. The Sombra is getting absolutely exploited.
I mean, that might be a huge pick, though, that Ryan gets there on a stone, because I was going to say another pick there. Like, if Pirates in Pajamas pushes up, you're going to end up getting that first checkpoint, which would have been brutal. I think Dreamland, with obviously the player advantage here, going to have the capability of holding.
This is already too much, though. Dreamland are giving up way too much for free. Lukewarm might be in a position here to get a big overclock. Ryan's going for it. Not exactly a target-rich environment, though. Here it is. Lukewarm's now. Okay, Maple can't ult right now. Can Lukewarm stay alive? In the meantime, no. Great EMP for Chime. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Or served too lukewarm.
I know. I think that's where you're going to get higher value with like EMP rather than Pulse Bomb. Is the EMP there is huge. Just, Magic 8 Ball is not able to get a sound barrier off there, which would have most certainly helped save lots of players on Pirates and Pajamas. But maybe now it gives the ability for Pirates and Pajamas to get aggressive with that sound barrier.
Stone still looking to see this Tracer have impact. They jam a Pulse Bomb in a tube there. It's no good. Chime is stuck though. And you see Astronex trying to body block for the Sombra. But she's too easy to carve out of the corner for Pip. And now we're heading back the other way. 52 plays 21 and a convincing fight win for Pirates with only having to spend the cage fight.
And look at this, even more, just the cage fight, right? Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier are still available here for Pirates and Pajamas. Chime actually going to go away from the Sombra and go over to the Symmetra here. So looking to really win these 50-50 fights.
Against Tracer on God. He's going for it.
Astronex really low, has to back out, but that's going to give them the checkpoint.
Yeah, without even having to fully win the fight outright. You still have a Sound Barrier as well. Magic Mabel is extremely composed here. Their protocols for how they use support ultimates, Pirates, have been exemplary today.
And I mean, right there, everybody packed in the corner, everybody weak. Oh, insult to injury, they drop a sound barrier on top, right, to go finish the tank. And this is what he's talking about. Now this is going to become almost like it's going to be so difficult for Dreamland to get control of the bot and push it this distance again.
Stone is hunting. I know that one more clip from these Pulse Pistols probably means a Pulse Bomb. Now, that's simple math.
That's Suzu.
Oh, the stick is good, Suzu. Sound Barrier instead saves Ryan's life. A sliver of health remaining. Great response from Grapes.
But still, I mean, look at the value. Some damage from Stone with the Pulse Bomb gets out Suzu and the Sound Barrier there.
Yeah, and they don't even win the fight after that because Pip just disengaged and Dreamland want the fight so badly. The trade here, losing Chime. Even without Chime, Strider still falls, so Dreamland at least have an opportunity to stabilize, but they've given him 81 meters. 81! Oh.
Secure and ready to move.
I mean, what? You're constantly walking into high ground, probably 2 fights to get checkpoint, and then another fight or 2 potentially to move after that. You're going to have to be perfect, basically 3-4 fights in a row here for Dreamland. You will be coming up on that sim wall we saw with Hydron. I know how strong that was earlier, so maybe that's a huge ultimate here. But any time that you just dwindle off the clock here for Pirates and Pajamas, like midfield, you're totally okay with.
Overclock from this position could be big. Dreamland definitely need to make a power play here. Pirates are back. They're looking to pressure down this Margot once more. Divinity maybe getting a little too close to the sun there, and the TP gets him upstairs. Beautiful. Ryan now gets to rotate into the fight, and with the Symmetra wall, he can be that much more aggressive in taking some of these shots. Mabel lucky not to fall to that first rail. It'll be the second that gets him though.
Okay, so this is a fight when they need it, right? I know sometime off the clock, like 30-40 seconds or so, but still, they needed to get the bot kind of around this corner, give themselves now another fight to potentially get checkpoint. And you're in a pretty decent spot, right? And you're going to have double support ult plus cage fight for this fight that will, most certainly happen on the checkpoint.
Last time Stone went for a Pulse Bomb. He got Sound Barriered off. Massive value for that one as he stuck it on the Sojourn. This time, not too shabby. It's on Chime. And the Sound Barrier wasn't enough this time to save the Symmetra. Again, credit to Grapes for having that presence of mind. And it wasn't enough there. 4v4 for the time being. Astronex being forced back for now. There's the charge. Strider more than happy to stand their ground against the higher health Malga for now. Need to get lukewarm in this fight. Looks like Strider actually going to give some ground here, even though there was such a good Pulse Bomb. Pirates don't really feel like they can push ahead.
Oh, and they catch Ryan inside of the cage fight. He just pushes up a little bit too far. Maybe they think they can actually get rid of the Malga, and it's a beautiful bait there from Strider and Pirates in Pajamas as they end up baiting that Sojourn out. And guess what? All that progress you just got for Dreamland pretty much goes for nothing here as the bot's going to go all the way back to the other side of the map.
Time's done. Switching off the sim here, it's just too dangerous in that front line. You either die randomly to railguns, or you get a Pulse Bomb stuck to you. Stone, an absolute menace here, forcing that switch. And now we have the Tracer Sombra for both teams. We are mirrored once more.
Overclock early here. before, Ryan. I think he actually puts a shot into Magic Maple. Oh, yeah, and then just goes for the hunt. Nice shots here.
Worried a little bit that there was an overextension here from Ryan, but they understand just how much of a risk they're taking. And the commitment was worth it. Now we're headed back once more. 2 minutes 30.
Yeah.
Very much a pendulous exchange between these rosters. Okay, early Kitsune Rush, they're going to go for it here. Do they have Maple in the fight? Yes, there was the front line. Now Railgun from Lukewarm, they're going for it. Anian doing well. She's able to avoid the scrutiny of Lukewarm for the time being, but with Astronex falling, and with the bot actually being in Dreamland's territory, this is a bit frightening.
Yeah, I mean, look, now Lukewarm and Co. finish off some of these fights. The fight earlier, though, Ryan actually lands a railgun shot, not an ultimate on the Magic 8-Ball, and then he actually pops the ultimate. That's like kind of their saying like, hey, we have the Lucio weak, let's go, let's attack. This previous fight, though, it's actually a Kitsune rush, gets them around the corner, and then Lukewarm with the overclock, which actually turns the tides for Pirates in Pajamas. And look at this, they just get the bot right back to that checkpoint, and they just run away.
This might be Dreamland.
They feel like they don't need to move it.
Yeah, this is probably Dreamland's last best chance for the round. Nice for them to actually, you know, prevent Pirates from contesting at any point with that peak on the Kiriko. But it doesn't get much better than this for Dreamland in terms of ults. They're running out of time. This has to be when the Gambit comes into play.
Yeah, and there's no game-winning ult on the other side. It's not like there's an EMP that they have to walk into, right? This will be Kitsune Rush.
They're out of there.
Cardiac Overdrive used by Strider as he runs away.
Credit to them, they actually do avoid the rush, but in comes Chime. No, yeah, Suzu, that stick. So no pulse bomb connection here, but Chime is still nicely played. Here come Pip, though. They're coming back for another engagement. It's going to be a cage match set down by Astronex. Going to be mirrored on both sides. The sound barrier coming out from both of these teams now, but Astronex is brought down. So does the damage. They have the critical mass to blow through the Malga of Dreamland, and Lukewarm is going to add some railguns to the mix. Quite the hot pot, I've got to say. And with 33 seconds to play, Dreamland have spent those big ultimates. That entire load is gone. And we'll have to rely on nothing but the overclock.
Yeah, it's a double cage fight like you had mentioned. I know support ults use galore on both sides. It's actually a pulse bomb that comes in from Stone onto Astronex, and that's what chunks down that Maga, allows them to finish it off.
10 seconds left. Cordial greeting offered by Astronex. Does Dreamland know this is their last chance to even be thinking about a reverse sweep possibility? It has to happen here. Divinity's just been able to build a Kitsune rush up and keep an eye out for the overclock. It comes in. First shot hits Strider hard. He's going to take a sidebar on those stairs and be healed up. Kitsune rush now comes out from Divinity, and we have a slight disengage from Dreamland. They back up. Astronex burning a little bit. Chime picked off. How? They found Chime. Maybe they're trying to go in for an assassination, but the Tracer is now down, and Astronex doesn't last much longer. Strider and Co. blow once more through the Malga, and they blow Dreamland's chances to smithereens. Pirates in Pajamas are advancing to the main event.
Yeah, and you could see there at the end, right? They disengaged a little bit, Pirates in Pajamas, and then Maga cardiac arrest with Lukewarm coming from the high ground.
You did it.
You got me. Cardiac overdrive. He comes down from the high ground with that Sojourn. And they just use the Suzu on top of the Maga, like not even for any particular reason, just to give him that brief moment of just invulnerability, just keep him alive, give him a little bit of extra healing and whatnot, and he becomes unkillable moving on through there.
Dominant performance from the Pirates in Pajamas, which is really good for them because they're gonna face some tough obstacles heading into the main event. It's not gonna be an easy road, so it's good to see them having a good grasp on the current meta, at least the NA version of it. I guess we're believing in the Maga over here.
Meta. No Cope Tsunami.
Yeah.
This is the meta.
I'm not. It's not a tsunami. It's a mild. It's a mild rain. Maybe the EU soul in me is just not going to give up on everything that isn't Maga. Anyway, let's take a look at some match highlights and point out some of the players which stood out in this series.
I think Chronic Sombra really good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Stone also has a tough job here. Again, like it's pretty volatile playing the front lines. You want to pressure the Malga down, but if the enemy Reaper draws a beat on you and hits you once or twice, all of a sudden, like you have to either Wraith walk away or you die. You just die. So again, the Sombra interplay I thought on Lijiang was really good. This was like a very competitive map. King's Row was not.
I have to say, we have some metas where, you know, in the past, where I think it would probably be like pretty difficult or like frustrating potentially for some players. If you are like the lower health in Maga and the other team is speeding into you with, you know, cardiac overdrive in the Reaper, I'd be like, what are you even supposed to do, right? No, I mean, that's got to be tough to play against.
I mean, again, like you have to drop down on the EMP. We did see a couple unsuccessful attempts for Pirates to sort of take this point here. And, you know, it's kind of accepted right now, like this sort of flowchart that plays out where the attackers try and get the high ground, the defenders sort of rotate, you know, down. They end up, you know, going around in circles a little bit here. This last map, like, again, started off pretty competitively. We saw some moments, you know, in which Astronex is able to be kept alive and really win those neutral fights out. Magic Maple really impressed me. A couple of individual moments, like wins out in the neutral, just like blows up a Sombra at the start of the game, and that for me sets the tone. The Tracer here is pretty powerful. Like that burst damage from Pulse Bomb, even though it got nerfed quite significantly from what it used to be back in the day, still really important. That healing over time, that the Moira, the Malga composition, the Lucio gives you, you need to find ways to chunk through that. That's why some teams are trying to Genji as well. Great stuff from Stone here. The Tracer switch also, big difference maker.
Absolutely. Stone deservedly getting that player of the match honor with the performance on that Tracer, on that Reaper. So pivotal to winning out so many of those files. Always at the right fights, always at the right place at the right time. Really, really played.
Yeah, I mean, just putting tons of pressure on, you know, Astronex the entire series, right? You know, every time that Dreamland wanted to push up, you know, get into Pirates and Pajamas faces, they had to deal with Stone's Reaper at the forefront.
And again, yeah, like we talk about the switch to the Tracer, right? There's like he sticks a pulse on Ryan. It's a Suzu, right? So even there's a lot of defensive resources that are getting teased out even by like these pulse bombs and aggressive plays from Stone. So I think it's really hard to play the Reaper right now. It just seems volatile. So credit to Stone for navigating what could be a tough situation. And you know, I do want to ask him in a moment just sort of how that flowchart works and how you find success in like the mirror when you're on Reaper.
Well, you know what? You have a chance to do just that because Stone is actually standing by for an interview. I know, this came out of nowhere. Stone, congrats, my dude, on that W. Really, really fantastic performance from you and the entire squad.
Thank you.
Right, so Mitch, go ahead.
Yeah, okay,
ask some questions.
I guess obviously we're seeing a lot of like the Reaper mirror in these Malga comps, like with Sombra as well. What we're noticing a lot in this matchup is that like the enemy Malga is always like 10% HP at the start of these fights. Like you're chunking them down really effectively. Some of that is your job, I assume, but also share with Strider and the rest of your team. How are you guys winning in the neutral? And how are you sort of starting so many of these fights with like a huge HP advantage on your Malga?
Yeah, that's it's definitely like a team strategy thing where it's like we want to force out that shout early, and so it's just a lot of coordination, like making sure we're swinging at the right time and all focusing down the Maga.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Oh yeah, go say.
Sorry, Matt. There was very limited time, obviously, to practice those kind of plays and also this composition. Was it easy for you and the squad to find your footing in this meta?
I think we got it pretty quick. We were practicing like since Friday, so definitely not much time from our first match. But Strider's a really good Maga. Chronic's a great Sombra. So yeah, I think we kind of had an advantage for that.
With this meta right now, obviously still, you know, there's still variations of this being played. Is there anything you guys feel you need to change maybe going into the main event, or anything you'd want to add? Maybe it's like some of the Symmetra variations of this, or how you guys feel and go to the main event?
I would love to be able to. The sim isn't exactly our thing right now. If we could, then
yeah, that'd
be great. But I don't know. We'll just kind of have to see how the next week of practice goes. For sure.
Right on. Yeah, you do have a few days before you're heading into your upper bracket quarterfinals matches. Timeless will be your first opponent. Any thoughts on that team? Anything you saw that piqued your interest?
They're good. They're definitely good. I think we can beat them.
That's good. I'd love for you to think that. and I hope that you get to show. I hope you get to show that confidently on the server when it's time to shine. We can't wait to see more of you in the squad next week. For now, rest well and good luck in practicing.
Peace.
All right, thank you.
Great to hear from Stone, picking up that Reaper in this current meta. Yeah, very interesting, like how teams have approached it with such short turnaround, really, to like make the comp work for them.
It reminds me a lot about how they played around the Junker Queen Shout. I think something that Matt talked about like at the start of the day.
Yeah.
The really key cooldown that offers you a lot of the similar window of durability. Obviously, there's some utility with the speed, but I think trying to draw that out early is really important. So finding opportunities to exploit off angles and also just focus fire really well. These are really fundamental concepts, but even top teams sometimes struggle with them.
I also wonder if teams actually think that the sim is better, but it's kind of like a, oh man, we don't have a Mauga specialist, right? Like you don't really have somebody sitting around who's like, you know, playing sim all the time. That I wonder if like all things kind of equal, you actually think that the sim is like better, right? Because like let's say you both shout and you have the sim and they don't, you're just gonna have higher damage output, like just by the nature of having the hero. Like so I wonder if you know, as teams practice a little bit more and maybe they get a little bit more used to the hero, I wonder if the sim kind of variation of it like wins out.
It's a lot of pressure, I feel like, on the backline because the sim needs to be kept alive for a certain period of time to really make that work, right? But at the same time, Mauga is probably being focus fired as well. So that puts a lot of pressure on the backline and on the healing output that you need from them.
I think like back in the day, like the most successful teams last year with using sim was London because they played Ryan. They just played Ryan. Like you don't have to think about protecting your sim to nearly the same degree. It's up to her just to stand behind the blue square and not die. Now it's like much easier to access the sim as well, and we do see a lot of these flanking heroes that are being used frequently, like Sombra, Reaper, Tracer. It is more dangerous for you. Also, like you can just accidentally get blown up by Amalgam if they just look at you right now. So it's way more volatile, and I think the more sim comps we see, yeah, it'll be more interesting. I'm okay with it. I think Wolf in a little chat group is like, this would be kind of crazy, kind of be bad for the game. I hear I'm ready for it. We are seeing it a bunch in APAC, so expect to see more of it here.
I do think if you see sim, I think the Kiriko becomes a little bit of a more interesting pick because the Suzu offers that brief moment of like invuln, which like, you know, for how bursty some of these targets down, right? Keeping the Symmetra alive for 2 seconds more, 3 seconds more, right? He's like the difference in a fight. So I think like if sim stonks start to go up, I would expect Kiriko's to as well.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, we saw M80, right? When they relied on that Symmetra, that was the winning condition, keeping her alive. And on the other side, that was where the focus went, right? So lots of pressure on the Hydra and playing that sim. Now, that is wrapping it up for our group stage here in the NA region. But let's walk down memory lane once more and look at some amazing play. An amazing play. I will keep on messing up the plural and singular on that transition. But you know what? We get there eventually.
This play was sick. I mean, Citrus Nation did not have the best of days. Manually had a sick play though.
Yeah, Cassidy mentioned, always a good moment. And again, no one really putting that pressure down on Manually. The next fight, they do. They kind of focus Cassidy first. It looks very different, but you can see just how powerful this hero is. That lack of mobility obviously hurts Cassidy, but this is his optimal range. And if you have someone with good aim and generally good flicks, like you can have a fantastic showing. Mag Grenade is much stronger than it used to be here. Again, this little tech is, I love this from Hawk, mate. He is getting back into the fray. Little bump and scrape. And again, this is very fun to watch this Amati team play. They weren't as clean again as I thought they would be. I did think that their opponents gave them a decent challenge though.
Shout out to production here. Birdcage because Hawk is the Mauga. Very funny.
I like that.
Love that. I love that. Smart.
And Pelican as well.
Yeah,
Pelicans
so
are
many.
True. So many birds. Yeah.
And Dove on the other team.
Whoa. Now, I'm not an ornithologist, but that's a lot of birds.
bringing it back.
Bring it back. That's cool.
Just what Matt wanted to say right there.
Bring it full circle as we can.
Perfect. Well, that's a perfect way to end it all. You know, group stages have been very exciting, very explosive. I loved how many new faces we got to see, old faces jumping into the frail, calling everyone old, like none of those kids is old. They're like babies to me. That's okay. Let's take a look. I know, right? Let's take a look at the main bracket here for the NA region. This is going to be a main event. First round in our double elimination bracket. So, of course, if they lose their first match, they are not out yet. Which of these tickles your fancy? Which one of those do you think is going to be the most hype of them all?
Students of the game M80 is going to be a bang. Yeah. All the way down there at the bottom. That is going to be a sick game.
Matt's got a good point. That's the one I have my eyes on. I think that Timeless probably a favorite in that Pirates of Pajamas matchup. And again, to get the better of the Toronto Defiant right now, you really have to step up. I do think that Looking for Order, LFO stepped up massively as opposed to when they first started out as a team. They look really promising. And Luminosity, Shikigami, Hikari, that's an interesting one. I'm not really sure how I feel about that one, but yeah, that Students of the Game M80 matchup it promises to be sick. And this is a double elimination bracket, right? So yeah, there are another chance. So we have GSL, which gives you a second chance. Double Ealing gives you a second chance. There's time. There's time for these teams to improve between games, check footage. It generally opens up the field a lot more here, but Toronto Defiant, they have the target on their back. Everyone's looking at them. And I'm curious to see if they can be brought to heel at all.
I'm super excited for the later stages of this bracket too, because a lot of our top dogs, they've gone, they've gone very uncontested. They've not really had to sweat much in the Swiss stage, in the group stage. So I do want to see people make them sweat a little bit, like I want to see them tested to the limits. So I hope some of the teams can bring it. I am very excited for everything that will transpire. It's a 4-day event of nail biting action, and all of that will start on the 21st. So we have a few more days of rest. But yeah, that's the stage set for our first main event. Very exciting stuff. And now we are wrapping things up here for the group stages. Mitch, Matt, thank you both so much for calling the action. What's the biggest takeaway from the last 2 weeks?
Malga.
Outside of Maga, I would say, I would actually say that I think this year's competition, it's going to be way more about like the constant ability to be able to adapt, because in the past in Overwatch League, right, we'd play on, PTR, OPR, all these other realms, right, that you could have like previous patches. A patch goes in on Tuesday, like you're playing it in OWCS that weekend, right? So I think the teams that can, adapt, have players like, how many teams probably struggled this weekend more than ever because like, hey, I just don't play a ton of Maga. Do you look at the other tank? Do you? No, I don't play any Maga. Like, and then now you're kind of like screwed. Where I think teams that can adapt and be versatile are going to be really at the forefront throughout a lot of this year.
I think it's really important. I think a lot of these teams that have come together as well. What stands out to me is how like these seasoned veterans have been able to come together under new banners and improve very quickly. Get close to that level they were at. I think they really understand how to build an environment with team synergy and coordination. That is hard to replicate, I think, from players that don't have that like hands-on experience being a teammate in a serious roster. So looking for like, LFO, for example, to continue to improve quite drastically. And that's one of the teams, like you mentioned, I'm hoping that can put some pressure on Toronto in that second round matchup if they make it through.
It's been really exciting to see how many things the teams need to adjust to. It's not just new metas, new teammates, it's a new format. There's new rules. We have the map vetoes in place here as well, right? Which do change it up quite a bit. So very, very exciting stuff for this first year of the OWCS. And we hope for many more to come. For now, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for watching. And if you want more Overwatch, which you should want, stick around because we are about to raid CB, one of our Twitch co-streamers. And we wish you a good night for now. And we hope to see you again next week. Stay safe.
Seconds to go now. There's still a chance to touch as the payload's moving back, but people are just so out of position right now. Someone has got to touch. MyMoan does end up getting there, and they are going to be able to rotate back. Surely there's no C9. Dollar is going to make it back to the point. You to match up, but no, MyMoan
stops them from getting back. A triple kill with a Death Blossom, and they're completely just C9ing them. What a play from my Moan.
A huge fight being taken here.
EMP from Shax hits 3. The boop is good though. Shax, nobody actually. I take that back.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in you. Where's your green?
My socks are green. Yeah.
you
I
have
got no green on me. There's green in the shot. We're all good. There's green.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna. Your fish are really celebrating there for you.
With that sound barrier into the back line, but no initial kills. In fact, RES health bars looking way healthier than Sheer Cold, and they just use a sound barrier. Blizzard on the point. Oh, whoa, Kaio with a 5k tire. Are you serious?
It's easy to just copy the meta Mauga, but I'm a hard Mauga denier. I don't think he's good.
Oh, I like it.
Some big shurikens in midair there from Zera.
Not early.
Spotted once again, the Reaper taps, forced to Wraith walk midway through the fight. It's a big DPS loss, and Zera absolutely clips him as he tries to pressure the Mauga down. Zera really doing a good job of keeping Mauga standing, but his Cassidy damage is actually filthy. And the hindrance as well goes a long way. Seeker can't be sliding out at all. Nicely done. Like the Rivers of Babylon from EMEA.
Yeah.
Like it is gushing. The dam is about to burst. It's going to be a cope tsunami if we're not careful. We need to protect ourselves as NA residents to stop that from reaching our shores. No cope tsunami, thank you. Shore up the walls.
Let Pelican go to work.
Here's the call. Cage fight though. That's 3 players trapped, at least 4 maybe. Death Blossom now, it's a pretty dirty combo. You can't get away from this. Like he was knocked towards the edge, but able to stay alive by the looks of things. And Dove is too low for a Death Blossom. Oh, Dove! They got him! Wings clipped before he had a chance to soar. And that is going to hurt Obsidian. They don't have any time to get the Reaper back in the fight now. And M80 have crippled them. They've snapped their ankles.
I know I'm that good, but like, you know... but honestly, I think we won because they choked.
From Chronic, I mean, that's going to seal the deal.
Boot, it's there. Chime, can't touch. EMP comes out, but who's going to be there to follow it up? Put up the Death Blossom for Ryan. Only gets one. And Dreamland have let this one slip through their fingers.